Good morning and welcome to the final day here in the group stage in Series 14. My name is Freddie or Grimrunner and I'm joined by the amazing Zola. How are you doing today, sir?
Yeah, feeling good. I'm prepared, looking forward to it, and I'm happy to be joined by you. I feel like you never really get this duo going, the two Freds on the broadcast. So I'm
Yeah,
feeling,
it's been a
I'm feeling
while.
good. Yeah, been quite some time. What
Yeah,
about yourself?
I
How you doing?
honestly, I'm doing very well. I've got my coffee. I've become quite a coffee fanatic with,
Okay.
the old French press, the old different
Oh
coffee beans.
wow,
So
really taking it to the next level.
I'm taking it to the next level. So I'm waiting till it cools down. But yeah, I'm doing very well, and it's very good to see you again. It's very good to have you on the cast. The Freds dominating the world, one broadcast at a time. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we can take a look at the schedule. Because as I mentioned, it's the final day of the group stage. So whoever loses this goes home. You may have had a safety net if you were 2-1, but no, you're 2-2. Whoever loses this goes home. But most importantly, whoever wins their game today go through as the final teams in playoffs.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I think you're looking at some of these rosters. You're looking at Metizport. You're looking at ECSTATIC, CYBERSHOKE. These are all teams that have kind of. You look back to Series 13. These are all playoff sides, and the fact that we aren't going to be seeing a continuance. CYBERSHOKE and ECSTATIC. One of them is going to be eliminated here. Is pretty crazy because I think both of these teams have kind of solidified themselves in the kind of the CCT as a Swiss stage. Victors really, and I think as well when you look at some of the teams that are lost, the 0-3 permitter is crazy to me. You see them in Series 13 besting Sinners in the playoffs, yet they couldn't even get one series here in the Swiss.
I mean,
So I
they got
guess
top four, right? Like
yeah,
Series 7. Like they beat like they had like really legit wins. I remember it was like
big games.
uh yeah, like they beat Bait and BC Game when was Joel on the team? That would have been more impressive. No, okay, it
Yeah,
wasn't. As
possibly.
no. But
But yeah,
yeah, our first game of the day, aTTaX Metizport. This is an interesting one because you've got a German squad who have won a CCT and then proceeded to not qualify for two main Swisses consecutively. And then you've got Metizport who have completely changed up everything. They've brought in a new AWPer, they've brought in a new IGL. This is not the roster that you would know of Metizport from, like, let's say 5 months ago when they were
yeah.
taking a map of Spirit being Falcons. However, I'm not gonna lie, watching them, they don't look that bad. So this is gonna be a really interesting game.
I'll be honest. I think when you look at the roster, I think it actually has elevated. Obviously, I think for Metasport, you look at the addition. I know it's about 4 or 5 months ago, but you see the addition of Plopsky, and I think obviously it's kind of it has to be said, right? It's a step down from Plopsky, especially obviously still very young, 22 years old, but on NIP for what seemed like forever, about 4 or 5 years. And the fact that he's now kind of got a kind of an individual rebrand, I guess, wanting to try and take his own team and do it himself, I guess. And I think individually, Plopsky has been quite key, not only when it comes to individuals, but I feel like the experience that you're going to be bringing. But yeah, I think the change for Metasport, there was a lot of questions, there was a lot of kind of ums and ahs about their decision making when it came, especially for the kind of the SUSP. I feel like that removal was always a bit of an awkward one because I think a lot of people thought SUSP was a key player for this Metasport side. But yeah, look, I'm excited for this game and excited for this team.
One big question mark I had over Metazport right at the beginning when they picked up Plopsky was the firepower level he was able to bring. So I think he had to, like, Susp left like a kind of chasm of firepower that Plopsky had to pick up, and he has done so quite impressively. And Lumi has passed the eye test for me on the Yorp. I feel like he's actually really quite decent, and
Yeah.
he's only going to get better and better as he is largely quite inexperienced. The one question remains for me is, does Shine system and IGLing work in both short and long term? And in the short term, in their first tournament, he could already be making playoffs with them, but the opponent has a say in it.
Yeah.
German side of aTTaX.
As you pointed out, though, aTTaX is a roster that obviously has good individuals. I feel like the Orping duel is going to be exceptional on the basis that Hype can just light up the server. But it's clear that alternate attacks, they've got a mistake in them. They've got a bit of a kind of a question mark regarding their consistency. You know, going from series champions to not even being able to qualify through the play-ins. It really just goes to evaluate the alternate attacks. On their day, they can play at that top form. They can really look to upset. And you look back at that kind of series victory, they've taken down. It's not as though they had an easy run, did they? Their first game was against Big, I believe. So I think when you look at it like that, it's kind of really nice performances from alternate attacks, and then the massive fumbles. But hopefully we won't see that today. Hopefully we can see that tip-top level from this side, because I think we both know that the individuals for alternate attacks can be so key. I think you're looking at Orzek as well as that, you know, a stable and a bit of a pillar for this side, usually fairly consistent, and that's something that can always be really valuable. But who else here are you going to be looking at for alternate attacks to be that difference maker?
It's interesting you bring up Hype, because I actually feel like I don't know, I want to see more from him, but yeah. I don't think he brings as much firepower as like Slacks did, for instance. But yeah, Orzok for me, the kind of the bold demon, as he's dubbed, very good. Vito, these two teams have played against each other somewhat recently. However, it was when Lumi was still on like a stand-in basis, who did play very well in that game, and they were still playing with Sapex, so it was pre-Shine days, and that was Anubis picked by Alternate Attacks, Metizport won that. Ancient picked by Metizport, Alternate Attacks won. Inferno left over. Already still a change up.
Yeah, well, we've still got those 3 maps in play. Well, you said what we got 2 of them.
It was Anubis,
Ancient, Anubis, Inferno. Well, we're not going to see any of them. What? A complete change in Vito here. You know, as you said, we're going to have a rematch between these two teams, and the fact we're seeing 6 different maps is kind of crazy. It's clear that both teams they're wanting to change up their Vito, wanting to change up their system, and I don't really know which I prefer on that. I think it's only going to favour Metizport, right? Because they, as you said, they brought in a new in-game leader, they got a new AWPer, so I think this is where a change in system can pan perfectly for them. Yet for alternate attacks, it seems like they've opted for a little bit of a different approach, which is never a kind of a convincing and confident thing to look at. I think the Dust pick is going to be beneficial for them, but I think in the same regard, Metizport, you look at Dust 2, okay, they've made new roster change regarding leadership, but I think at the same time, the individuals are so strong, and that's a map that Dust can be perfect for. But speaking of Dust, we're going to be heading into the action now, Freddie, and this is where excitement can be seen, because alternate attacks, elimination could be seen here, unless a victory seen on map number 1, because we know that played 4 maps on Nuke, yet to win it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting video from Alternate Attacks, because Mirage, not normally a map they would insta-ban, but it's because Metizport, if I'm not mistaken, haven't lost yet on Mirage while they have played with Shine. It's actually looked like a really legit map during this whole tournament. Yeah, they are 4-0 against G2, Zero Tenacity, CYBERSHOKE, and Monty. And it's interesting that we have them, like, their 7 map pool in quotation marks, but Nuke is certainly the weakest one, and Metizport previously banning that. But yeah, Dust 2, let's have it. The German side, they need to hold down the B bomb site, because here comes the full execute on the pistol round, and Aaron Hype, the 2 big academy boys, just break open the bomb site.
Yeah, it looks so simple there, and I think a lot of the time on Dust 2, we know what the B-bomb site kind of has to offer when it comes to the T's taking it with such ease. The retake going to be so difficult. Even with the fact they got a defuse kit, I think it works much better for them if they just save. You know, both Adam B and Lumi can keep Kevlar strong. Plopsy's got a kit. I wouldn't mind the idea of a full force in the next. It'd be a great way to shut down your opponents, but Plopsy falling, they might kind of divert and change their minds for that one. But alternate attacks, they kick things off nicely here. With it being their map selection, this is kind of the exact start they need. They can't really look to fumble. They've got to kind of hit the ground running. The pistol round, obviously going their way. Is that a nice kind of bit of a bonus?
Yeah, boy. Some kills at the end, you know it's always bad.
Damage as well.
Yeah, you know it's always bad on the CT side when you're resorting to saving your armor on the pistol round.
You can't even do it.
Well, yeah, and you can't even do it. You kind of know it's like, damn.
Oh, they're still investing. Okay.
I mean,
If
like,
all
yeah. Don't
To me,
hate
if
it.
if all three survived, I think it'd be a great idea. But I think now Metizport could be a big mistake. I guess it means they can get out an AWP on their first real full buy. That's the only positive I can look at for this, though.
Another scout would have been great. Scouts are very OP on this map, and you can also just
Yeah.
gamble stack A. Issue is, yeah, scouts are very overpowered. Freeze signifies why.
Yeah, he's allowed to use one. It's
yeah,
not just the CTs that can bring it out.
I kind of forgot that the T's could buy a scout on this map. I feel like I only see it on the CT side.
It's weird.
It was almost good.
Yeah, damage has been seen, but kills have kind of majority gone the way of alternate attacks. Yeah, I think the scout's a bit of an interesting one on Dust. I feel like you see a lot of it on the T side when teams are going for ecos, because you can just get that instant kill. You can look to go towards long. I really like how much the scout is brought out on Dust. I feel like the scout's a weapon that can be so key, and a lot of the time it doesn't really get the utilization that it probably should. Apart from Dust,
Ooh, I don't
maybe
know.
Mirage, I feel like the scout doesn't get the love that it really should.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, like, on Dust it kind of gets all the love. It makes up for the love. It's like, just in case, here it is again.
We'll get 12 rounds of the scout on Dust.
Yeah. The one thing I've always been a bit like 50-50 on is when people will buy scouts on eco because they're like, oh yeah, I'll buy a scout in the gun round, and I'm like, no,
Just get an AWP.
just don't buy a scout in the eco. And they're like, no, but I can buy a scout next round and play with a scout on the gun round. I'm like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah,
also, the irony, sorry to cut you off, the irony of this round having more potency to it on the full eco than the force buy did is not lost on me.
I think a lot of the time you'll see kind of teams when they go for the force, they've got their game plan. They want to quite heavily gamble towards A there, and we saw the AKs overwhelming. Yet here, it seems like alternate attacks, because they've gone for a default, it just allows the pistols to try and group and pick apart. But yeah, I don't know. I think right now alternate attacks, they opted for a very split kind of idea. They knew they were against an eco. Yeah, give it a go. Why not, right? Try and keep the finances low.
Yeah, save the AK. Yeah, this is the right call. Send in the glow of a flashbang, have the CZ close enough, save the AK.
It doesn't get kills, but it definitely could have done. I think if the Galil gets one there, it's excellent. And look, they've had some restriction to the finances with free casualties on the side of alternate attack, so I don't mind it. Lumi should have the AWP here, and I think this is where we can really see what Metizport, kind of their decision making and bringing Lumi, because as you said, Freddie, he's a player that hasn't got all too much experience, and you know that's just the fact that he played on Lil Mix, Lemon Dogs for a little bit as well. So obviously he's got kind of experience in the server when it comes to the game, but obviously not to the heights here of CCT opponents. So I think this is where Lumi's going to get really tested. I think you give it a couple months and we'll see if Lumi can hack it in this tier 2 scene.
It's interesting, because he's played for a while, just is yet to get his big call up, and then obviously finally has now. Playing towards short. We have full long control by Adam B. And now bait and switch on short, but Plopsky blinded even though he was playing anti-flash. Don't know how that's happened now. Lumi, ineffective in this round. He got flashed off the angle, tried to bait in for his rifler, but that never formulated, and now we have an opening kill for the T side that's going to get accentuated even further by the AWP's head being ripped off, and on short, they are just continuously applying pressure. That is round over.
Yeah, the best part of that round for alternate attacks is you were kind of questioning how's Plopsky been blinded. It's the second flash that they throw. The first one's all a bit of a ruse. It's then that pop flash that Plopsky's fully blinded by. And I think it's excellent from alternate attacks. It's clear that they've had a great read of what Metizport are trying to do, get the AWP posted up, have a secondary ready and waiting, and yeah, I really like the openers from alternate attacks. We see, obviously, I believe it was Adam B towards short as well. He gets that pick and Orzex right there to trade. But it all comes off the deep position of Perks. It all comes off that mid control take, and once we see Lumi falling there towards CT, to me, in my eyes, that the round's done.
Unless Embiid did something crazy. But like realistically in that round, like it's a good read, but it's also just like an expected read for aTTaX. Like you've heard them double smoke long, like just before you had that contact on short, the second smoke on long came in. Like you know they've got long control. Where are they gonna be? Shorts. Yep. So it's like good utility to just heads up awareness, and a German team has good flashbangs? What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, utility clearly been a real focal point for alternate attacks. What are we thinking though? 4-0 start for alternate attacks, Metizport. We need to see a little bit more resistance, don't we, Freddie?
It's a very weird one because, like, yes, naturally, but it's like that gun round was just such a non-starter. Like, nothing happened for Metizport that round. They literally just died. So it's like, I'm almost... It's one of those weird scenarios where it's like, we're going to have 5-0 without Metizport really getting on the server. I don't know how to explain. Yeah, like, they just haven't done anything yet. So,
well, no,
like,
it seems...
we'll wait for the next gun round to see, like, okay... Now, like, this is a great time for a tactical pause. They're actually buying strains this round, so here we go again.
Yeah, I actually, it seems like Metizport a lot of the time, we've seen Save Simulator here, which I never actually like to see at all. The only map that you can kind of have that understanding. I was going to say Inferno. I feel like Inferno's a map where rotations on that CT side. But it's the fact that Metizport, in these rounds, it seems like they've lost bomb sites in a matter of moments. We see these quick 2 kills, and when it does come through, then it's round over.
This is something. Yeah. Nice Molo on blue. Ooh, flashbang though. Lumi's been identified. And MB has to fight a lot of players now by himself, and he won't be able to add any more to his tallies. So a pretty ineffective long take, all things considered, for Metizport, because alternate attacks now could just take all that space, but instead they'll halt. And Metizport on the other side of the map, they're already coming into top middle, but Perks could catch Nilo off guard, and he does. Advantage swung back in favor of the German squad.
Has to be said, Nilo's had a really tough game. Usually the kind of the bright light for Metizport, usually the kind of top performer. Obviously with a change of calling, a change of strategy, and a new AWP, a lot of the time we might see maybe a slight shift in kind of discipline from a player like Nilo. He might be forced into kind of setups and positions he might not be too confident in, but also maybe a little bit of his kind of star firepower has been taken away from him. Because I feel like a lot of the time you'd look at this Metizport roster in the past and you'd say, look, Nilo is the big dog. Nilo is the one kind of contingency plan that Metizport will have in all moments. But one could get denied here. If Shine finds this, it's round over. Oh, he's coming through the smoke. Last bullet! Oh, the bomb goes down! Shine's just going to stick it though, hyped. Can't deny. Right on the back of the bomb site. And Metizport, they get their first round all from Shine. But I don't know what the idea for that plant position.
What's going on? To be fair, like, realistically, no matter where he planted, I don't think Hype was getting that kill. And I think there was so many smokes down, it was just like, okay, bomb down now. But this is kind of extraordinary that alternate attacks don't win from this situation. Like, you've got a 3 versus 2. Like, this should be easy, and you trade out effectively as well. Like, the fact that, okay, Shy doesn't deny the bomb, but it's just the fact that he gets that kill is so important. And also, I always find it amusing with, like, Nilo and everyone think he's amazing, because he is, don't get me wrong, but he also doesn't play necessarily, like, the roles that are, like, fantastically amazing. Like, sure, he plays mid on Dust 2, and like he tends to play a lot more like lurker roles and extremity roles on the T side, I find. So it's always really amusing how much effectiveness he gets while playing, like, maybe not the best of roles, but someone who should be succeeding is Lumi, and then Nilo. There you go. That's your first kill for you.
Yeah, taking a while, but at least he's got himself on the score sheet now. Look, we kind of questioned the investment from Metizport in the last, thinking it would just be a half buy around the save rifles, but the fact they do take the round,
purchase, realistically, though.
Yeah, it was a perfect investment. I don't really know where they stole the money for that, because it seemed like they shouldn't have had enough. But they had even the AWP, sadly, Lumi unable with the big green. But Metizport in a 5-on-3. Realistically, they shouldn't be losing this one, and with finances somewhat in question for players like Arrow, alternate attacks surely going to be seeing some form of weakness in the next, and Metizport could capitalise on that, but they do actually need to confirm this round. I know there's a low HP Perks, but the AWP could be jiggled across, and certainly we can see some impact, and we're seeing this rotation come through. We're seeing this flank from Adam B. It might not matter. If Hype's holding for this, you can find Adam B. Oh, it's just the tag. They're going to accelerate towards A. There's minimal time, but they can get the plant down. Hype is so trapped here.
I love how they're just leaving him to die as well. They're like, you got it, dude. You get another kill. This is going to be a difficult post-plant. Smoke does block them off momentarily. Perk needs to be really careful not to get spammed through it, and he's going to be the first to fall. I don't know how Arrow is being caught off guard there. I didn't even realize there was a gap. I think there was a manufactured gap through the smoke. And Perks is on one single hit point. This would be one of the clutches of his career if he's able to win it off. That is the first kill. Whoa. Man, I believe there was only one kit on Shine. If he got that kill, there was a legit world he wins that clutch, but no. Metizport decide they want to ruin the clutch.
Yeah, I was quite impressed there from Perks. Not only does he find that first pick, but the instant back away towards the bomb site. And yeah, I was in the same boat as you. Saw just the one kit on Shine, and there was a true level of belief there. It would have been such a devastating round for Metizport to lose. As we mentioned before, there was, a 1 HP Perks. It was a 5-on-3. The fact that that round could have been success story for alternate attacks is mental. Still no AWP on Lumi. Finance is not allowing for it, and Freeze creeping. Should find Nilo here. Nilo's just so late to take that control towards tunnels. He's there so early, but just doesn't look to take the timing that he's got himself. And I think that level of discipline is actually what catches him out, but obviously gets the eventual trade onto Freeze, but still plenty of players in middle to deal with. And this is where Plopsky's lack of utility and health could cost him massively. Got to realise that Molly's coming down. I don't really know why he's pushed into the cubby there. Lower now.
Because there's nowhere else to go. He had to. But re-aggression shot. Metizport had no map control, and that theme is going to continue. Because Orzerg just nails two. Plopsky's very low HP. He was going to get overwhelmed. He was going to get a swarm. That's exactly what happens. Shine now on the other extremity of the map. It's just sat there thinking, didn't we have 3 players short? And how does no one get a single kill? But aTTaX a really strong round to come and rebuttal. And with only 2 players staying alive in the previous for the Swedish squad, that means money's probably done. And we've got the same continued theme from the very beginning, where I was like, doesn't feel like Metizport are coming to play and they haven't really stepped up to bat just yet. This round felt like a continuation of that. Oh, yeah, of course, okay. Try and get
I definitely agree with you there. I think Nilo's a player that I've got to point out in that round. He gets towards tunnels straight away, and he's in not only a great position as an individual, but he goes unnoticed. No one was actually holding towards tunnels. It's because the AWP was posted up. Nilo got just an excellent timing while creeping through, but you see him just stick around towards lower tunnels that whole time, and Plopsky can... I believe it was what? I want to say Freeze found him, but yeah, I think right now, Metizport, as you said, quite rightfully, they are going back to those kind of disappointing ways where they look really, really weak, not only when it comes to their strategies and their kind of setups, but also just the individuals. How is Orzek been able to get to that? It's just ridiculous.
We've got a fun little eco on our hands. Shine's done well to save the AK. Got like two kills on the save. And he's in the right place. Ooh, this is the first time alternate attacks are going towards B and they're running into the stack. Oh no. So many pistols are here. The rifles here as well. They're all activating. And alternate attacks are realizing they ran into the wrong bomb site. That is misfortune at the highest of levels.
I think the worst part of all of it is it's the full buy from alternate attacks. They've got to know the finances for Metizport are pretty poor. Why have they just opted for a rush towards B? Why have they looked to try and get a bit of a lay of the land, maybe send some flashes towards long and kind of work out whether there is going to be anyone there, or it just seems so poorly kind of executed, and the decision making from alternate attacks is quite unnecessary, isn't it?
It's definitely one of the calls of all time, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's just something where if you scratch the names out, we could be playing pro or no when it comes to the call in there. I've got no.
Speaking of pro or no, Orzuk dry swinging after jiggling the AWP. No smoke towards long, nothing. I think the benefit of the doubt there for Adam B is so aTTaX have not actually played long that much. But I still feel like they should be putting like default long smoke down regardless. But yeah, and you wanted Nilo? You got 3 kills that last round. What the hell, Hypes? That is a sick right eye peek with the AWP. That could just kind of like be round right there. Plopsky, I don't know, like he's controlling space towards short, but you smoke that off and you cancel out and eradicate 3 different players from this round. This is done, I feel like. Maybe there's a way back in though.
I think this round it's the problem is not only is it the sheer numbers, but it's the lack of control. Even though they have just found that pick, it's the fact they've got no one towards long, they've got no one in short, no one in CT. All just situated to middle, and I think once that smoke comes down towards short, that's just that kind of round end of smoke. There's nothing that Metizport can do to look into it. Obviously, the kill from Hype's excellent, but you go right back to the start of the round. Adam B, it's unnecessary risk that Metizport are taking, and you can't really be doing that when you are so kind of deficited here. It's a 6-3 scoreline currently, and I think with it being that kind of elimination match, with that looming over them, we need to see a little bit more discipline and kind of Metizport playing with a much better level, because yes, okay, they get the gamble stat correct in the last round, but I don't think that that's a kind of necessarily an exceptional call from them. I think you look at it more as a bit of a misstep from alternate attacks. Yeah, once again, it's that same thing, Freddie, where it seems like Metizport, they just aren't looking good enough here, are they?
Feels like they don't know how to play Dust 2, to be honest. It's like, I don't know. And yeah, like Metizport, they put a heavy focus on long in this round because of the previous.
Just allows his mid take, yeah.
Yeah, 3 players long. Here. Let's speed up mid. Nilo has done great damage on Orzuk with grenade, so he softened up 1.
Freeze chipped away as well.
3, yeah. From something. This round basically is Nilo, because we're gonna have a smoke mid to B. So Nilo out in the open, backs away, but then takes the fight and is eliminated. A great shot from Hype. That's back-to-back rounds where he's got not only the opening kill, but potentially just the round-winning kill in itself. And alternate attacks resetting. They were going mid to B, they get mowed off, they go, okay, we're just gonna go B. We've already got 1 kill, there's only 1 more player left, and we're leaving Hype to lurk.
I actually would have really liked the idea of them just going out contacts with Shine. He's able to find 3 and deals the damage for the 4th as well. Freeze down to 8 HP. Hyped on the AWP close to this smoke. Obviously, Metizport are going to give this one a go now, but it's the fact they overlooked that kind of top car position. I don't really know why they've looked to kind of send all that utility. I would have much preferred them just going in contact, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for Freeze. This is disappointing from alternate attacks. Again, it's a bit of a fumble. We've got just 3 players sending out Molotov, sending out utility. Alternate attacks could have just shifted towards the B-bomb side. It's a free round.
Hey, I mean, great round from Shine. They don't expect him to be so close, and fair play to him. Like, the IGL comes up when needed the most. Even though we've been critiquing Metizport quite a bit during this half, and a lot of it has been quite valid, we position ourselves in a way that Metizport are looking to go for a 6-6 half. So even though they might have not looked super competitive in some of these rounds, they don't care. They're going to get the score for it. They're going to get the score line. And yeah, Metizport, they're up against a force buy. They win this, and they may as well be guaranteed 6. And this round, look, Plopsky, he's got some energy about him. He's pushing into middle.
I think the kind of the positive that Metizport are going to take away, regardless of how the rest of this half pans out, is they do favour the T side, so at least they've got that going for them. Obviously, it's a great round from Shine, and that's something that you can never take away from the Metizport side, but still, it's not kind of a team effort. It's not one of these well-worked rounds. It's more just an individual kind of finding 3 frags in which he really shouldn't. So I think in that regard, it's still work that needs to be done here. But Nilo on the AWP, nice reposition, a double AWP in play, which we love to see on Dust. And Nilo, yeah, looks good. Lumi going to find simple shots towards short as well. So, as you said, Freddie, Metizport, they are on track, finding that 6-6.
Dunk down. I think both AWPs can be saved, though. Yeah. Oh, no.
Would have had money anyway. Keep the AKs.
Yeah, keep the AKs, because naturally.
Just drop the AWPs last round.
Yeah, aTTaX in there, like, you've got 2 AWPs, we can barely afford utility. What is this fair? This isn't fair. But as much as, like, Nilo maybe hasn't been very consistent this half, he's done quite well. Like, that mid-round, obviously a little bit simpler. The kind of the force buy victory, he got 3 kills, so he's getting back into his own. And right here, he's on the AK-47, the Kalashnikov, and he's gonna get baited in perfectly. Takes a lot of damage, I will say, on that first kill. And there is a world that this becomes scary, because these kills are starting to float in favor of aTTaX. They do start getting those trades, but Adam B structure from long, there's so much pressure, and aTTaX just can't really handle it.
Well, the problem is as well is Adam B's got the bomb now. You know, even if Ara had the bomb in this position, I think it's a round where we all know one quick kill, get the bomb down, there's a chance, there's a way. Yet now, without that bomb, that's where things can become quite tough. Has Adam not realised it? Because he's looking to push towards tunnels.
I don't know.
Because it was in a bit of a corner, a bit of a cubby, and I think definitely something that you might.
There's no like cubby. Like he'd have to it's on the boxes.
It would come up on the minimap as well. Yeah, he definitely knows about it.
It's one of those things where it's like, if you haven't seen that, that's on you.
Yeah. And not only is it, if you haven't seen that, it's on you, but also you're a pro player. Like, you're going to see that come up on the minimap. You're going to know. I hope so anyway.
Don't even need to be a pro to have that. Just need to have eyes. Just 2 pairs. 2 pairs? A pair?
2 pairs of eyes?
2 pairs of eyes? Yeah, that's how you become a pro player. You have 2 pairs of eyes.
That's a real new kind of idea to the phrase 4 eyes.
4 eyes, yeah. Wow.
I'll be honest, Metizport, they come back 6-6, although it isn't kind of as fancy and as kind of luxurious as you'd hope so, and the ways in which they have won the rounds. But look, it's a force buy from Metizport, where they have the AKs, they have the Deagles, utility's not good enough. We see it kind of the back-to-back, and to be honest, Metizport, the fact they have won that, you know, when you take into account that aTTaX won the pistol, the half's kind of fallen quite flat for aTTaX.
Oh, massively. Really poor half of them. When you think about how well it started. And it all stems from that rush B. It all stems from them losing against that low purchase. And it kind of spiraled away from there. So, on the CD side, the Germans, on their map pick, need to start showing some redemption. And it's going to begin on long as Arrow gets baited in. But then Arrow kind of gets left for dead as he gets dinked and falls back into pit. But no, we're going to go and try and support him. Flashbang back in. Everyone's left for Metizport, but Shine's still here. Shine is hearing everything that's going on and is still holding a lot of this space, but they are looking to actively clear him out. The Jiggle, that 1 kill, will he get any more? Remember, Arrow's digged down, so he's holding a lot of control towards long, and in the meantime, we're starting to wrap onto this B-bomb side. Finally, Shine will be dealt with, but he's kept 2 players towards long, and the bomb has just been planted. So Shine has done God's work at just surviving.
I think it's a great call. It's a great realization. I think Metizport, they know once they dink Arrow, and obviously they spot out hyped, they know that Alternate Attacks are going to look to try and refight here towards long, reclaim the space. So I think it's a great initial call. I think as well, it's one of those moments where you see from a lot of teams, a lot of the time where teams try and make rounds and things get a little bit overcomplicated. Even if it's the wrong call, it's the fact that Metizport, they do it instantly. It means that there's no hesitation on that call, and I really like the idea behind that. And I think it's something that can serve Metizport massively here on their T side, just based on the fact that, you know, they're not wasting time. They're not questioning, oh, should we go towards long? Should we head towards A? Oh, is middle our next point of contact? I like the speed at which they make that decision. The second the arrow gets dinked and falls back into pit, we see them just all make their way back, which I really, really like to see. But right now, Freddie, Metizport, they take the lead. They're the ones in the driver's seat, which is a crazy statement to be made, especially as the start in which Alternate Attacks had for this game. It was 4-0. 7 out of the last 9 rounds going the way of Metizport.
I don't know, Metizport, I guess, like, you don't need to play the cleanest and, like snazziest Counter-Strike, but, like, hey-ho, like, they're winning. And that last round was pretty good as well. That is one way to take long. If I'm Plopsky, I'm like, really, guys? Like, really?
They knew he was there as well. My favourite part about that is they knew he was there. They didn't want to take that 50-50 gunfight. Let's just silently boost up, catch it by surprise. I really like the idea of that, actually. That's unfortunate for Perks. One of those just CS moments where you're questioning why is he just randomly sprayed through the smoke. But it happens, right?
It happens. Sometimes you get that feeling, you get that tingling.
Yeah, that sixth sense. I'm just gonna spam just in case. Yeah.
Just in case. It's like, and in 3, 2, 1, bam. Oh, okay. Sorry, how is Hype
still alive?
How is firstly Hyped alive, and because he's alive, not supposed to kill? Like, how has no one died in this interaction until just now? This was so random.
How much damage has been dealt? Only
yeah.
80 HP. It's
This
so
is such a
unfortunate.
winnable round, which is so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, again, it's that similar sentiment of Metizport. They're winning rounds, but it's not pretty. It's not nice to watch. It's they're just getting themselves over the line. You know, you see the scout there. It gets so many tags. If we just see a rifle connecting, if we see kind of another player combining, Alternate Attacks to take that one, but no. And with it being the Force, Metizport find 9. They're going to be within 4 rounds of closing out map 1. And obviously, to remind everyone at home, looking at the top left of your screen, this is the pick of Alternate Attacks. This is a map at which they need to take, otherwise they stare down the barrel of a nuke, and I think we all know what Alternate Attacks have to offer on nuke, and let's be honest, Freddie, very little.
I'm a little bit worried for Alternate Attacks, I'm gonna say. Like, the nuke is a scary, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a scary thing. First gun round is gonna be a biggie for Alternate Attacks on the C side, because they really slowed down going into the second half. And it feels like Metizport have a lot of that momentum. Individuals are alive across the server, and Metizport say, you can't fool us at our own game. You can't beat us on a low buy, because that's our thing.
And it has to be said, right? Shine's had a really, really good time here on Dust. I think you look at the pivotal point there for Metizport, that Shine triple kill on the B-bomb site as that lone defender. Obviously, that round goes the way of Metizport in the end. And I think when you look at it like that, not only has Shine kind of continued with that same trend, but it seems as though that's kind of given the life to Metizport. It's that kind of bit of momentum that they needed, a heroic moment from the leader. That's exactly what you need, because you know that it's just going to give so much energy and so much kind of life to this side. I really like it. And you look at players like Nilo, who said, you know, a bit of a tough start, was 0-4, now 11-9, second top performer here for Metizport. And although we've seen some big shots from Hype, Freddy, it's not all too consistent. 6 and 8 currently.
I can't say I've seen him, like, I can't... I don't know. He had the odd round where he had like one or two kills, but yeah, like there was literally there was the one round the T side where he just ran up and killed two. But apart from that, I don't think. Yeah, it was when he opened long on Adam B and he got the kill on short. But apart from that, I actually don't. Yeah, I can't remember him getting a kill. And this round, he's not going to really have much impact. Is there a nade for the smoke and CT? No. Freeze though, he's going to get flashed through it. That's one better. You don't need a grenade. Just do the old school. Get a teammate to flash you through it. And now, Metizport, this is an awful position to be in. Utility is perfect for Adam B. He slipped the net. That's the opening that the Swedes needed. One more player on the B bomb site, and it's all falling apart. How does that go so wrong?
I'm lost for words. I think when you look at it for alternate attacks, it's that perfect round. I was actually going to say, look, Metizport, maybe they just look to save. Maybe that's their game plan. You know, it's a 5-on-4 with not only 2 players low, but very limited utility. But it's Lumi finding one through the smoke. It's Adam B creeping out middle. And I was actually going to kind of put Adam B's decision-making in question. When we see that flash for Freeze, Adam B's crosshairs perfectly onto where Freeze is going to be. I don't really know why we don't see a bit of a spam after that flash, because it's so evident that that's the game plan. It's to send a player through that CT smoke with that flashbang. But again, Metizport somehow kind of tow it over the line, somehow get themselves into another advantage scenario and another round. They've got double digits now. It's 10-6. And in a lot of these rounds, we're saying, okay, alternate attacks are favoured. Maybe this is the start of their comeback. Maybe this is where they can look to establish dominance on Dust. And then Adam B changes everything.
Yeah, it's like Adam B gets that opening kill, but I can't remember who got the spam through the smoke and tunnels. That was also like, that was one of those kills where it's like, you can't replicate that. Like, 9 out of 10 times you're not getting that kill. And it's just a wild spam onto like big box or like default. I don't even know where it was, but instantly lands on the head. And yeah, Adam B, I'm also surprised, like the timing was so perfect because the smoke just starts to fade here. And yeah, you see, my worry was that Lumi was going to kill him. And yeah, like look at that. No, sorry, that hype was going to kill Adam B. I was scared that because when the smokes fade, Hype would have an angle, doesn't take it, and then Lumi just gets this random spray that connects, and it's like, damn. Metizport, from having this like awful round to just building yourself out, and it's going to get even worse for alternate attacks. His perk's just been tagged on the cross, but Hyped takes matters into his own hand and just charges up middle with the AWP.
Yeah, I don't mind this aggressive playstyle from Hyped, and he has spotted Plopski, so we'll find him. So second kill acquired, and this is what alternate attacks need. This is, you know, kind of an aggressive play, a bit of a risk, and one that can pay out with the round. But obviously, Freddie, we've seen disadvantage rounds still go the way of Metizport. This can't be one. This would give them 12, and that's where we're kind of questioning. Look, surely things are too far gone. But Arrow, important find here, just going to drop the smoke and wait for his teammate and Freeze to rotate in.
I feel like if Metizport taught me anything this game is these rounds are winnable.
Yeah,
these rounds
definitely. Never drop your head.
Just need the opening kill. Just need that one kill from Lumi. There it is, baby.
Freeze is low.
There it is. Nilo's got a nade. Freeze is dead. What? Where's that nade go? How is that?
Dodged it.
What?
I think it landed on ramp.
Yeah, or like landed on the other box and like bounced off. Wait, has he lost track of where Freeze is?
Yeah,
wait,
just tap for it.
Lumi gets the kill on the Glock! Okay, Nilo did enough damage. So we've got the rotation coming in from short. There is a smoke. Lumi drops it towards short. Orzuk's looking to get ahead of it. I don't think this is the right play. This is a 2 versus 5, remember? You said to never drop your head. And now it's Lumi 1 versus 2, but Arrow puts an end to that madness from long.
I think the best actual thing for Metizport is not only is it the bomb plot, not only is it kind of alternate attacks' finances that come into question by finding 3 kills, but it's also the fact that you know that alternate attacks probably going to take a timeout now, probably going to kind of evaluate, look, that's a 5-on-2. What are we doing? We don't need to peek. They've got to plant the bomb to win the round. They've got to find these kills. Why are we looking to aggress? And obviously it's a great kind of final moment there from Arrow, but we both know that that round could have very comfortably gone the way of Metizport when it goes down to that 2-on-2. And I think alternate attacks need to take a long, hard look in the mirror, because another round that could have gone the way of Metizport when it's a 5 versus 2.
Didn't win the round, but you gotta take a lot of silver linings from that. Hella damage, and just adding even further pressure.
I like that Arrow's tucked himself in here. The problem is,
It's a good angle.
there's going to be loads of flashes that come over, and surely there's going to be someone peeking this. Molly for the close angle.
The flash is going through the door. Yeah, so this flash is not going to affect him. Lumi's throwing a flash through the doorway, and that's pretty standard to just get people out long. Okay, nope. Everyone runs away because, obviously, why would we ever do anything that we were set up to do and make Freddy look like a fool? But yeah, that angle's good to basically dodge that, right? Oh, okay, we're throwing on mid-smoke, and then we're going, oh, this is better now. The flash is going to get Arrow, it's just a default. However, they don't clear him, and he regains vision, and Arrow, this seems way too easy. That's an immaculate double, and then Freeze swoops in for the left-right good night and pulverizes Metizport.
Yeah, the best part of all of it is Freeze sends the flash as well, that kind of gives Arrow the isolation factor. It gives Arrow the opportunity to kind of create 1v1s there. Obviously, Freeze's rotation to get 2 as well is excellent. But alternate attacks now put themselves right back in contention, right back in competition, because it should just be an eco in the next. We're looking at a 9-10 scoreline, surely, for alternate attacks.
Don't know how that, like, Metizport, this is a round where they are going to be beating themselves up about. It's like, how does Arrow just get, like, how does that actually happen? Like, how does that go so wrong that you have 4 players long and just no one even trades? Like, why? It's really quite poor.
Yeah, one for 4 there, not a great.
Not great. I ain't no mathematician, but I know that's not a good ratio. And then, of course, the Tech 9 armor opens up this round single-handedly, because, yeah, naturally.
I'll be honest, I feel like the Tech 9 and 5.7 need a nerf. Both of those weapons are just too good. For $500, I was talking about it was in the game, it was the Gamer Legion final, of Series 13. It seemed like ZTR had more kills with a Tech 9 than he did an AK, and he was the Series MVP. And it's weird how many kills, how many openers you see with a Tech 9. I feel like that gun's just a little too busted.
I think what's nice is that it keeps you on your toes to force fire rounds, anti-force fire rounds. I think it's.
Yes.
I know people may not agree with that, but I think it does add a cool little layer of gameplay. But what is a cool little layer of gameplay is Orza just going pew 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 with the tech with the AK and just winning out the round. Bombs down. That's a biggie. So even though Adam B's made his way onto the bomb site, he's not gonna be able to plant the bomb as he doesn't have it in his grasp. And there are 3 players looking at him. He swings out. He is a dead man walking. 2 kills, not bad, all things considered. But alternate attacks, they're edging their way closer. It's a 1-round game, baby.
Yeah, definitely possibilities here for alternate attacks. The problem that we kind of haven't mentioned yet, and it's something that we're going to have to bring up, is alternate attacks. They're on a bit of a time pressure, aren't they, Freddy? They're on a bit of a time restraint because...
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, they've got another game that kicks off in an hour and 20 minutes time. Obviously, I don't know whether that game can get pushed back or whether they can have a, utilize tech pauses, etc. But I think right now, alternate attacks, the fact that this game has gone a little bit closer and the idea that Metizport could take map 1, it's that idea of if alternate attacks want to qualify, they'd have to maybe sacrifice that other game. So it's a bit of a mental battle and a bit of a mind game shift for alternate attacks, because not only have they got this game to play, but they've got another one in an hour and a half's time. What do you do if you're alternate attacks? If you lose here, do you just kind of... What's the game plan?
Honestly, man, like, This is definitely one of my big issues with this kind of tier of Counter-Strike is like, I don't know, like that shouldn't ever be an issue. Like you shouldn't ever, like, that just shouldn't be a thing. So
well, the worst thing is
I don't know,
they've got a whole free rest of the day. Surely someone should have been able to work it out.
See, the issue is, do you want to hear the issue? That's logical thinking.
Oh, very true.
Sometimes
logic goes out the window, yeah.
And also teams just can be really annoying scheduling. But this is a must-win game then, potentially. Must-win round, and Ozerk, there you go. What more do you want from him? He's completely alone, entrapped towards tunnels, smoked on both sides of him. He's dropped the bomb. The
Molotovs
has missed the bomb twice. Oh, that's so unfortunate. 10 seconds left and he falls, but Hype just rotated in on time. This Molotov's gonna land, and there's no time for the plant. Nilo can try all he wants, but there's no time. Alternate attacks, they even up the scoreline.
Yeah, I wanted to say that round's gone so wrong for Metizport, but it's gone so right for Ozerk again. I think alternate attacks, they're kind of showing similar signs to what we were saying about Metizport, where they're winning rounds. It's not confident, it's not kind of persuasive, but they're getting it done. And I think a lot of the time that's all you can ask for. But yeah, once the bomb goes down with minimal time, I think that's where we're all questioning, look, what do Metizport do now? But Hype, it's a great idea, rotating in, posted up towards tunnels, finds the pick and just backs away. But yeah, I think right now, Metizport, finally we're going to see their last tactical pause called. I think they've realised, okay, well, we probably should have won this. We probably should have looked to close this game out. And the fact that it is now back to this 10-10, this is where real issues begin to be seen.
That was such an awkward round where Orzers could be sitting there to be like, thank the Lord Hyped got that. Like, that was so... It was just so, like... I feel bad for Orzer because he drops 2 molos and they both get extinguished by the E of the smokes. It's a cool boost, I'm sure.
Yeah,
very underrated.
Nice,
very underrated. Don't see that enough, potentially. In a round where... God, I got these pistols around the hero AK, like, the saved AK, rather. I guess dubs the hero AK. Kind of need players to survive to act as human flashbangs. But,
I love a hero AK in these types of rounds. I think it can work wonders, and I think the problem is is when you've got someone who opts for a hero AK. Obviously this one's safe, but when you opt for a hero AK and then in the next round you'll see them bring out an AK, you know, no head armor, no utility. I think if you've gone for the hero AK, if you're the one to take that risk and you want to be the hero and you want to be the kind of the difference maker, you've then got to play a Mac 10, you've then got to play a Galil in the next, because you can't have it both ways. I think you've got to have the necessary equipment for the team. 2 versus 4 gone 2v3 though, and as the smoke fades, Nilo very much trapped. He spotted a player deep towards long though, and Shine needs to find him. Great pick here, arrow falling, both towards short, and Shine again with the AWP. It's now all on to Ozerk, and it's the hero AK of Nilo that can find Metizport. They steal away around. Ridiculous scenes here. They deny alternate attacks taking the lead, and they put themselves one step closer to closing out Dust 2.
I mean, that is, like, you know, this is kind of misplay for Hypes. Like, Arrow taking the first contact, should be waiting for his players on short to progress a little bit further up, because as soon as Arrow dies there, you have so much weight taken off Metizport's shoulders. But this is fabulous if you're a Swedish fan. That's the round of dreams. Fantastic from Shine and Nilo in that 2 versus 3, specifically post-plant. And now, look at the economy as well. Like, we had so many in a row for alternate attacks, and you've got Perks on a 5-7, and he's on 26 HP because he got tagged on the cross. So this is not a good position to be in whatsoever. And Metizport, they may have given alternate attacks that taste of success, only to rip it all away at the final moment. But Arrow, he still wants to keep this dream alive.
Arrow, yeah, can get one before falling, but the problem with, you know, these rounds being so ugly and rounds coming so close is one loss after leading That low loss bonus can just be so costly. 3-on-3 here now. Smoke dropped. Freeze trying to be pretty quick to Gandalf. There is a Molotov on Lumi though. Can block him off. Plopsky already crept up. Oh, and there is going to be the Molotov landing. And this is where Freeze needs to get himself out of the action, but looks to fight. No one holding. Where is the discipline from Metizport? They send the Molotov and then they just think, well, if he's there, he would have swung by now. And somehow, in that moment, Freeze can go 1-for-1. Bomb's still not planted though. This is where Perks can look to creep. It's that high risk, high reward moment. And Perks could be the hero or the villain. All four players in such close proximity. Pipe scope with the York. Plopsky smoke phase. Plopsky's got information of both, and now it's Lumi. The new guy on the block, but he gets one. The no-scope. Oh, this is an ugly 1v1, but it's an off 1v1 of which Lumi is successful upon. And Metizport continue. And Freddie, you spoke about the finances. You spoke about the weaponry here for alternate attacks. It's the 2k in the bank. You look, the only player who can get anything out is Freeze. But this is surely over.
Dude, that's a crazy no-scope. That's an amazing 1 versus 2. If anyone was watching ESL Challenger Final, this was Lumi's Alistair's grand final moment. Damn, dude. Ice in the veins, and for someone who's probably the least experienced player on the server, to be pulling out clutches like that in Metizport's first tournament with this new 5, on the brink of either qualification and elimination respectively, Metizport have been saved by their newest addition of Lumi on the Orb. Fantastic from him. That was a great clutch. But also, Nilo, like, getting that killer middle, like, is the small things that added up. And yeah, you mentioned the economics of this round. Alternate attacks, Scout, FAMAS, MP9 pistols. This is going to be Metizport taking away Dust 2, and alternate attacks are going to be having to go on to Nuke, most likely, which is not a map that we know them to be very good on.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of Nuke, Metizport probably could have had that easier qualification here to playoffs against Monty on Nuke. Bit of a fumble, they lost it in overtime. Yeah, Monty are a very strong team on Nuke, and I think when you're comparing alternate attacks to Monty and kind of Nuke to Dust, it's not a very convincing round, but things are looking up. How have these picks come through? It's the weaker weapons, but again, a bit of an oversight from Metizport. They look to keep themselves within the action, and in doing so, it could cost them, but we've seen big clutches, we've seen these magic moments, and Nilo could provide us with another. 1 versus 3 now, not messing about, he will stick the bomb. Scout attempting through the doors, Nilo repositions now, worried about tunnels, but all 3 retaking from the same position. It will be hyped to go in first, this is going to be an impossible round, and can't even fire off a shot.
How many low buys have we seen being won? It's actually like crazy. It's just racking up. But look, overtime's on the cards, and for alternate attacks, you sit there and you're like, so how do we play this one? Because we've got a game that starts in an hour against Monty Gen.
Yeah, if they lose Nuke,
what do we?
Well, they've got to win Dust first. Well, they've got to get themselves overtime first, but yeah.
Yeah, they got to get overtime first. And to be honest, that's probably the easiest part right now, because you've actually done the hardest part of... You've won the low purchase. Like, you've won on the 5-7s, you won on the low buy, you've shut down Metizport, and now you put them on a very difficult situation economically. So it's just going back and forth, back and forth. The Swedes getting a taste of their own medicine potentially here.
I think the worst thing as well, Freddie, is imagine alternate attacks take it to overtime. You know, we're getting to third OT and then Metizport win it anyway. It would have actually been, on a time basis, better for alternate attacks to lose in regulation than if they lose in overtime.
I think, yeah, I mean, either way, losing's pretty rough.
Losing's not, yeah.
Imagine Adam B just spams this.
He seems very aware.
Well, he was just aware. He's just holding for someone to push through the door, and that is a very peculiar one for Mr. B over there. Don't know quite what the game plan was precisely there. Don't know why we're just running through a smoke. Feels like that's given away potentially overtime. But Metizport, they're just going to group up. They're going to play 4 players towards short, and they're just walking into the stack. This should be easy pickings for alternate attacks.
Yeah, the fact there's a player towards Goose as well. Oh, a miss Molotov makes things even worse for Nillo. Scout on Lumi. Oh, great from Lumi there. Finds Freeze. Nillo with an excellent shot as well. And this round's been flip-flopped. We've still got the 2 low HP players, aTTaX and Hype, remaining. Hype's got to go huge. Got the orb, might go for a hero jump up, but dealing with the players in short is going to be the difficulty. Perks spotted out, both players are low, but he can actually find them both here. It's all going to be about delaying, but oh, even more damage dealt. And Perks gets traded out. It's now all on Hype and Nillo. Back and forth. Oh, it's aTTaX. He's got a kit, but surely just not enough time for this clutch. And the swing from Nillo. He wins Metizport Dust 2. And it is Nillo to be that difference maker. Had a really tough start, as we mentioned before, but 23 and 14, Freddie.
I mean, yeah, he was like 0 and 5 or whatever, so he definitely does come up from Trump stand. Like, you know, he basically started off that crusade for Metizport. Like, he wins the Dust 2, the B anti-rush on the city side. Like, that was him orchestrating 3 kills, so it was really important for him. That started off his succession, and to be honest, I don't know what the hell just happened in that last round. Like, everyone at one stage, there was like 7 players alive. Everybody was low HP. No one had any health. And it's the fact that that round starts off with Adam B running through a smoke on long, giving away his life, to then Metizport just trading out onto the bomb site. Very poor from both teams, realistically. But that's it. Metizport, they win their opponent's map pick, and they're going to go on to nuke here. This is very much in their favor now. So when we come back after this break, let's see if they can push it over the line and work it out in their favor. A very exhilarating map number 1, where Metizport just about came up on top at the end there. It was back-to-back low buys, everybody winning everything that they shouldn't have, but ultimately it's aTTaX who on their map pick falter 11 to 13, and now we go on to Nuke. It's the Swedes map pick, and statistically this should be looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at it for Metizport, it's the 2 new additions and the kind of the star rifler that really impress. You look at Shiny, had big moments. You think back to that triple kill that he gets on the B bomb site and Dust. Obviously, Nilo was a bit slow to start, but was a consistent factor throughout. And obviously, Lumi, he was able to do it against Hyped, you know, a player that we have known in this tier 2 scene for quite some time. He has been able to put up big results. So I've been very impressed by the individuals here. And the fact that it is their opponent's map pick just leaves me feeling so confident here for Metizport on map number 2. I think their nuke is something that can be pretty impressive. But look, thoughts and feelings, Freddie. Do you think we can see an upset? Do you think we can see aTTaX kind of map trade and take it to that 3rd and final? Or is it going to be that 2-0 that I think many people are expecting?
Yeah, no, this ain't going to a 3rd map. And even with the fact that Metizport don't have Mirage in the veto, which seems to be a pretty good map for them, Nuke is it's a map, alright. They tend to kind of ban this around, yeah, like, I mean, with it being played 4 times, you can see that in the 7 map veto, in a very heavy 7 map pool, quotation mark, they tend to ban this map majority of the time. Metizport have played this twice with the new roster. They lost it overtime to Monty and 11-13 to Zero Tenacity. Those are not only harder opponents, but better teams on Nuke than aTTaX. So I think with aTTaX's lack of experience, and when they have played, it's been very poor on this map, this should be looking pretty good for Metizport to take this series 2-0.
See, the interesting thing is you say it's a 7-map pool for aTTaX. It feels like a 5-map pool. You look at Mirage as well. Yeah. It's so interesting why you would opt to have 2 that are just so weak instead of just focusing on 1. It's a poor decision. I hate the idea about it. I think if you're not able to play 5 maps well, why would you even go for full 7? But back and forth pistol here, Adam B has doubled down though, and Hyped rotating in from Squeaky, ready and waiting for Freeze's rotation in from Heaven. Oh, and that's going to surely confirm the round, especially with the knowledge of Hype's position. Oh, Freeze finding Nilo there. Even on low HP, he's having that impact, but Plopsky, a couple missed shots eventually will confirm. But it's Adam B on the pistol. It's exceptional here. And Metizport kick things off very nicely on Nuke. And with being a heavily CT-sided map, this is the expectations that aTTaX certainly not hoping for.
Yeah, it's just worst case scenario. Like, I don't really know. aTTaX are in a very awkward position where they have an official an hour against Monty Gen, so if this goes to a 3rd map, then they have to weigh up which tournament they want to play in. But
yeah,
I don't think this is going to a 3rd map, so they should have a pretty easy decision on their hands.
Well, the thing is, I think they've already weighed up that decision, right? I think aTTaX, it's not like they're gonna kind of look to play this here. If they win, play another, you know. It's clear that they're focusing here for CCT. I think it's because it is that kind of backs up against the wall. It would be their final game in the Swiss, and it's the idea that they can make it to playoffs still. Yeah, in the other event, it's not so kind of difficult for them. It isn't that be all and end all. But I'm totally agreeing with you. I think they'll probably have time to play both, no issues. They're probably going to lose on Nuke, and the way in which this round goes, you see Plopsky so deep already in Secret. And obviously, Nilo's been able to find that kill towards Ramp so comfortably. This is not the alternate attacks that I think anyone was hoping for. I think the worst part of all of it is there's no kind of there's no excuses for alternate attacks. There's a roster that's been together for quite some time now. You know, the main core for over 2 years, Arrow and Hyped for over half a year, for 7 months. Yeah, on the side of Metizport, you know, this is still new additions. This is still kind of, you know, lacking of synergies. And the fact that Metizport are looking like the far stronger team tactically is the real disappointing factor.
Yeah, I mean, aTTaX have been a really weird a very weird figure in the tier 2 scene, because obviously they won a CCT against like very decent opponents, Bait being one of them. They've beaten Sinners recently, like these RMR level contenders, and then they turn around and lose in the like play-in stage back to back, and then they, you know, kind of get dumpstered in the main Swisses. It's like a bit confused, really.
Yeah.
You do get a bit confused, and Metizport already showing better signs of hope, even though they're a lot fresher team. And that could be side down to the individuals as well, just being, I think, a little bit better. Like on alternate attacks, a big issue you've always had is, I think, a big absence of a good, honest to goodness, just star player. I think you can say players do well, but there's not one player on this roster comparatively to Metizport that is like a proper just like star player.
Yeah, you know, I think we look at it and we say alternate attacks, they've got players that can have moments. You know, you look at Perks, you look at your Orzex, and obviously hyped on the big green. But I think you're completely right. I think when you look at Metizport, we're going to be saying Nilo is that kind of crazy style rifler. He's done it for quite some time, and obviously for the Metizport side, he's been a real star. But yeah, I think they just need to get some crazy young talent that can just rip up the server. Maybe not have the best of ideas and the best of experience, but they need someone who can just hit heads.
It's really funny. They play with the captain of their academy team, aTTaX Evo sometimes when they need to stand him. It's called Widow. Plays better than majority of the players on the main roster. I find that quite amusing. But anyways, off we go. AE execute, and look at Orzex. He's in the smoke, pops his head out after Arrow takes the contact. 1 for 1 though on the bomb site for the German side. That's not going to be enough, as now Metizport can play a post plant.
Yeah, the problem they're going to face as well. We've still got these double HEs. We've got the Molly landing as well. Great awareness and great discipline. aTTaX, he's just getting triple kills round after round. He's 10-0. And the most memorable thing about aTTaX in this server is going to be that round where he pushes out long when he just runs out into the grass of Orzex on dust. Yeah.
Hey,
I guess he's forgotten about that mistake.
It doesn't matter though, because if you're 10-0 and you just traded the bomb site perfectly, fine by me, baby. Fine by me. It's 4-0 for Metizport. T-side nuke. It's always dangerous when a team gets a good lead on the T side of nuke. If you just get the ball rolling, you get to a stage where you're like maybe 5-0, 6-0, and it's like, well, anything from this point is a luxury, and we haven't lost a round yet.
Okay, this is going to be... It's never going to happen, but if aTTaX gets an ace in this round and none of his teammates die, he will have the same amount of kills as the other 9 players combined.
Gosh.
So fingers crossed, that's what we're hoping for. An aTTaX ace and no CT kills.
Let's get it.
That's the dream. Dies to Orzex here and Squeaky. Dream's dead. I'm calling it. I think he's outside, so I don't...
Nilo, how dare you take away the dream?
Yeah.
How dare
aTTaX
you?
has been chipped away at as well.
Yeah,
Could be his first death.
No, don't speak. That's blasphemy. Don't you dare speak about our Lord in vain.
aTTaX.
It's never going to be his first death. Also, good heads-up awareness from Nilo here. Very aware. It's literally running. It's literally run back into T-spawn. He just reset to default. He's like, okay, guys, just gonna chill out here while you guys do
win it
your
3v2.
thing. It's actually a world they don't win this round, and this is the start of that world, because Nilo and aTTaX are both very low, and that's gonna be Nilo reaping the benefits of his patience and his awareness.
Yeah, great discipline. Lovely stuff there. Perks could go searching just to find aTTaX. Just to give him that first death. Yeah, right now Metizport, we're 5-0. I think it's safe to say alternate attacks. things were far too close on Dust 2, and if they wanted any chance at the series, they needed success there. But even if it did get to Vertigo, I think we both know that Vertigo's a map that neither team are all too convincing upon, and I think we'd still be favouring Metizport.
I was actually really scared that round was just going to be won by Perks, but luckily not. And Adam B, yet to fool. 10-0, baby.
Yeah, lives to fight another day. He just got dinked down early by an MP9. He just kept himself out of the action.
Life is good. Life is good.
It doesn't feel like a game. This doesn't feel like a 2-2 kind of playoff fight match.
Yeah,
It doesn't have that essence. This feels like a round one stomp from one team.
Slog of a map one, and then
yeah.
I mean, this is exactly what happened at the beginning of Dust 2. Metizport just showed up and aTTaX didn't. Very disappointing to see aTTaX, yeah, just not really showing up yet on the server here. A lot of these rounds have been quite lopsided. Again, similar to what happened over on Dust 2, but this is a big round. Can they get the ball rolling to some accord? And Perks is very lucky that he's alive there. Survived on 15 HP. The spam between him and Nilo heavily comes in favor of the Swede, but Hype does actually open the proceedings here on round 6. He gets a nice kill with the orb, but he has allowed the 3 players to rotate down towards the B-bomb site. B-bomb site's going to be caved in because the only player here to defend is Perks on 15 HP. He should be dealt with very quickly. Oh, I spoke too soon because that's a fantastic kill on Lumi.
Yeah, the problem is Nilo's still here towards the top side, and once this smoke fades, if he finds Arrow, we're going to see a fast rotation up vent, surely. Yeah, and Plopsky now just needs to make that decision. Needs to head his way up, and as he finds Freeze, that is going to be that decision. This is the problem. We see the over-rotation from alternate attacks. It seems like they're just far too hungry for round victories. They know that the second any contact or any presence is shown, we're just seeing far too many over-rotates, and it's all on the basis that alternate attacks, they're playing from a real position of weakness.
I don't know. Don't necessarily think that was an over-rotation. Metizport had the B-bomb site. I don't like. I don't want to sit here and say this is a weakness for alternate attacks. Like, that was just good rotations, and Metizport win the round because of their good plays, not alternate attacks' mistake. Like, I don't think we should be calling that a weakness of alternate attacks because they're in a bad position. They have to rotate. Like, they just rotated because they lost the B-bomb site. They had the confirmation there were 3 players down towards B, and they rotated down quite nicely. The only issue is that Nilo's able to catch off the vent player, and then Metizport are in a position where they can react off that. That's just a nice play from Metizport, not a bad play from alternate attacks.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that these 3 players can get down towards Secret with that lack of knowledge. You said it was the first rotation in the low HP of Perks, and it has to be said, Perks is really well in that round. With the lacking of health, the fact he can still find the AWP there of Lumi is excellent, but I think alternate attacks are really struggling here. I think it was their first instance of finding the opening kill, and that's where we see alternate attacks needing to reap the rewards of it, but without trailing 6-0, and the round seemingly only just started. The bomb's now ticking down.
This is a save, potentially, for alternate attacks, just straight up. But because they are 0-6 down, it might force them to go for it. It might aggravate them forward. They've got a kit on Orzuk and Perks. You've got 4 players retaking from Ram. About a quarter left, and now they're only just coming in. Plopsky has let someone go past him, but it's triggered discipline. He's able to find a brace because of that, and yeah, alternate attacks. Now the save has to be called, but how many players can survive? The answer is only one. Many do come down with the ship for Metizport, but that is definitely coming out in their favor.
Well, you got 2 players above 10k. I don't think Metizport's money is the thing that's going to be problematic. Already, though, Freddie, we're looking at the finances for alternate attacks, and we've got an investment coming through. The money's not perfect. Hype can drop over an M4, but there's going to be limitations. We're seeing it on util for both Perks and Freeze. We're seeing it with the fact that there's just one defuse kit on Arrow. But alternate attacks, they're in this scenario where they've just got to keep investing. They've got to finally have these rounds. But even if they find all 5, you know, you're looking at side favouring for Metizport here on Nuke. Their T side usually not a strong point. They've got a 32.6% win rate on their T side. The vast majority of rounds where Metizport are victorious, it's their CT side. But we might not even have much of a CT side to witness for Metizport because they are dominating here.
I actually just feel bad for alternate attacks because like that last round, like in any normal situation you just call the save in a 5 versus 5 like that, but because you feel like you have to hit the rounds, you go for something a little bit more drastic. But speaking of drastic, nice aggression outside. Oh, hello guys. Plopsky and Freeze hold hands in the smoke, but Freeze, the AK unfortunately just comes out on top for Plopsky. He gets a dink off, but yeah, AKs do a little bit more damage, and this is a very chaotic affair. Kills coming out left, right, and center. Players trying to take space off the kills they've just gotten. It's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I think as well, alternate attacks, they kind of have everything covered, but the problem is the lack of trades. And Perks wanting to try and take some control towards lobby, loses out to Lumi. And this is where alternate attacks, they've got to take a bit of a gamble. Orzek sent himself down towards the B bomb site. Arrow trying to get himself hot on the heels. I'd like to see Orzek try and progress there through windows, because you'd see that ramp is in fact clear and they aren't going to be heading. But Arrow, nice discipline. Doesn't look for that flanking, in doing so can find Lumi. Still with the fact that players are going to be in heaven, difficulties can be seen on this retake. Arrow. He's done so much in this round, and he's going to have to do even more as Orzek, they've snuffed him out, spotted him outside, and this is where difficulties can be seen because Shine, he's crept his way towards CT Vent. First kill there, and should get a second, but at least the trade comes through. Nilo will close out the round, and it's a team ace for Metizport. It's a team performance all around, and yeah, it was a bit kind of a bit awkward at the start. Bit back and forth, but when it matters, Metizport, they still find it. But Freddy, this is a very, very poor performance from alternate attacks.
It's one way to
surely,
put it.
Yeah, well, but it's not a playoff performance from them, is it? You don't look at this game and go, well, alternate attacks, let's see how deep they can make it in the playoffs. They're yet to get around on the CT side of Nuke.
Send them back to the play-ins, I say. Either way, that was a great 2 versus 2 play in isolation for Shine and Nilo. That was very impressive. Crossfire, great reposition from Shine, and Metizport, they're just playing some really solid Counter-Strike, and I guess they get a little bit lucky that they spiral the opening kills outside. Alternate attacks, they're actually going for outside aggression once again. Freeze.
Lucky to be alive.
Did he not get... Ooh, this is an interesting one. I thought he would have got hurt being tagged in the Molotov and, you know, they would have stayed a little bit to hold for him, but apparently not. I think he may have gone unnoticed, and Plopsky needs to be careful because of that.
The most painful thing is, you might go unnoticed, but the rest of the team looking to fight towards lobby, and once Plopsky goes down, this is going to be the call to hit towards ramp. They know that the outside players a little bit aggressive, and Adam B, great find onto Perks. We've seen a rotation from Hyped, but now just needs to back away. Ooh, missed Molotov. And that will actually delay their take towards B, which could actually change up their whole ideas. They will still actually continue to go towards the B bomb site. The delay, in fact, might help them out because we see a nade of the smoke coming through from the CTs. Freeze, he's just sitting within it. Freeze is going to be the difference maker here. Can find his first, and now the bomb plant comes into question, and Freeze can double. Nilo, so late to swing there. He gives so much time for Freeze. And they're going to have to wait, but they've not got much time. 8 seconds now. It's going to have to be the kills that win this round. Nilo, he can find Arrow. Oh, it's all on Hyped. No time to plant, and Hype will win this round. It's unfortunate, but time just goes against them. It has to be said. Freeze does everything there for alternate attacks. First round of the board on the CT side now.
Adam B is going to be kicking himself a little bit. 2 versus 1. Metizport actually had the advantage number-wise somehow at the end there. But yeah, very unfortunate. If Adam B had just got that final kill, that would have been round 1 through the process of elimination. However, yeah, as you mentioned, Freeze, there's just so many smokes. There was like 3 smokes down towards single door, and naturally he abuses that. But that round starts off with actually an opening kill. You know, aTTaX, they actually get like nice work done outside. Plopsky falls, and it kind of forces Metasport's hand for one of the first times this map. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it could at least give you a redeeming feature of this map if aTTaX are able to string the next 3 in a row, making it 4 in a row, and getting potentially onto the second half with 4 rounds. It might give them a chance, but a very slim one at that. But that's gonna have to be it. Like, they can't lose any more rounds from this stage. They have to go flawless.
I love the maturity and discipline from Metizport. You know, they've just lost that round straight away. They go for attack pause. They're not messing about. They realize, okay, well, we might have slipped up, we might have messed up there, and let's ensure victory here. Let's make sure we close this out, because I think we all know, Freddie, how these games can just absolutely flip. If aTTaX do win these final 3, they take the pistol, then we're looking at an 8-6, and obviously it's a game of CS. Anything can really happen. So I like the fact that Metizport realize they're in a quite an interesting position, because although they're looking very dominant on Nuke, they do have to confirm these rounds, because aTTaX very much can come back into it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not feeling confident, but as I said, it's a game of CS. Anything can happen.
Here we go, though. Perks, he's got a double in this round already. Bomb is down and isolated in the open. This round's not over, actually. As bad as this may seem, this round is far from over, and it's because of Plopsky's positioning in heaven. Issue is, Lumi loses out the AWP duel. That's what had to happen. We had to spiral upwards for Metizport. We had to get Plopsky get his kill on A. We had to have Lumi win out of the AWP duel. But unfortunately, Lumi loses, and then that kind of goes down from there. But okay, 2 out of the 4 claimed full aTTaX, and this one done quite easily, all orchestrated by Perks towards ramp.
So they're halfway there, but I think aTTaX, they've still got a very, very uphill battle. Already Metizport again, though, doubling down with these tactical pauses. You wouldn't expect it to be Metizport, the team that are 8-2 up, to be the ones to use their first 2 tacks. aTTaX, they haven't used any of their timeouts yet. And realistically, they probably should have used them quite a while ago. You're looking at when Metizport were 4-0 up. But do you believe in a comeback? You think there's any chance?
No.
No.
Just kind of entertaining it for the viewer retention, I guess, and I don't know. Maybe, yeah. This should be, like, this has just been 2 very messy rounds from Metizport. Realistically, 9 at the T side of Nuke, like, you're already smiling, and you've also got aTTaX maybe just going, yeah, just might forfeit here, you know, prepare for the next series, just call it quits.
Yourself an extra 15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, just be like, well, probably not going to win this game, so cheerio. They're not going to do that, guys. Well, I don't think so anyways.
You'd hope not. Only there's a bit of water spill. That's what we got word.
See, I never understand this from people. Just like, grow up and buy a water bottle. Just like...
Also, it seems like it happens quite a lot.
It happens so much.
On a daily basis, someone spills
I don't know
water.
daily basis, but like...
But it's got to be a desk slam, right? That's the only way that the water can be spilled.
I don't know. I remember when I sometimes just like knock shit over with my hand.
Just like accidentally just...
Like, if you've got like a pint glass, if you've got like a pint glass, you just don't realize, and you just kind of like move your hand left, and you're like, oh, there's water on my table now.
Let's be honest, it's not water though, is it? You're not saying pint glass and water.
No, wait, do you not drink water out of a pint glass?
No, I go bottle all the way.
Oh yeah, I go bottle now, but I like, you know, do you not have just like an abhorrent amount of pint glasses in your house?
Yeah, as a true Englishman.
You don't
Just
know where
far
they've
too
come
many.
from.
He stole them all from the pubs, allegedly.
Allegedly. That's the spirit.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I'm more of a just because I've knocked over glasses in my time, but it's all
Yeah,
come from
same.
rage. See, mine's like a pure desk slam and just the reverberation.
How are
knocking
you
over the
knocking
glass.
over a full pint glass though with reverberations?
It's not just a one desk; it's a full-on barrage. I've gone through many desks in my time.
You have?
Yeah, I've gone
Okay,
through.
that's
I want to say
actually
two.
worrying. That's actually worrying.
I feel like it was in the past, you know. I'm changed.
Sure. I broke a chair once.
Old school Rotoshore pack opening vibes.
But the somewhat similar. But do you know a game called For Honor?
I've definitely heard of it.
The
Yeah.
irony of it's the least honorable game known to mankind, and we were doing the campaign, and we were doing it on like. Oh wait, 1 second. No, never mind. Round's over. Doesn't matter. We were doing so like the campaign is like it basically like the missions are quite lengthy, right? And to do it on the hardest difficulty, you know, you get the challenges of doing the hardest difficulty. Basically,
You don't get
if
checkpoints or anything.
So you don't get any checkpoints, and if you do it in a duo, like when one person dies, like you just automatically restart. And we were at the very end. Like when I say like, I mean like I want to say like half an hour of like a mission, and this is hard as well, like intense.
I thought you were gonna say like 6 hours.
No, but still, like, and I was like 13, and this guy dies, and like we went to school together, didn't talk to him for a week, got up and just flipped my chair, landed on the wooden flooring of my room. Dad runs into my room. I'm just sat there sitting on the floor, chair broken next to me, just like, not a good look, not a good look.
Yeah, there's always a story behind a broken chair or a broken desk.
Broken a controller playing Skyrim. Not my proudest moment.
See, I've never been a controller breaker.
I just lobbed mine at the wall.
The worst, because like it would be like you're in a game, you break your controller, and then you just have to sit there and watch yourself constantly die, and there's nothing you can do. See,
I had
my
it was 360, so I had like an abundance. It was when
You would have
controllers
10 of
didn't.
them.
It was like
10.
when controllers didn't cost like €70.
Yeah, very true. What a tangent. Well, alternate attacks, they will get their third, you'd hope, with Nilo being 15 HP.
We turned a boring game into a fun game.
Conversations about, you know, bit of rage. I think alternate attacks.
What's your
gonna be
biggest
raging about this
rage? What's your like? Is there a standout moment to you where you were like, whoa, like that was
Mine was-
like, bam.
Yeah, so mine wasn't even in a competitive game. Mine was during 5M.
5M?
GTA RP. I was a bit of an enjoyer of that, yeah. And it was just that was a desk slammer and a half. Oh, it was painful.
As in like, when you say
Just,
death slam, like, break this down for me.
So okay, so it's bad servers. I'm playing on NA servers,
Okay.
and it's just a classic lag out, big moment, and it's one of those where it was like a 3-hour storyline converging to this one and then just lag out, and it was just painful.
Just
in a gunfight, it was
desk broke.
Yeah. No, that wasn't the desk break. That was my angriest moment. Because the desk break comes from years of slamming the desk, and then you'll like rest, I don't know, like a Domino's pizza box, and it would just fold inwards.
Oh,
like
yeah. The chair flip for me was definitely like, that was one of the all-time moments. What is another all-time moment? It's how Metizport could just end off this game right here, and you know what? They have. Ladies and gentlemen, back to podcast mode.
Yeah, there's not really much to tell about this game. I think
the game's over. The game was over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, ever since after Dust 2 went the way of Metizport, I think we all knew this game was over. You just look at the stats, you look at kind of the way in which Metizport won Dust, and the individuals for alternate attacks. There's no persuasion. There's nothing about this where you can think alternate attacks are going to take it. Now they head to Metizport CT side where they've got over double a win rate to their T side. There's just nothing that can be done here for alternate attacks.
Oh, already thinking about what I'll eat for lunch. No, that was a joke. But this should be
Forced by alternate attacks. They've got to win this.
Oh no!
It's the gamble call, but
This is Elo's gone 1 for 1. This is not going well for Metizport, actually. This seems like a really this is an awkward outside push. Okay, what are our reactions? Adam B coming around towards hell.
I think the problem is Shine's
This
taking
is
all
good.
control
No,
of
this
lobby.
this is good. This is good reactions from Metizport.
That isn't,
Walking
though.
into scout, however, is not a good play. Why don't we go again? Oh, it actually works.
Yeah, great find from Adam there.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, and Shine's taking some space. This is going to be problematic because alternate attacks, they're going to spend, 15, 20 seconds shifting towards outside. They've kind of got to go towards main. They don't have time to head elsewhere, and we've still got Shine to work with. Adam B's creeping into lobby. Yeah, I really don't think there's any way in which alternate attacks win this. They're in a 3 versus 2, yet I'm still favouring Metizport just based on positioning alone. Okay, that smoke gives them a real benefit, but Shine, he's going to disrespect it. I love the idea. There's 16 seconds. The bomb's on Perks. If Perks doesn't look at this smoke, this round's over. Shine, he's so close to the smoke. They're going to let the low HP player plant? Oh, I don't love this. Shine pushed through the smoke, but he's just tucked towards vent.
Oh, he can't really get out. Like, it's easy. Like, this is the hard position to be in. Oh, he's taken the timing, though. 1 versus 3, baby. The IGL. To really prove why they've picked him up. So it's his first tournament in the team. They're looking to make playoffs, and he can put them one step further. There you go. 2 HP, and he leads by example.
Look, we were saying alternate attacks are going to have a troublesome time when it comes to winning this. Any comeback is an impossibility. But look, that was the first time where we were thinking, okay, alternate attacks, they finally put kind of the first pieces of the puzzle together, but he's just thrown it all over the floor. Shine, any chance of alternate attacks weaving their way back in has been ripped apart from the MP9 1 versus 3. Well, unlucky alternate attacks. Enjoy your next series. It'll be starting very soon. CCT season 14. That's it was good while it was going, but it is done.
I can't wait for them to win this game. I can't wait for Alternate Attacks to come back and win this like 13-3 now. Like, they are going to win 10 rounds in a row flawlessly. I guarantee.
You guarantee it?
I guarantee.
A grimy guarantee.
A grimy guarantee. Because, yeah, I mean, look, they've got space outside. Lumi's AWP. What AWP? Holding for the main cross. Well, guess what, buddy? They're down secret. And you're not going to have any information for quite a while, actually. And rotations are going to be... This is actually legitimately quite a good round for Alternate Attacks. They have got 3 players down B, and only now are we starting to see Metizport shift up slightly in their default and try to take some control towards lobby. Alternate Attacks should, theoretically, if they don't overthink this, get a bomb down and be able to insinuate a bomb plant, and then also have these players lurking outside.
Yeah, the only issue that alternate attacks will have is the lacking utility. Just the one defuse kit on Adam B, but
Save? Yeah.
yeah, I don't mind it.
Save?
Why not? I think realistically you're going to be running into the bomb site with no real idea. We saw it from alternate attacks and it did not work out. So yeah, good decision. Metizport, they will lose the round. I don't even know. Well, I was going to say I don't even know if a single bullet's been fired this round, but eventually we'll see Perks find Plopsky.
What's crazy is that they did just actually cross outside with, like, with no smokes. They just crossed.
Shifted.
And I don't think Lumi was expecting that. Like, he had the AWP outside. We're maybe waiting for some utility. He had a nade, right? Like, he was waiting for a smoke so he could blow that up, whatever. And he wasn't actually holding the outside cross. If Lumi was holding that cross, that round would be a completely different story. But Alternate Attack do something quite brazen, but ultimately something that's not repeatable.
Yeah, it's just the idea now of Metizport. They're going to have an investment where there aren't those limitations. I say that, there is still just the one defuse kit. Nilo's opting to keep some money in the reserve, so is Lumi. Shine with a FAMAS. Had 4 players surviving, yeah. I guess they've got full util. So far so good though, Freddie. You said 10 rounds on the bounce for alternate attacks. They're 10% of the way through.
Ten in a row. It was a good start.
Was a good start.
It's also another great round where you've got Warzone already in secret. It's a good setup though from Metizport. I like this. 1B, AWP ramp, best part of 3 players on A. Plopsky with the primary rifle and Heaven should be able to try and restrict Freeze's movement outside. Don't just quite allow him to control everything. Issue is now, this is, oh, okay. Yeah, so they had to go for a lobby crunch because now we've got a threat from main, Shine, sorry, Nilo. I don't know how he gets a second there with the MP9. That's super, super impressive. He's on 21 kills. And look at the reaction. Adam B and Vent. Oh, nope. Doesn't get caught off guard. Unfortunately, Hyped reads into him perfectly. And, yeah, I mean, I rarely see coming up Vent be successful. Sometimes you just gotta go secret and just go the long way around.
Yeah. Yeah, or if you are going to be going up vent, make sure the players on the bomb site are creating enough presence and pressure. There was flashbangs, there was HEs, there was smoke grenades. Just send something to kind of keep those 3 remaining Ts guessing. They have perfect knowledge of where Lumi resides. Utility coming over. They got double HEs as well, which they're going to send. Lumi. Oh, okay, they're giving him 1v1s.
However, alternate attacks are more than happy to have some casualties. It's all in the name of success. Some of you may die, but it's a risk they are willing to take. And it's more important to get the AWP out of the hands of Metizport in this round than use a rifle or whatever. But, okay, the Germans, they're holding on. They're staying alive.
Yeah, look, prediction still coming through. You know, I back it. I'm with you. Alternate attacks win this one. Imagine. I think it would be the fumble of the century.
One of the fumbles of all time, for sure.
Yeah. I don't think it would matter, though. Metizport probably win on Verti anyway if they somehow lose here on Nuke. Nilo, he's got a lot of money in the reserve. I think that's to gift the AWP to Luby. But I think maybe we need to see Metizport opt to kind of bring out rifles instead of the AWP. But I think Lumi's been somewhat ineffective here with the big green.
I mean, he hasn't really had he's never really had any impact or like contact early stages. Like outside, he was holding main cross. They went secret. He went ramp. They went outside. I feel like just having the AWP outside would probably be the best thing.
Just a little peek in garage, just something a bit more aggressive.
Or just like hold for the secret cross, play around credit, use your grenades for the smokes if they come down. I don't know, just anything other than what he's been doing so far. But he's not gonna have the AWP in this round. Oh wait, no, sorry, it will be. Nilo can drop it over. Or he'll get it eventually. He'll get a AWP. 11-6. We still should be closing this out shortly for Metizport. Should just be a matter of time.
3 rounds in a row though for alternate attacks. At least they can kind of
sometimes
take away the but they can take away some positives in just okay. Well, at least we didn't get mega stomped. At least we didn't lose 13-3 here. Nice find there in Garage. Orzek with the trade. Arrow finds as well. Man advantage here for alternate attacks, and Nilo taking a risk. Perks. Oh, gonna go right into the hands of Nilo. Shine in a great position. Surely this is a 12. And the missed shot from Hyped. It's all on Orzek. And Metizport finally to get themselves 12. Surely. A monumental clutch would be needed here from Orzek. We've seen a big one from Shine. We've already seen a 1 versus 3 here on Nuke. We cannot expect another one, though.
I don't know. Bombs down on the site as well. Like,
surely too difficult.
yeah. That was a really good shutdown on the A bomb site from Nilo and Shime. IGL and a touted player of the year combined perfectly. Like, Nilo takes the first contact, then Shine's playing an off angle where alternate attacks are not expecting him to be there. I think in that 3 versus 5 it was, or 3 versus 4, I don't think they expect 2 players A, because it's like maybe the double ramp push, maybe one more outside. Orzek, I'm not gonna lie, you know, you see that first shot and you're like, okay, he's on for it, but no.
And then you see Nilo kind of lining up for the peak as well. Yeah, it's a scary
23
one.
and 9, he's doing pretty well. It's all right at the game, I guess. Yeah, no.
You know what?
Not a great round though. I will say though, that just isn't a good round for Metizport. Like, Plopsky was 1-4 outside, not good enough. The double ramp push doesn't work out. They get saved by the A bomb site, realistically.
Well, I think the problem is they lose control towards outside and ramp, yet alternate attacks still hit towards A, and it begs the question that why? You know the final players
control ramp. There was still 1 player ramp, and they wrapped main.
It's the idea of
Game plan was sound, trades were bad.
I don't know. I never love an A hit after finding picks outside. I think it's always better.
You found 1 pick outside and wrapped main. Like, is there an issue with that though?
We see 2 come out of Heart and 1 Squeaky. I think, you know, the majority is still.
Yeah, it's bad trades.
We always have differing opinions. I think they go ramp there. They should have done anyway.
There was an AWP still ramp. That was the issue.
It could have. They had the guy outside. They had, it was Orzek, right?
Yeah, they would just have to pump the brakes, then maybe send him outside. But either way, they didn't get the good trades. Regardless, that probably would have been a theme wherever they went.
Yeah.
And in this round, so you need to cross outside. You have got smokes for the cross. Issue is you've only got 1 because Orzek's got the second down on B, so they're going to have to cross dry. They do have an AWP at their disposal to play at range. And Lumi, once again, struggling to find impact, and because of that, it's allowed for alternate attacks to scale down towards B for free, and Perks is adding pressure onto the upper bomb side, just sowing the seeds of confusion in the heads of Metizport.
Just going to be the save, though, for Metizport. Quite happy to give alternate attack 7. There's no real need for them to give this one a go. But the finance is pretty poor. There's no need throwing these weapons away. I still think, though, for alternate attacks, it's the idea that they've done a very good job kind of silencing Lumi. Obviously, Nilo, he's taking all the attention and obviously going to be the real focal point and the difference maker for Metizport. But we still need to see something from Lumi. Especially because Lumi had a pretty decent game on Dust. Was one of the players to watch. Obviously, was that top performer when you look at rating. Obviously not in the kill department. That one taken by Nilo. But yeah, I think I was very, very impressed with Lumi on Dust. But it's clear to see the differing in kind of ability when we look at a map that is very AWP-centric, a map that you can really dominate with the scope weapons like Dust 2. And it's clear that obviously Nuke, you can have that similar impact with the AWP, but Lumi certainly isn't providing it here on Nuke.
We go again. We go again. Comeback is still real. Overtime, here we go.
Nearly halfway there.
Nearly.
Yeah, 4 in a row now.
Just gotta get over the... I mean... Ooh. Oh no, this is the round. It's all falling apart.
It's devastating.
Oh,
How is this the
three
one?
opening kills in succession, and Arrow only trades out a P250. Oh dearie me. Oh no. Metizport, they could be. This should be playoffs right here in this round.
Yeah, it should be all said and done here. I think Metizport, we knew that they were going to take it, but it was a question of not if, but when. Arrow, though, could deny. Needs to find two here, in fact. Needs to spot out Nilo. Surely he's seen the gun barrel. Or maybe not.
What?
How has Nilo not been accounted for? They just needed to peek, and Nilo will find them both. Arrow, he just needed to look a fraction to the right, and he would have seen it, but no. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Obviously, it would have had to be an absolutely monumental round there for Arrow, but still, Metizport, they do take it in two. And it's an impressive showing from Nilo. We expected it. We know what Nilo can provide, and yeah, I think look, congrats to Metizport. I think the way in which they played Dust 2 was a bit of an awkward one. We saw how many of those rounds were a little bit ugly, a little bit bit difficult to watch, I guess. But here on Nuke, they look very dominant on their T side, and I think for a team that has looked pretty weak on their T side in the past, it's clear that it's something that they've worked on, isn't it, Freddie?
Well, I mean, it's like I don't know how much we can comment on the past and then join that to this team, because I don't know how different the system is. Like, you've got a new IGL. This is his first ever tournament. This is his fifth series playing with the team. Like, I don't know anything what we are expecting. Like, the main narrative of Metizport is how well is Shine going to work in not only the short time, which seemingly is going well. Making a playoffs berth in this already is really impressive for this team, but like long term, is Lumi gonna get consistent? Because I think that's a worrying sign of how poorly he did play on Nuke. And then, like, is Plopsky's form gonna continue and join with Nilo? And I don't think that was really the case today. I don't think Metizport played very well today. I think they just got very lucky that aTTaX played very poorly. Like, sure, you had a good T side, but that CT side was really quite bad. Rotations were not there. You get saved by a 1 versus 3 from your IGL, and then like individuals in an odd round getting a multi-kill or whatnot. But enough of that said being done, Metizport, they make it through the playoffs. An alternate attack, one of your winners of CCT, are eliminated in the 2-2 bracket. Up next is CYBERSHOKE and ECSTATIC.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the User Giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Final day of the Swiss stage here in Series 14. Already we've seen one team promoted, one team eliminated, and for our second series of today, we've got CYBERSHOKE versus ECSTATIC. But obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful Grimmy Rana, and we're going to be taking you through the action here. But Freddie, how are you feeling going into today's game?
Exciting, because I think when I look at all of the 2-2 games we had, it's like every single one of these teams have made playoffs and are looking to become like a consistent playoff team, and that goes for both ECSTATIC and CYBERSHOKE. So especially with ECSTATIC making a deeper run in the last two, you know, they've got back-to-back top 8 finishes. Like, these teams are capable of making those runs, but it's going to be, I think, for either of these teams, a kind of asterisk of an upset of that they're not able to get past this stage if they do lose today.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at some of the teams that have already been eliminated, we've seen a previous series winner in alternate attacks falling. In the last series, Drillers, they made it to playoffs last time, 1-3. Permitter 0-3, and I'll be honest as well, you look at a team like Ruby, you think back to a couple months ago, Ruby were a team that were looking pretty decent in the Swiss stage, yet now they are consistently going that kind of 0-3. So there's a lot of chopping and changing. You're looking at some of the academy rosters as well that have progressed. Spirit Academy have been really, really impressive in the last couple of CCT. So I'm excited here. I'm excited for what the playoffs does hold. But with these two final matches, it will determine which final two teams are going to be making it through. And speaking of teams, Freddie, why don't we bring up the rosters? Why don't we look at CYBERSHOKE? We can have a little bit of a talk about their team, because I think a lot of the time when we look at this CYBERSHOKE roster, we talk about individuals. But why don't you highlight which ones you think are going to be performing here today?
Well, straight off the bat, Phenomen. This man's just another spawn of CIS AWPers that has come out of nowhere. Turns out he's amazing. He's very, very individually good as well. Notaneki, I feel like he's been on an upward trajectory because he's a Spirit Academy graduate, and he was one of the players where I wasn't too impressed with like the roles he's in. I kind of expect him to do a little bit more, whereas like you look at Levantino and you're like, okay, Levantino, he's consistent. You don't expect him to be at the top of the scoreboard, but he's really consistent. And I think that's something I find with CYBERSHOKE, is that there is a big lack of consistency, unfortunately. Phenomen's style of AWPing is very crazy, I think that's the best way to put it, and it does lead to a lot of inconsistencies. And I think Lovicus as well, who plays star roles, doesn't necessarily always have the right he just sometimes falls off. Like when he cannot be, to be honest. So I think with CYBERSHOKE, like, it's very interesting. Every time I watch him, I'm like, which CYBERSHOKE am I going to see? Am I going to see the one where everyone's nailing their shots and it's like this perfect counter-strike, or are we going to have missed AWP shots, like inconsistency across the board? Like, they're a very volatile team, and it's just who will we see today out of them?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's that idea that everyone could be that top performer, everyone can be that difference maker, but at the same time, because they are so heavily lent on individuals, sometimes they could get outcooled, they could get kind of have games where you don't have your Lovicuses and your Phenomums carrying, and that's where they fall short. But hopefully today isn't one of those days, because they are facing off against a tough opponent, and it is ECSTATIC. But for them, they've made recent roster changes, they've obviously got new leadership, and obviously with the kind of the loss of Towson, gone to Gamer Legion, I think this ECSTATIC side has lost a real focal point regarding firepower, but it's clear that they're still putting up results, they're still kind of keeping things competitive, and I think it's just clear to see that in a couple months' time, we know that this ECSTATIC roster will be at new heights, and I think that's the real excitement that I guess we see. But I'm looking at this roster. The two players I always look at are Anlele and Nut. I feel like Anlele is that consistent factor providing the frags. Nut because kind of just taking a lot of space on the T side, really good at taking lurks and creating this kind of timings and stuff like that for the team. A player that I really want to see step up today is Christu. I feel like Christu has had really kind of shaky results recently. 1.02 rating as an AWPer. How much is Christy going to be able to do against Venom? And that's the question. And obviously in a couple hours' time, we'll have the answer. But Freddie, anyone else you want to point out?
I just want to say is, like, in general, leaning away from the individuals for ECSTATIC, the one thing that's really impressed me, and it's still a lot of questions in the air of, like, TMB joining as new IGL. It's just kind of like their system is really good. And I think everyone plays it perfectly. Like, Nut reminds me a lot of Yimfat, and he has that ability to anchor down bomb sites perfectly. And the rotations for ECSTATIC, like the game plans on the T side, it's like very clear, it's very methodical. And like, I think TMB, even though he's in a very weird place in his career where he's like, okay, he's 22, he's played with some pretty big names. He's won numerous online tournaments when he played with Copenhagen Wolves at the end of like 2022, beginning of 2023. But he's still, like, you could argue, relatively somewhat new. And he's kind of been called this like young player on the Danish scene for a while, but is like, that's been a while. So when do we stop calling him that? But he's finally got the IGL role again. And I think his system and everything that I'm seeing, it's like so early on, it's looking successful. And I think I am seeing Christu perform better than I previously have. He is always someone that I've always looked at and been like, I know you can see that, like, you can see where he can be good, just doesn't quite tick all the boxes. But then so far in the last few games I've watched for ECSTATIC, him and the system have been performing really nicely. And if CYBERSHOKE's individuals don't step up, then ECSTATIC is going to win the series, and the veto is going to be a great thing to break down for it as well.
Yeah, I think as well the real kind of interesting thing that we have to mention is TMB. He does still have teammates here on this roster, and I mean, as in, he's got synergies. You look all the way back to AGF, Christu and TMB. They've been teammates before, and it was kind of the start of both of these individuals' careers. So I think it's quite exciting when you get to see the fact that TMB and Christu now kind of they're rejoining forces, but on a higher level, kind of later on in their careers, which I think is always nice to see. I think TMB is a really good pickup, but yeah, Freddie, he's no longer that kind of young Danish talent, now forced into kind of different roles and no longer being that star player, or kind of no longer having that freedom, I guess. I guess you
TMB?
can...
Wait, who are we talking about?
I feel like TMB, it was never really a star, but it was always in a kind of a difficult spot, I feel like. You look at the teams that he's playing under. Now I feel like TMB has a little bit more control, I want to say.
I mean, well, like, his big breakout would have obviously been, I guess, maybe Mad Lions, but more on Copenhagen Flames. And, like, it's a weird... So there were 3 IGLs on that roster.
Yeah.
Rouse, Bird from Sky, TMB. And it's like, sure, he may have not had control, but that is the most successful CS he would have played, realistically. Like, that period when he was on Copenhagen Flames was like, they were just tearing up the competition. Like, at the end of the year, kind of that area, like, they were just going win, 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 win. And that was off the back of his ex Mad Lions and like Mad Lions performances. I think this is when he's like kind of gone back, like, because the Preezy was also like a decent team on the surface, right? So he's really reset himself here a little bit, like come down a notch, and I think it's looking pretty good. And this Vito is also looking pretty good because Vertigo for ECSTATIC is really clean map for them, and then on the other side of it, the duality of things is that CYBERSHOKE are not very good on Vertigo.
Yeah, I think when you look at both teams, I think it's clear that ECSTATIC, they aren't kind of as bad on Anubis as CYBERSHOKE are on Vertigo, but it's still going to be a map where Anubis is going to be quite tough, and especially with the amount of reps that we've seen from CYBERSHOKE on Anubis and the success as well. I think it's going to be an exciting game. I think obviously it could just be, you have one player with a lights out performance, and that's how a 2-0 comes through. But otherwise, I think we should be heading to Mirage, which is always really good because both teams very heavily favour it regarding kind of sample size, but also win rate. So I'm excited if things do get to Mirage. I think that's when the real competition begins.
Yeah, I don't know. I would hold your horses on the old Anubis. Like, I think Vertigo is certainly going to be going in favor of ECSTATIC, and when we do go into the game, we'll be signing that off. But I don't know. I think I would hold the horses with Anubis. I don't think ECSTATIC are going to just roll over there. But for Vertigo, yeah, look, like ECSTATIC, especially with TMB since he's joined, they've looked pretty good on it, getting wins against Big, Into the Breach, TSM, which was like a big notable one for me. Like, they won the series, and they actually lost on Vertigo. They won the series, but for me that was like a big turning point for ECSTATIC. Like, they beat TSM recently. It's like the older brothers of the scene, and they did so quite handedly, I felt like. So now against CYBERSHOKE, this should be a game which I've put them into the favourites. But Phenomen, we started off with, it's going to take contact alongside Loverkiss. The crossfires initiating on this B bomb side are just going to be confirming those kills left, right and centre. Phenomen, he's hitting some crispy kills, and ultimately I was gonna say no way he clutches it out, but no, CYBERSHOKE, they get the first round on the board because the B bomb site just holds true.
Yeah, it's a great setup, as you say, and I think CYBERSHOKE, I think both these teams, they've definitely got chances to take their opponents' map picks, but I think if things go as we expect, if things go kind of the norm, I think obviously CYBERSHOKE can keep things close and keep things competitive. You look at Vertigo overall, in their last 8 games, they've only won it once. It was a 13-11 win, which you could also kind of say they probably could have lost that game. And yeah, let's be honest, Freddie, it's not the toughest of opponents. I think right now we're looking at CYBERSHOKE as a side that aren't perfect here on Vertigo. You look all the way back though, they bested Fnatic on it. They've beaten 1 win. Obviously had some decent results against other sides. You look at the 13-6 win against BetBoom. It's just the consistency here on Vertigo that can just be so costly for CYBERSHOKE.
Was that game versus Fnatic Levantino's debut on HLTV?
I'll have to find out.
Because he played his first series. Yeah, he played his first series against Fnatic, but they played twice in that same. It was like the Res group.
Oh, it was the second one. It was the second
one. Well, yeah, it was one of Levantino's debuts on HTV. Kind of trial by fire-esque activity. But enough of Fnatic. They ain't here. We're in the group stage. 2-2. CYBERSHOKE on their opponent's map pick, currently 2-0 up. They went pistol, converted eco, easy peasy.
That's the real
Phenomen's got an AWP out.
Yeah,
very early on.
11 and I love it. I think that's the best thing you can do.
Full util as well. There's no discrepancies with this. They haven't got glass cannon all. So Phenomen, do something pretty with it, boy.
Well, I really like this as well from Phenomen. They dropped the Molotov, he fires off a pot shot, and I think the T's might have thought, okay, well, Phenomen, now he's given up his game plan, he's given up his position, could likely just back away. But yeah, I'm loving the idea that the AWP's in play, and with still 4,000 or thereabout in the reserve, it just means that we can see Phenomen on that big green as soon as possible, because we talk about AWPers a lot of the time, don't we, Freddie? When not only can you struggle to get the big green in hand, but you might only have 1-2 rounds with it, and your opponents opt to go towards the other bomb site, and you just don't really get the impact. Kind of what we saw from Lumi on map 2, on Nuke for Metizport. Yeah, they still won it. Here though for Phenomen, he's looking to try and kind of get that early impact.
He's someone who can just take over a game single-handedly, which is not always something you see as an AWPer. I don't think Christu quite has the capabilities of something like that. I'm not saying he's bad, Just I think there's like a layer to it of Phenomen's
Yeah.
skill ceiling.
I think that, yeah, I think the difference is it seems like
Different
Christu
attributes.
isn't, yeah, Christu, as you said, I think he's more of a kind of traditional opener. Phenomen has those kind of mental moments
Wait,
where...
Cynic? Sorry, like, on this execute, Cynic just died for a smoke by accident. I'm pretty sure there was just a spam through the smoke. Yeah, Stinix was on the other side of the bomb site, and as they were fighting Levantino, Stinix gets headshot through the smoke towards elevator.
Yeah, it's rough. Always a tough one. Not really much you can do to account for that, and in doing so, they're just going to have to save. CYBERSHOKE, they give it up. It was a bit of a bonus. We had a couple MP9s in play, but good from ECSTATIC there to get their first round victory. We'll get on the board early doors, deny CYBERSHOKE having a strong streak, and Lele surely to full hit. Lovicus can go and retrieve that AK as well, which will be a big bonus.
I have a pet peeve about people calling bonus buys bonus buys. I don't believe there is such thing as a bonus buy in Counter-Strike, because if you lose that and don't keep anybody alive, you are on SMGs and FAMASs. So like,
this is why I hate people buying MP9s against the eco. I always feel like you're never in a good scenario.
It's relative speaking, because you don't know they're always playing on eco sometimes, and also like having utility is way more important. Like on the T side, like you want utility. You don't want to have like 5 rifles, no util. C side, yeah, I guess maybe you can kind of get away with rifles, but sometimes you do just want to get that SMG to get economy for an AWP, for instance, which is why Phenomen got the AWP, because Levantino got SMG kills, and MP9s are super powerful. Like that's why the Furia buys become like has been coined as a thing now, because MP9s can just win you a round. But as we get into this round, it is a 4 versus 4. We've got kills coming out on either extremity of the map, and both sides have actually reset, interestingly enough, away from where they got their kills.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's the idea of kind of keeping CYBERSHOKE guessing, but Lovicus has been spotted, trapped here towards quad. But he can still get one and survive, and that's the excellent factor, allowing for these rotations to come through. And Lovicus, he's low, he's going to have to swing, can't take anyone down before falling, but already he's got 3. I think he's done his job as a B-site player.
It's actually really impressive. That was a great round. Like he single-handedly wins that for CYBERSHOKE. Job's not done yet, though. Many people would look at this and be like, yeah, that's over him. I'd be favoring you if you were saying that. But never count this out in a 2 versus 3, especially because they've just cut noise. You see Stinix rotating away. That was the opportunity though, and they've lost it now. Yeah, okay, so this is when you identify and then you start rotating in, and you just clothesline them. Really great round from Lovicus, and then finished off by Phenomen and Notaneki.
Yeah, I think right now though, you know, however well or kind of important the final 2 kills are, it's unable to happen, unable to occur without Lovicus. And I think this is the problem. This is the problem that CYBERSHOKE, or sorry, ECSTATIC are gonna face, is because a lot of the success they have on Vertigo is attributed to not taking control towards B main late, kind of taking this late space. But the fact that CYBERSHOKE can deal with kind of anyone towards B early, that's the real problem, because Nutnut doesn't have that freedom towards the B bomb site. Already though, 2 quick kills and a lot of damage to Nyx, and CYBERSHOKE could find a 4th here quite comfortably.
I'm actually just confused at how this round's gone so badly for ECSTATIC. Like, okay, this part's obviously very clear, like, lovely triple swing, you know, great utility. But, like, what happened at the beginning there? Like, how did they just... Like, how was that a 3 versus 5 within 20 seconds and CYBERSHOKE were like, yeah, let's continue pushing? Because this is great here. But what happened at the beginning?
It's the idea of ECSTATIC wanting to go for a ramp take with low utility, not the right weaponry, yet they've not done it at speed. That's the problem. Like, if you're going to go for an early ramp hit, there was only 1 person towards top ramp. That was the real problem. But, you know, ECSTATIC, if you are going to go for it, you throw everything at the issue. You throw everything at the problem. You're up there in the hopes of doing everything because it's never going to work. So simple for Lovicus, that. Just see if we can get information. Well, spotted the second. That's unfortunate. A deep shot only doing 3 damage. Lovicus and aTTaX can pick apart the B-side aggressors quite comfortably.
It's not a great start for aTTaX, is it?
No, certainly not. And I think as well, when you look at these half-by rounds, this is where you want to deal some economic damage, but CYBERSHOKE are looking very comfortable here. Nixon might be able to get one more, but both players struggling here. I will reassure you, these are pro players. You got a reload in there after shooting the deagle.
You got a full reload, another 7 bullets. What are your thoughts on TMB's view model, by the way?
Oh, I've spent enough time discrediting the view model.
What do you have you seen Artist view model and his settings at LAN?
I've seen it in a server. I've not seen it. I've not seen it. His POV. No,
dude. Like, you think TMB's is cursed? Artist not only has a worse view model, his
monitor's upside down.
His monitor is literally like above him, like he cranes his neck. No, like his settings are just so cursed. But it's like the whole point was that you could see through molos back in Go. Do you remember when it was like big molo? Yeah, like you could just see through molos. But at the same time, he sacrificed everything else for that.
I'll be honest, I think it's a worthy sacrifice.
It was. I remember looking at me like, that's actually quite smart. I just wouldn't be able to do that now. Like, I wouldn't be able to adjust to that.
Yeah.
Also, great util on B. Just off. That's a great, nice little setup for aTTaX.
ECSTATIC is already quite heavily chipped away at 14 HP. There's a fair bit of utility remaining, but I think the problem here for ECSTATIC it's this idea of, look, they've used a lot of their util. They've opted to try and sell a bit of a fake here towards A, but CYBERSHOKE are sitting pretty. They're very comfortable right now, just on the basis that ECSTATIC haven't really taken space. They've not got themselves a pick, and when they go for this B-bomb site execute, they're going to struggle because they've only got one set of utility. They've just got the kind of the site exec, and that is it. Afterwards, holding off for the retake is going to be the real troubling task. 25 seconds.
Are we committing off this?
Yeah,
no, I think
Nixon's taking control.
I think we're going A. Yeah, Nixon. Oh, okay, that's how you win a round. Just walk up A, I guess, and just blow both their brains out. Yeah, and then you have this like setup of aNLele, who was also in middle, boosted up, so that's able to counteract any players that are rotating or just kind of anyone in middle. That was actually okay. A nice round. Like, this is what I mean. Great system from ECSTATIC. You put pressure towards B after having previously pressure towards A. You make it feel like, yeah, we're going towards B. The only issue I have with that round is it's very much dependent on Nixon getting both of those kills.
Yeah,
that is my only worry.
Yeah, if he only gets the one, they still have to head their way towards the B-bomb site, and with limited time and lacking in util, it just wouldn't work. aTTaX will find one before falling. Finances can slowly look to be growing for ECSTATIC, but they're still not sitting comfortably. Yeah, for CYBERSHOKE, we'll see an investment. We'll see the AWP for Fenneman. Still, though, I think CYBERSHOKE are, you know, in a very, very comfortable position right now. It's only the second round found from ECSTATIC. And I think it all comes off a ridiculous double. Obviously, Nixon, he does well there, but it has to be said, a trade probably should have been seen there from Fenneman.
Yeah, it's a very weird round, but either way, ECSTATIC, they get some more on the board. That's all that we care about. And it's an interesting default from CYBERSHOKE. Instead of heavily taking one of the extremities, they put pressure towards middle. aNLele takes contact, and aTTaX is going to rotate away, but leave Fenneman here with the AWP. Unfortunately though, guys, remember what Nixon did last round, where he's looking to replicate that. He's already ripped one head off, and he might have to rip some more off because his teammates are falling around him. In the meantime though, remember I told you that Fenneman got left in mid? Well, aNLele somehow wins out that duel.
Yeah, I think it's just a predictive approach from aNLele. assuming, okay, well, Fenneman's not peaked towards B, he's not peaked towards A. There's a high chance he is playing that new off angle in mid. So I think it's great awareness from aTTaX. Still just a one-man advantage, though, ECSTATIC. They can take control of the A-bomb side. We've already seen a double rotation. We've got both Notaneki and Lovicus making their way through, and this is where aTTaX is controlling mid. Has to be found, but Stinix, okay.
What?
Just out in the open, but Nixon's prepared for it. Not again, Nixon! Nixon able to find 3 in this round. What we just watched?
Sorry, like, I've watched enough of ECSTATIC to know that that's like, I have never seen that just level of individualism from Nixon. Like, dude, that's 2 rounds in a row where he has just found 5 kills completely by himself, just going, yeah, I'm gonna kill you. He just gets the timings. Like, a lot of it sure is raw aim. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's lovely micro adjustment here. But, and yeah, these are really nice micro adjustments, but he has the awareness on every single one of these kills. Like, he knows exactly where to aim, where to look, when to peek. So, fair play, Nixon, man. Like, that's, I wasn't aware of your game.
Yeah, it's just kind of good fundamentals there from Nixon, but I think as well, we talk about confidence playing such a big factor when it comes to individual success in CS, and it's clear that Nixon just feeling confident here. Boost coming through, it is a triple boost, of which Nixon will dismantle as he finds 3 there. Okay, and Lele falls, but who cares, Nixon? That's what, 8 kills in the last 3 rounds?
You got 2, 3, 3. Yeah, that's 8.
It was 2 and 6.
I mean, like, honestly, fair play. I've seen, I'd say, like a good couple best of 3s from ECSTATIC.
Enough to know the roster, yeah.
Yeah, enough to know that this is not something that I have on the, like, I don't enter a game and be like, oh yes, Nixon's gonna go and kill them all every round.
Yeah, no, I think as well, it's the fact that, you know, we've got Nut who's 3 and 6, Chris who's 1 and 6, and Lele's not really performing, and this is where ECSTATIC, they kind of do need a hero, and thankfully Nixon has provided.
To be fair, I'm looking at, like, I'll be honest, like, not to be abrasive, but he's never really struck me as, like, a talent, right?
He's not a star player. He's not a star player, is he?
Yeah, I'm looking at some of his stats. His stats are decent, you know. Like, I feel like these are very underrated stats. Like, he's just a really consistent, like, 1.10 rated player.
That's what you want, though.
Maybe a bit of difficulty recently. Like, he's been having a few off best of 3s in the last, like, I guess maybe since TMB joined, give or take. But, dude, okay, I've got my eye on you. Watch him just not get a kill for the rest of the game.
Rest of the series.
Yeah, rest of the series. Goes quintuple neg.
He's got 1.06 rating. Like, it's kind of... It's on the edge of both good and bad.
If you look at his recent, like, his last couple games have been really poor, but if you look, like, at the beginning of the year, last year, like, genuine decent results there, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Also, he's just got another opener in this round, by the way. Just continuing that theme. That's
so
4 rounds in a row.
He will get more kills, I guess.
Yeah, it's just 4 rounds in a row, pretty much. Unfortunately, though, for ECSTATIC, this has been the Nixon show so far on Vertigo. So there's naturally the live conversation of being like, okay, need someone else. Chris2 will not be that hero in this round.
Yeah, you know,
poor entry flash. TMB has just fully flashed Nixon as he missed that opening, he missed the entry flashbang. So
it gives even more information as well to CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah. Molotov gone too deep. Notaneki has a lot of... Oh no, it went towards heaven, okay. But still, Notaneki has just control and space around headshot. Fenneman's able to strike from the heavens. Nut and Nixon. Oh, both coming from the Sashi Academy squad. Now looking to complete a 2 versus 3. Fenneman, that is a great quickscope. And he knows Nut's low HP. You can try all you want, but Fenneman is way too mighty.
Yeah, Fenneman. We know he can be such a key player, not only in the clutches, but just as an individual. And kind of just completely showing everything that this one individual can provide. Obviously, we see a bit of a back and forth game. CYBERSHOKE having the initial start. ECSTATIC looking as though they're going to level things up 5 apiece, but CYBERSHOKE now at worst, they have 6 here in this half. And as we said, look, this should be a pretty one-sided, a pretty kind of easily seen map 1 kind of victory here for ECSTATIC. But you're looking at the stats, you're looking at kind of the recent results of CYBERSHOKE and the struggles that they've seen on Vertigo. A vast majority of the time it's their CT side, in fact, which they seem to fumble. So right now, CYBERSHOKE, they're in pole position. They're in a really good spot. They just need to get at least one more round here. They've got to confirm the half, and that's where we're saying, you know, pistol round, the conversion of that could give them absolutely everything.
I haven't seen Lovicus being tested and... Okay. Bye-bye. TMB, that is a raucous shot. And Nut taking all of that space as you were kind of talking about how he does love taking all of that control. And that's it. That's the save being called immediately. ECSTATIC just get 2 very swift opening kills. Lovicus and Notaneki die and they just call it quits in this round.
Yeah, instant save. It will give them an investment in the last. I think ECSTATIC, I think they've been a little bit silenced. They've kind of been a little bit, might be a bit of a confusing one for them because they might have just thought they'd waltz into this game with ease and take map 1 and it'd be a question of, look, are we going to 2-0 on Anubis? Are we going to take things on Mirage? But already a lot of positives that you can take away from CYBERSHOKE right now.
I think, to be honest, there's like loads of parallels between maybe like Aurora Youngblood, CYBERSHOKE, like those kind of teams where it's like I would never be playing a game against them and feel like even if you're on your best map and they're on their worst, that you're safe. Like they're just individualism could just pull them over the line. Like Phenomen's 1v2 there, right? Like that's a sick quick scope instant headshot with a USP. Like it's just those type of rounds, but it doesn't matter what map you're playing. Like he can just do that. So I think if you're ever playing a team like CYBERSHOKE, you're always kind of you've got your wits about you.
Something that isn't filling me with much positives is that Christu, there's an AWP in play, but he's not wielding it. It's on TMB. Obviously, he's been given it because he's got the spawn and wants to peek towards ramp.
Yeah.
And Lele towards middle. Notaneki attempting to deal with him and will find that success. Stenix dropped down to 14 points of health for the second time on their CT side. Clearly been tagged by the AWP once again, but live to tell the tale.
TMB's still opening.
Finally been
okay, no, finally. Also, that's actually quite a good kill. Levantino, what a spray! I cannot believe he holds that long range and still hits the headshot on TMB. I was orchestrating the point of like, look, that kill on Adelele is massive because it allows free-flowing rotations. Adelele's been a real pain in the a thorn in the side for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah.
He was 6 and 9 going into this round, but a lot of those kills are very high impact of like killing the open middle, catching rotations. You know, that type of theme where it's like small amount. What? What is that from Christu? Oh, what? Phenomen had an AWP!
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lying.
This is a 2 versus 4 that's been turned into a 2 versus 2. Notaneki charging forward, looking to deny the bomb. Will not be able to, but still will eliminate Christu. No. It's time for his clutch. 1 versus 2. Spams a smoke. Notaneki gives up his kill, but Lovicus has rotated around to Gab, and he will catch off Not in the side. All that excitement will be lost in the annals of time.
Yeah, it's so painful because you see these kind of big, crazy moments of which kills come through, and I'll be honest, Freddie, I was kind of lost for words. I let you keep the microphone because I was kind of a bit shocked there at what just witnessed, and it's the fact that it amounts to nothing. That's the most painful thing.
I hope it's a replay.
It's the fact.
Okay. Jesus, man! Like, actually, like, what is that? And they lose the rounds.
The craziest thing of all is it's Christu's. I want to say it's his 3rd kill. Two of those kills he got with AKs. He had one kill before that.
So he traded Levantino and then got that kill, and that was his. Fair. Fedman had an AWP as well. Like Jesus, man. I was like trying to talk about Adelele's performances and just BAM! Just bonk.
Yeah. Nixon, though, he's been bonked on the head already, but he's going to try and take one down before falling. And I say before falling, he's yet to meet the grave.
How?
Levantine. Oh, how is he still alive? Nixon eventually falls. Nut. TMB trying to find some picks, but Fenneman finding two. Puts Notaneki in the clutch. Nut. Julie's in hand. Shoulder spotted, and Nut with the Julies at range. He wins the 1 versus 2, but also finding one beforehand. And ECSTATIC, the victory in the pistol will give them that chance back in. It should give them 7. And we're looking at a leveled up game here now, Freddie, with both teams on their preferred side. So an exciting finish to Vertigo we are expecting.
Yeah, pistol round with no bomb down for CYBERSHOKE is best case scenario for ECSTATIC, but that got far too close for comfort. Like, you had all the rotations there, and Nut wins that because he gets a kill straight through the smoke. Like, he killed Fenneman in the beginning of that 1 versus 2, like, just straight through a smoke. So, it's a little bit lucky, but he couldn't clutch in the final round of the half, but he will clutch on the pistol round. And if I had to pick which one's more important, I would say the pistol round. He doesn't allow the bomb to go down, so if you're gonna pick and choose, obviously you'd love to win both of them, but you're gonna pick and choose. I think this is the better case scenario.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just the idea of this investment here from CYBERSHOKE, and I have to say, we spoke about it in the last, and I'm going to be bringing it up here. I hate the amount of SMGs that they've got in play. I think the fact that Nixon's got 2 kills, if he can go searching for a third and obviously secure it, then maybe we can see an upgrade, we can see an AWP drop to Christu, but I hate the fact that they've got so many MP9s. I think it's just going to make things really costly in the next round, because it's going to be 5 AKs against 3 SMGs, a FAMAS and an M4.
Now, another M4.
I think it'll be an AWP. I think
Nixon could drop an AWP, yeah.
I think it's the
Actually, you're right.
Or they look to just get out another M4 and they look to play aggressive, but no, they've gone for the AWP. Hopefully for Christu.
Get aggressive. Yeah, can still get aggressive in this round with the MP9s. Like, honestly, Vertigo is probably the one map where, like, you can really get away with the SMGs. Like, you can really claw kills together. Just, like, balls to the wall, use your utility right, go 4A, okay, no, 3A, and just, yeah, get aggressive with the SMGs. You can see 2 are over here. The Yorp and the A1S are on a different part of the map. It's all the quote-unquote lower weaponry, and they've already done great damage on Levantino with a grenade. Just need to be careful of Stinix.
Yeah,
it's got very close.
He's opted to go quick here, and this is something ECSTATIC have got to account for. I think the idea of these SMGs can work well, but I think they've lost their kind of timing. I'd love to have seen a kind of an aggressive B pop with 3, obviously 1 person flashing the 2 SMGs in. The boost is a good idea here, and TMB won't spot out anything, and this is the problem. TMB is so shy, so short of being taken down. It's just they account for him, but they're ready for the boost, and we see Stinix finding one, and Lele's trade, though, should be able to retrieve the AK. And this is where they can upgrade these 2 SMGs remaining into 2 rifles, and that could be a big difference maker, but it is going to be Lele and Nixon pushing through the smoke silently. Timing is excellent as Notaneki jumps. There's still Nixon here waiting in the smoke, and Fenneman team prepared, but could have that preparation, but it might not matter. Trade for Levantino is excellent, but still a 2-on-2. It's still a round in which CYBERSHOKE can be victorious upon.
Yeah, I think CYBERSHOKE have the advantage here. It's unideal that both teams had to continuously trade, but I think it's more so unfortunate for ECSTATIC. Just one of those SMGs or AKs had to get a multi-kill, and they don't. So because of that now, we have Christu and Nut. They do have a kit. Christu has a kit. He's got a nade and a flash, and it's going to be a retake towards the B-bomb site. CYBERSHOKE have already made good space. This nade, if placed correctly, could do a lot of damage onto Lova because he's applying the bomb. But look at Levantino up close. Nut identifies, and as I was mentioning, that grenade has chomped Lovica's down to 43, and Christu, that's exactly how you play a retake. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to get that kill in midair, but to anyone that's there, 2 versus 1, whatever it is, retake, you got an AWP and a rifle, let the AWP go first with his sidearm and just fly around those corners.
Yeah, I think the problematic thing there is because we saw the A setup and kind of mid from Nut. The problem is the CTs are gambling and they're assuming, okay, well, someone's taken deep control. And that's why they're so prepared for Levantino. I think if Levantino stays towards quad or white box, that round becomes very positive for CYBERSHOKE. It's that double-edged sword of wanting to take that aggressive space, wanting to find a lucky pick on someone kind of hiding towards generator. But the fact that that doesn't come through, ECSTATIC, they're going to have to clear that close left corner anyway, because they had no control on B. They have all these unknown entities, so they have to be very careful. It's unfortunate, but it's the fact that even with those SMGs, just the amount of them and the weaker weapons, ECSTATIC are still victorious. Nice tag there onto Christu, but sadly that's the true valuation of AWP versus Scout. But ECSTATIC, they're en route to victory now. Hero AK invested in by Stinix. Hasn't netted anything yet, but look how much damage is dealt.
God.
It's crazy. We've got 128 health combined on all the players that have been chipped away.
Maths.
You know, I was something before a caster. A mathematician? No, I wish.
I was. I don't know actually.
A gamer, a uni student.
Uni student is a stretch of the word. I peaked at A levels, academically. My parents.
Oh no!
Wait.
How did you see
No,
that?
TMB!
It's the fact that not Tadeki doesn't.
Dude, I was so confused where TMB was. I was looking at the minimap, and I was like, is TMB ladder room?
He's behind you.
He's behind you. Oh, okay, well TMB fools, but it's all in the name of content.
Yeah, comedic death's always allowed. And look, finances are good for ECSTATIC, so who cares? Have some fun, go for a knife kill.
Yeah. Were you actually a mathematician before?
No,
you started
I was taking the
casting?
piss, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, did you study maths at uni? 'Cause I know you've actually got a degree.
Yeah. Not needed.
Yeah, I don't know. Called it quits. Oopsies.
Save the money. It's not a bad idea. Should have done the same.
Oh, this round's going quite poorly, one could say, for ECSTATIC. Pretty much led by Fenomen. He gets the opening kill, and from there it just trails off into success. And that's Nixon, his kind of individualism, which we were somewhat praising on the T side. That's when he goes for a brazen kill to try and even the playing field in a 3 versus 5, but he just overcooks it slightly, and one by one ECSTATIC trickle off. Each player died completely by themselves. There was no ounce of cohesion, so Anilele is completely left by himself, just slinking off into the darkness into T-spawn and waiting for the next round, because CYBERSHOKE have got their first terrorist side round.
Yeah, I think the difficulty for ECSTATIC is, it seems like in all accounts on their CT side, they're torn between two minds. It's that idea of, look, I want to take some space here towards ramp, we want to try and take some control. Oh, they've thrown a couple HE grenades, there's a flashbang in my face, we're going to back away. And in doing so, they dump so much utility with no success story, with no kind of positives. Obviously, we see those early peaks, and the fights are going the way of CYBERSHOKE. They're kind of those coin toss kills, which obviously ECSTATIC could have been victorious upon. But it seems like ECSTATIC, when they go for these ramp takes, when they go for these kind of mid fights, there's always that slight inkling of hesitation. There's that slight kind of warrior and nervousness about ECSTATIC. Instead of just swinging out and kind of playing a little bit more egotistically. And I think that's the problem, because it allows players on the CYBERSHOKE side to creep their way up gap and fade the smoke. And obviously Fenomen as well on the AWP to find these picks. And this is the problem, because ECSTATIC, they are looking to try and take this early control, but they aren't 100%ing it. They're not kind of fully backing themselves to be successful, and that's why we see them try and, you know, back away, which I never like. Stenix is a huge catalyst for their success. Oh, Christu, you have HEs at your face. An aggressive peek from TMB. Nixon finds as well. And now this is where CYBERSHOKE have been silenced. So much focus towards Christu, but the lack of realization of the peak coming through from TMB or Nixon, it's what gives ECSTATIC their advantage. with that kill. I think it's safe to say it's
Yeah, that was a rough one.
yeah, probably round over. You'd assume so anyway.
Oh, that was really rough. And Lele, like, it's a great move. It's a great move into T-Spawn. Lovicus was holding from. Lovicus legitimately anticipated it, and the shadow gives him up. That is a tough pill to swallow. And Anlele will take that home any day. Now you have CYBERSHOKE completely penned in, boxed in. Anlele's even rotated away, so you have a kind of scare for Notaneki still of like, guys, there could be someone behind us. 4 versus 2.
There is a
Static,
chance.
surely ecstatic, right? Surely not, Fred. Surely there's no
Oh,
chance.
Fenneman.
Hold on a second.
Om needs to go down. 13 seconds, but Fenneman trying to do everything here, and Fenneman, oh, he finds himself the 3rd in the round, and now Nixon needs to deal with him in the smoke. He's gonna peek, and Fenneman, he finds 4. It's a 2 versus 4 scenario, and this is why you can never count out CYBERSHOKE. You said it right at the start of the series, Freddie. Fenneman, he has that killer instinct, he has that kind of craziness about him, and he's shown it there in number 18.
Surely not. Surely not. Oh, that's gas. I mean, that's the second time where you bring up the narrative. It doesn't matter which map. He can still just take on. He can just take on the masses. It doesn't care. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
That's a fantastic performance from him. And if you're ecstatic, you are sat there with your head in your hands because your money is broken, your morale is shattered, and CYBERSHOKE have probably just taken that pause to calm down a second.
Yeah.
Because they are. Wait for it. Ecstatic. I
was waiting for which one of us was gonna.
Don't need to say it, guys. I am good.
I'll give you that one. I was waiting. I was waiting for a good opportunity.
Low hanging fruit. It's very low. It's yeah.
Well, look, as you said, ecstatic. They are not going to be feeling too good. They've given that round away, and I say given for 2 reasons. One, there's limited time. Ecstatic. They should have just played fully retake it if that's the approach they're opting for. They're trying to deny the plant, yet, as I said, I've said this ecstatic side seemingly torn between 2 minds in many aspects of their game, and I think in that, well, I guess you could say the pre-plant, you see 2 players on the bomb site wanting to deny, you see 2 players in that rotation. They knew it was going to be A. There was nowhere else that CYBERSHOKE would have had time to go without making noise, so, yeah. I think ecstatic, either you all go for it or none. But bit of a misstep, bit of a mistake, and Stidix, Mac 10 in hand, wanting to make some money. Sadly, it will be the Glock to acquire the kill, but 5 survivors here for CYBERSHOKE. They get themselves double digits first, and now it's the question of, look, what do you do if you're ecstatic? It's this round that changes everything. A loss here could be disastrous, as map 1 could be going the way of CYBERSHOKE now.
Because I was kind of thinking in my head, I was like, okay, this series might have ecstatic win the first map, but I think by the look of just by how it's close, and this shouldn't be this close statistically, CYBERSHOKE will probably go on to Anubis and just clean up their map pick. But now it might. This is looking like a 2-0 as we stand. This is CYBERSHOKE winning map 1.
Yeah.
And this round is it pretty much.
Yeah, I think right now as well, you see the success that ecstatic have found, and it's come from Nixon. It's not, you know, the big moments from Anlele. It's not the space taken and chance created from Nut. The AWP of Christ, who's been somewhat silent. I think everyone here, everyone on the side of ecstatic is not really kind of performing to standards that's required. And CYBERSHOKE, this is what we can expect of them. You give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And this is where I think ecstatic just have to save, but Nut's kill, okay, puts things in question, but if anything, it draws Christu in, and Notaneki, he's hungry for the hunt. He wants to deny any weaponry to be brought across. Oh, great Molotov, Nut through the flames, not falling yet, but look at the hunt from CYBERSHOKE.
They're on through their own mollo. Just full steam ahead. All guns blazing. Any kill here, like, they could lose both these players, but just 1 kill is so important. Wow, that is a really clean shot from Nut.
Cynics knows he's there.
I don't think Stinix knows about Analele, which is really unfortunate because he's on 11 HP. But CYBERSHOKE, that, like, look, even though they don't complete the hunt with getting both of those kills, or either of those kills at the end, they're still 11-9 up, and it's still going to be ECSTATIC making a very difficult decision.
I think the Force is the right one. I think they have to. They can't give up 12 to CYBERSHOKE.
Play for regulation then?
Yeah, 100%. And I think not only is it the idea of, look, you know, they're giving it a bit of a risk, but it's also the idea, you pointed out earlier, Freddie, MP9s, they're weapons that can be very versatile here. You know, it's not like a Dust 2 where all the sightlines are kind of massive, and retaking with an MP9 can be so difficult. Vertigo is a map where you have, you know, real possibilities with that MP9. But, yeah, I think, you know, you could see one M4 dropped across from Nut Nut. You could see 2 MP9s dropped from, I believe, Lele. Everyone else can have weaponry. They've opted for quite a lot more weaponry than I'd hope. Utility's okay,
Honestly, yeah. I find this sometimes. I'm like, where's this money going? Like, where's it come
though.
from?
They've robbed the bank or something, but
Well,
Levantino...
Levantino's just robbed this round.
Yeah.
He goes, by the way, Nixon, do you remember when you were being praised so much for those great entries? Well, hold my beer.
Yeah.
And it is Oktoberfest after all. And he is German. But still, though, there's a snake in the grass. Analele, he just rockets down ladder and does catch off Phenomen. Still, though, the B bomb site capitulated. ECSTATIC had completely rotated away. And look at this from Stinix. He instantly goes up the ladder after Analele comes back up as well. So Stinix is going to be lurking through mid while his teammates are taking all of this contact over on the B bomb site. And here he comes. Here he initiates. Only good for that first kill, surprisingly enough. But regardless, it's fine. CYBERSHOKE still win the round, and they eliminate everybody. Money has now been crushed.
Yeah, I think as well for ECSTATIC, it's that similar idea of, look, we're going to try and save, we're going to see what we can bring into the last, but it's the question of, look, do we downgrade to MP9s or FAMASs or for utility, or do we go for the premium rifles, and they've opted for the latter? Decision that can pan out nicely, because let's be honest, it's not the utility, it's not kind of the strategy that's netting CYBERSHOKE so much here. It's just the individuals. It's your Levantino's creeping up ramp and finding two. It's Phenomen's in the clutches. It's not like CYBERSHOKE are necessarily playing this to perfection. It's just the idea of, look, I'm gonna kill you before you can even spot me. It's that real idea of, this is what CYBERSHOKE can bring to the table. A lot of damage dealt here to ECSTATIC, but a 2-man advantage.
I feel like this is the most dangerous position for ECSTATIC. You think you've got the one up, but CYBERSHOKE have showed that it's never over till the fat lady sings.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's now the question of CYBERSHOKE. They've got 3 opportunities at it. They've got decent finances. There'll be investments until the end. But it's this question of, can they do it? Can they upset here on Vertigo? A map that I don't think anyone would have ever predicted CYBERSHOKE to find. The setup's good. The problem is Nixon has been chipped away at. And while playing towards headshot, it's a position that mollies and nades always come towards. Nixon. Oh, he's just been spotted. Timing there for Phenomen couldn't be worse. Molotov and HE coming his way. Christu and Lele. It's a perfect setup. We've got a flank coming through from TMB, and Freddy, there's going to have to be some real mistakes made here from ECSTATIC if it's a round lost. Still an HE grenade, but it misses. Oh!
How?
Right within the action, but not Aneki aggressing. We'll find Lele. Lovicus needing to hurry up. Kills need to be seen. Bomb needs to be planted, but TMB's flank, as we mentioned before, it comes through. ECSTATIC victorious here. And quite luckily, in fact, Freddy, they do all die before the timer ends. So at least they get that extra 1.4k.
It's better than nothing. Nixon is just made out of titanium, apparently. I think he tanked like 3 nades, 3 molos, and like an AWP shot that clipped him. I don't know how, but that man was just walking wounded and just never seemed to fall. And because of that, CYBERSHOKE could never take any space actually on the bomb site, and then yeah, flank from TMB. STATIC had all the information. They played that 5 versus 3 really well. So that is one of the 3 opportunities missed, and this second one is not starting too great until Lovicus snaps onto Nutnut. Levantino and Lovicus are 56 HP combined, but they will still combine for an opening kill, and that's way more important than being on low HP, for instance. It's also created space for STATIC, but Nixon, he knows your game. You can't fool Nixon at his own game.
Yeah, not a Neki here now attempting. He's got utility in hand though. It's got to be a question of get your gun out or Christie will find you. Down to this 3-on-3, real possibilities, and I like the silent approach from CYBERSHOKE. You see them drop away from the B-bomb site. You see a low HP Levantino. You also see Anlele's reposition, tucked towards quad now. I don't know. Can his guard... Oh, well, yeah. It pokes through the wall. Classic. What can you do if you're Anlele? The molly misses. Oh, utility is 4 here. A question... Oh, maybe we didn't see him. They know he's here. Bye-bye, Anlele. I don't think it was past the wall. It was through it, but doesn't matter. This round should be going the way of ECSTATIC. TMB's in such a prime position. TMB, you need to take your time and you need to come alive here. He's in such a favoured scenario right now. He's still not looked to flank yet. If they are able to find... Oh, okay, well, he's going to take down the planter. Oh, TMB missed shots! This is disappointing. They need to plant the bomb, though. They need to find him. Such little health remaining. A maximum of 22 here on Phenomen. How has TMB not found a single player? But this could be 13 for CYBERSHOKE. One misstep, one missed bullet, and he hasn't got many to fire off with, and Lovicus can find. CYBERSHOKE victorious. TMB is in the back line with 25 seconds to go, and he doesn't emerge until the worst possible point. That's when Phenomen has a little look behind. It's devastating there from TMB, but you've got to take your timings. You've got to find that space, and it gives Vertigo the way of CYBERSHOKE.
That is a crazy ending. I feel like TMB had that in the palm of his hands and he fluffed all those lines. The IGL's gonna be beating himself up a little bit about that one, but he's gonna have to reset because ECSTATIC in this must-win series with their backs against the wall, this was their map to be winning. This was Vertigo, it's their map pick. They've looked pretty good on it recently and now they go on to Anubis. Sure, they're decent on it, but CYBERSHOKE, they are very confident and they will be looking to take this 2-0. They will be looking to book themselves in playoffs, and we're going to be finding out all those answers after this break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
An impressive first map performance from CYBERSHOKE, and I'm sure they're going to want to look to continue as Anubis on the horizon. That is their map selection, and a pretty competent one for them as well. They look very successful on it. They've got plenty of sample size, and now the only question is, Freddie, are we going to see a 2-over for CYBERSHOKE? And I'd love to hear your opinion on it and kind of your prediction.
A lot of signs are pointing towards a 2-0. I think this series was set out for a 3-mapper. I think it was something that you were depicting at the very beginning, and it was like each team wins their map pick, and then we go on to a third. I think it was Mirage. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we're going to see Mirage. I have a feeling that ECSTATIC are just going to fall flat here on Anubis. Sure, they have had some okay results with TMB. They beat Copenhagen Wolves and Navi Jr. right off the bat. Those are two pretty strong opponents. Especially Navi Jr. are in great form, but then subsequent losses to Monty, 9 Pandas, Zero Tenacity, they're coming into this on some bad form, whereas CYBERSHOKE, sure, they maybe don't have also the best results, but there's a lot of history on this map for this team, a lot of success, and especially with their performance on map 1, that's the hardest part for me done. They've ticked that off, and we've seen how the individuals can flourish, like Notaneki, Fenomen, Lovikis. Like, we've seen how everyone can do really well and be a real troublemaker, where on ECSTATIC it's like, okay, Nixon had some great rounds in succession. He had like 4 rounds where he got the opening kill, and then since then it was like, oh well, nothing. So I think we're going on to Anubis, and I think a lot of signs are pointing towards a 2-0, but sometimes in Counter-Strike that is the most dangerous of thought processes when you're like, oh yeah, we're definitely 2-0, and ECSTATIC are like, Freddie, hold my beer.
Yeah, exactly. But we are going to be seeing how things unfold here on Anubis as we are jumping straight into the action now. We've got to bring this up though. This team have fought against one another plenty of times. There's been 3 instances of a head-to-head on Anubis, 2 of which go in the way of CYBERSHOKE fairly dominantly. 1 stolen away by ECSTATIC, but it was a 16-13. It was an overtime victory and a close one at that. So I think this is where we are feeling confident for CYBERSHOKE. But as you said, look, you look back to the past and you look back to Vertigo, it's clear that upsets can be seen. And already I'm loving the call here from ECSTATIC. The A aggression from CYBERSHOKE. They'll take the space, but potentially not the round as ECSTATIC are heading to B.
Yeah, so on one hand, ECSTATIC, great, you've got the B-bomb site. On the other hand, you need to deal with all the information now. CYBERSHOKE are going to have 3 rotations towards this side of the map. Anilele's been spotted out early on. He was someone that wants to activate late and try and catch them off from behind as they're going into connector. He has to suffice with 1, and Christu also falls completely by himself. We have a 3-man post plant towards B main for ECSTATIC now, and CYBERSHOKE, as they clear everything else out, they're going to start realizing this is the case. They've got a kit and they've got a smoke on the bomb. Issue is, Fenomen with the kit has got 10 HP, so he's going to have some perfect coverage, and Levantino provides that. Bomb being defused. It actually just came down to Fenomen, 10 HP as I mentioned, but that was enough to not only win the round, but clean up those last 2 kills.
Yeah, I think the best part of all of it is, you know, if an extra half second's given to ECSTATIC, they're going to spam through that smoke and probably just 1 bullet will connect. So I think the CTs do really well there to kind of identify the issue that they will have, and the biggest problem is the fact that Fenomen doesn't have the health. So you see the swarm towards B main, great awareness as well, TMB dropping down to E-box, but still I think CYBERSHOKE right now, they probably shouldn't have won that round. I think Christy falling in connectors the biggest issue, the biggest problem. It's clear that it's, you know, the majority of the ECSTATIC side want to play a little bit more on the back foot. Christy decides to take a fight at range with a Glock versus USB, and we all know how those go. So CYBERSHOKE, they take the pistol here, even with it not being one that we expected for them to find. Obviously, though, we know Anubis is a very T-sided map, and for both teams, in fact, that is the kind of right approach and the right statistic, but much more so for CYBERSHOKE. Freddie, what do you think ECSTATIC need to do if they want any chance of victory here? What do you think's the kind of the amount of rounds where you're feeling confident? You're saying, what, 8-4, maybe even a 9-3?
8-4 is a good minimum for me. Especially the circumstances, I think 8-4, yeah. Also, you know, just win the rounds.
8-4 without pistol would be crazy, though.
Yeah. I mean, 8-4 without pistol, but, like, look, you got bombed down, you win this round, and you're actually in a better position than if CYBERSHOKE had. Like, you're actually in a better, you're in a better position now, winning this round, than if you'd actually won the pistol round. I don't know why, that's just how CS economy works nowadays. Of the CT side losing the round after the pistol win puts you in an awful position, and you're kind of like guaranteed like a 4-1, 3-1 scoreline for the T side. So that's where I put eCSTATIC right now. Like, they have to be winning this round, because if not, then we're going to start seeing CYBERSHOKE match that 4 or 5 very early on.
Yep.
And so far it's been ineffective early stage control from eCSTATIC. They failed to take a main control, but what they have successfully done is kept 3 players towards that part of the map, and B is lightly defended, and that's where the execute's coming in.
You say lightly defended, it's Lovicus here. Lovicus is a player who can have those mental moments. You think back to that first round on the B-bomb side of Vertigo, where he gets that triple and he has no right in finding these kills. And Lele once again here. He's on this lurk towards stairs. Time and time again, this is the position he's in. We've got the XM, but sadly, the B defenders find very minimal. Nixon and Christu deny. We've got an aggressive push here from Christu. It will go overlooked later on, but it's all dependent on whether Notaneki... Oh, timing is perfect there from Nixon. I think he must have heard the pin pull, surely.
You would assume so, because I don't think that's a random timing. That's just perfectly being like, I'm getting naded, I'm gonna swing his ass, and he does. So yeah, eCSTATIC, best case scenario. I mean, I guess not best, because you let Fenneman survive with an A1S and a kit, but aside from that, best case scenario.
Well, we're gonna see the investment as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see CYBERSHOKE buy back in, and you'll be able to see clearly what I mean by this. Of Fenneman will be able to drop over an MP9, let's say, but it's going to be 1400 loss bonus across the board, 5.7s, armor, a deagle, not much utility. Luckily, you do have that kit on Fenneman, and yeah, it's just going to be a very meek buy around that saved A1S. The only silver lining is that Fenneman saved that primary rifle.
I think the biggest problem that CYBERSHOKE are going to be having is if they're stomping their way outside A main, they've got to realise that Anlele is going to be a factor. That's back-to-back rounds now that we've seen Anlele on this lurk towards A, and definitely a player that could be getting those kind of mental multi-frags. So right now I think they need to be a little bit more prepared. The utility's good here. So much damage dealt, but we see Levantino and Notaneki taking big risks there. Stinix now creeping with the deagle, has to hit the headshot. Oh, we'll get one, but Anlele's trade is good. Lovicus. They will have heard the drop there. Now it's an idea of whether Fenneman can find one. Plenty of steps have been heard. Oh, if he finds none, no, that is the bomb carrier. Lovicus at range will get one. It's down to this 2-on-2. You say that winning the force is better than winning the pistol, but you've got to win the next investment. The easiest of buys, as you said, it's pistols in play. Fenneman's just going to save again, though. He's got a defuse, he's got utility, just a flashbang, but still. I would have really liked to see an attempt here, because it's going to be an eco from the rest of your team.
Drop a deagle over.
I hate to be that guy.
Not great.
To me, it just screams an AWPer's mentality of I've got to save this weapon into the next. I can't win the 1 versus 2.
I personally don't hate it.
I'm
boring like that. I think I'm a big advocate of a save. I'm gonna be honest. I think people don't save enough.
I'm with you on that. I think people go for silly 3 versus 5s all the time. But it's a 1 versus 2. You've got a kit. Your team are forced. You're not going to invest in the next round, so you're probably going to lose that one anyway. I think the idea is surely winning the rounds is more vital than having another gun to get kills in the next.
I'm a big fan of a save. I don't know. I like it. He saved a deagle. It's not much, but he can drop a deagle over, and as a real world, he saved this round again. Any damage he can get in this round is also very valuable. I just don't think he would have won that 1 versus 2. But unfortunately, he goes for a swing and a miss. That's the A1S dropped, so the save was futile.
Yeah, unfortunate that. I don't mind the idea of having that save weapon looking to be that kind of, you know, an early point of contact, something that could catch off ECSTATIC. I would have much preferred to see, you know, the limited utility that they did have, maybe go for a Canals crunch, you know, and attempt a bit more coordination. I feel like if you are going to try and take some space, at least kind of send the pistols in first to take attention away, and then you can see that M4 striking. But yeah, I think peeking towards window there from middle with, you know, quite early in the round, assuming that ECSTATIC aren't going to be holding is the real problem.
Yeah, I think I'm quite boring with how I'm not on the level of VP, but I'm not far off with, like, I do love a good save.
The thing is, I think it's the differing in question from savings from my point of view is whether your save is based on investment in the next round or kind of based on a lack of opportunity of winning that current round. Because you take this round, right? It's a 4 versus 2. Let's pretend that Lovicus and Levantino have rifles here. They're locked out of the bomb site. They're never going to win this round. So I would always say
rifles.
Oh, they've got them both now. But this would be a save I'd always be backing. But it's the fact that he has got a kit. He has got some space. Obviously, they know where he's coming from, but it's also that chance that they're not going to win this next round.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's also about doing damage in the next. Look, either one is right and wrong in its own way.
It's all differing opinions, yeah.
Sometimes the silliest things are the smartest things. But as I was kind of talking about worst case scenario for the CT side, when you win pistol, lose the following force by, you end up in a position like this where you unfortunately trail by 2 rounds, and this is quite an important gun round. Also, Fenneman has the AWP out. He's had very good economical management regardless of the saves or whatever. He hasn't been investing too much, and so because of that, he's just been able to scrape together an AWP and Kevlar on a round where you do not normally see an AWP being produced. And I wonder if this does catch ECSTATIC off guard as he is starting over towards the B bomb site. Christu has his out. That's expected, but Fenneman, he could be the difference maker in this round with a little bit of unpredictability.
Yeah, I think the real promising thing as well is you've got a player like Lovicus who can get the AWP out for Fenneman in their next weaponry investment as well. I think that's the brilliant thing is the AWP's obviously, you know, a monumental factor for CYBERSHOKE's success. You look at it from that round, that 2 versus 4, where I say it's a 2 versus 4 on Vertigo, but it was all just Fenneman. So I think having the AWP in the hands is going to be the most important thing for Fenneman. And opening kill going the way of CYBERSHOKE. And Lele chipped away quite heavily, and this is where CYBERSHOKE now, with their first true weaponry investment, they can look to dominate, they can look to kind of have that big saw. Nixon, that's your teammate. Oh.
Friendly fire.
Just didn't want to get timing, thought there'd be a CT aggressing. You're looking at the health here, though, it's pretty poor here from ECSTATIC. I don't really know what you do.
Okay, Lovicus is in a prime position to succeed. Will they clear him in this corner? No. He easily swipes 2 away. And Analele forced to attempt to save, but he's not going to be able to save. And that's CYBERSHOKE winning a really important gun round very cleanly with 4 players alive and really no worry about this round. And that's the AWP from Fenneman showing its importance of why it's good to have an AWPer have that economical management so he can bring out the AWP as early as possible. And even though it was like 1 kill in isolation there towards the middle, it is so important for the trajectory of the round.
Yeah, again, this is the kind of the bounce back moment. This is where CYBERSHOKE can look to reclaim any form of control they'd want on Anubis. Utility, a bit of a problem here for ECSTATIC and Levantino. Nice find onto Nixon, the double nades onto Christu. Great discipline and awareness. We see, instead of looking to find that frag to get that trade, they do it with utility, and Lovicus prepared for the push there through the smoke. Oh, Christu! clearly not communicated that there's a smoke towards main because his back's turned to Lovicus, and you can't be offering yourself up like that. But a 2-on-4 now.
I mean, what a round towards B. And TMB reveals himself with a missed shot. Notaneki actually does fall even though TMB is fully blinded, but he'll be very short-lived. Success as CYBERSHOKE, another successful round, keeping a core of their players alive, forcing ECSTATIC onto an eco, and now they take the mantle and the lead going forward with the momentum on Anubis.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate for ECSTATIC because I think we all know we were hoping for that kind of third and final map. The Battleground and Mirage seemed one of such excitement, yet right now ECSTATIC, they needed to continue that lead. They needed to have that real positive signs on their T side. As you said, an 8-4 is going to be what they're hoping for, but the signs of that are slowly slipping away because after this one there's going to be 5 more rounds of play, and we're not expecting ECSTATIC to find all of them, surely not. Great from Fenneman. Bit of a shooting gallery here. It's the type of AWP that kind of thrives in the chaos. Stinix though wanting some of the eco frags, so we'll be rotating in and finding the picks as well. Look, Freddie, we saw a 2-0 in the first, and we've got the opportunity to see another 2-0 now, and that's the really, really scary prospect. Obviously, with elimination on the horizon for both these teams, yet for CYBERSHOKE, it's more about that playoff potential that they're going to be thinking about right now, as they are only 9 rounds away from it.
Ooh, good nade. Christu tagged down very early on. He's going to back away from A main. So we've got Static in the mid round. Not really taking any space just yet.
Ooh.
Notaneki's nade misses, but I guess luckily for him it wouldn't have done anything anyways. So it's not the biggest of upsets. A main presence now initiated for Anlele. In the meantime, we have players coming out of middle, and it's really important that Anlele falls there, so CYBERSHOKE, if we do have this attempted split from mid actually initiate, it's going to be no worry towards A main for the time being, and I think that's forcing ECSTATIC to maybe reset themselves. If they did have an idea to split towards A, they can't do that in the position they're in, so they're going to have to slow down and maybe send players away from middle and towards A main. So we've got a lot of time ticking off the clock for ECSTATIC because that one kill from Anlele. TMB can't die here, and
how has he won that fight? How has he got another? If he took down Lovicus there, I'd be
look at the rotations. Look at the rotations. They've left A. They're out of position. ECSTATIC could capitalize upon this, but Fenneman does not care about that. And Notaneki stops his rotation at the perfect time. Now Nixon in a 1 versus 2. Lovicus is in close rotation. He can come and be very quick on the scene, but Nixon, crispy as always. Remember on the T side of Vertigo, we were praising his form. Bomb has to be planted 4 seconds, literally in the nick of time, and Lovicus thinks that he didn't have the time, so he gives up the space. Now Nixon can play a 1 versus 1 with the bomb down, but from the B bomb site, Lovicus saves the day.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that we see Lovicus, the quick rotation in Temple, but TMB does everything for his team. He does absolutely everything required, everything that you could ever ask for. And the most painful thing is they still lose the round. It goes down to this 4-on-4. Obviously, we see it kind of flip to that 3-on-3, and these rotations are coming through. But yeah, we're still at 2 players on the A bomb site. It's the fact that no one else emerges from E-Box. It's the fact that, you know, Lovicus is able to, you know, persuade his team. Look, there's no need to rotate here. It's just a fake. It's just a lurk. But it's so disappointing because even after the heroics there from TMB, it comes to nothing. Hefty investment here from Nixon and Nutnut. Kind of a half by hero from 2 players. Nut. Spotted there. Aggression here. Attempting, but Lovicus can find Stinix as well. Primed for success. Nut eventually gets the trade, but Stinix can find 2 before falling. Levantino now. Oh, Levantino! Just as they back away, Nut. Right, finding that kill, but Fenneman puts him to rest. CYBERSHOKE will continue this streak.
And if it wasn't Fenneman, Notaneki was right there as well. So there would have been the trades. Even though Levantino doesn't get the double there, it's like he was dead anyways, Nut. And just right here, you just have the multi-kill capability for CYBERSHOKE. Probably not a good example to see that spray from Levantino. But still, it's like you kind of look at that B bomb site and you're like, okay, the multi-kill potential is just off the charts for CYBERSHOKE, so it's really hard for ECSTATIC to actually break through. Sure, that wasn't maybe the fullest of investments. They had the all power and the full rifles this round, but still a little bit costly, but a round could have been won there. They could have snatched it from the jaws of defeat, but instead, time slipping away for ECSTATIC. This T side needs to get the ball rolling sooner rather than later, because as soon as CYBERSHOKE exceed the 6-digit mark, scary. That's when we actually start to be a little bit scared about ECSTATIC on Anubis.
Yeah, I think the real problem is it's still that kind of question of, look, right now, where is Anlele? Where is the likes of Christu? Because these are meant to be 2 of these top performers. Same with Nut. Yeah, it's Nixon and TMB that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and that's the real problems. Oh, Stinix soon realizes that as he's trying to aggress, as he's trying to peek behind the smoke, there's a player in his way. Lovicus on the back of the bomb site. The Molotov eventually spreads, and unfortunate there, but 4-on-3 still advantage seen here for CYBERSHOKE, and a great read. Stinix taking control here. Nut finding Levantino. I like what we're seeing. Stinix is clearing all of this out, and it just allows for Notaneki's rotation. Still going to be a retake, though. No one quick enough to deny any plant or find kills beforehand.
Ooh, that nade could have done so much damage, but it just misses the mark. Stinix is, I think, just going to be in time to be an effective flank.
Yeah, definitely.
I think he's in time. There's obviously the world where if you're on a massive flank, you actually lose your timing, but I think Stinix has got it here. Fenneman's also onto the scene with the AWP.
He's being held, though.
Yeah, Stinix is, so he can't play first. We need to see someone like Notaneki go first. There's loads of utility. Will anything be used? Nope, they're just taking the duel. Stinix actually does duel first, and that baits in Notaneki. Great nade into connector, chips both of these players down. The trades are effective for CYBERSHOKE and Notaneki. He just does all the heavy lifting. He is the kit, tells Fenneman to get off it. He can stick the defuse, and CYBERSHOKE, as I mentioned, that 7th round is super scary for ECSTATIC, and CYBERSHOKE have already got there.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem as well is ECSTATIC. At any moment, just if they win a round, we're still going to see an investment from CYBERSHOKE. The finance is looking so strong. Notaneki, he's got 9k in the reserve. I think the problems for ECSTATIC, not only when it comes to the individuals we're seeing here, but it's the fact that CYBERSHOKE have now gotten themselves financially so strong. And you take a look back all the way to that kind of 2nd and 3rd round, where we said, look, you can win the pistol, but winning the force buy is actually financially far more advantageous. Yet we still haven't seen the successes of that. ECSTATIC, that was their 3 rounds. Now what have they got to offer? Fenneman as well, he's in a great position here to find at least one. More obviously can be seen in shadow spotted, and now Fenneman gets the pick, and there's still this bait and switch. Molotov sent, and that's going to slow down the T's massively.
What a nade.
Util coming down. Fenneman going to try and get himself towards the back of the bomb site. A Molotov forcing him out into the open, but the smoke grenade should be good enough. Oh, they're going through. I like the idea. Flashbang. Trades seen. Man advantage still for CYBERSHOKE, and Lovicus taking matter into his own hands, pushing through that smoking camera, finding Nut, and it's Christu to clutch, and it's Christu to fall to Lovicus.
What a hold from Fenneman and Notaneki, right? They get 3 kills together. It got a little bit scrappy. That is because ECSTATIC used great utility. And this is a lovely reactionary shot. A lot of AWPers wouldn't have that ability to hit a kill like that onto Nixon. So really nice team play between Notaneki and Fenneman with their util. Just, you have to give the props to ECSTATIC there for their execute. You know, like the Molotovs forced Fenneman out of position into the flashbangs. So that's not necessarily CYBERSHOKE's fault that they do lose so many players. But still, like, they're smiling. They're creasing, they're cheesing. They've got 8 rounds on the CD side of Anubis on their map pick. 9 would be just something dreamy.
Yeah, we were speaking about 8
destroy ECSTATIC. Yeah, we were speaking 8 to 4. We didn't mean CT side 8. We meant T side 8. So ECSTATIC, this is scary. But you do have rifles at least for the final round. However, Levantino, I was gonna say don't care about that, but Anlele does trade.
Yeah, it's good that that trade does come through. I think if Levantino can somehow secure 2 there, that's where we kind of question, look, round probably over, because it would have been a 5-on-3. Notaneki now could attempt this re-aggression in middle. It'll be based on timing, but as he's also this defender on A, he's got to realise that some discipline's needed. Lovicus and Notaneki now creeping. Lovicus been shipped away at. Prepared. Oh, Notaneki! A great find onto Anlele, gets the advantage back their way. And things are just falling apart here for ECSTATIC. TMB wants to be this hero once again. But it might not matter. Already, CYBERSHOKE have had a stellar kind of first half. Oh, and it's Fenneman. It's always Fenneman, isn't it, Freddy? Christou's now going to have to get both. Attempt at a bomb plant to be impossible with minimal time now. Obviously to give it a go, but the CTs are fast, not giving any time for Christou to think, any time for TMB to rotate in, and it's Christou to fall. Dude. TMB 2 and CYBERSHOKE, they get 9 on the CT side. And obviously we know how T-sided this map is, and we know how heavily CYBERSHOKE favour it. And this is where we're questioning, do we even see another round go the way of ECSTATIC? Because ever since the weaponry is in play for CYBERSHOKE, that's when real success is seen.
I mean, look, Fenneman, there's always the conversation I have of like, which Fenneman we're going to see today? Are we just going to see this just cracked AWPer on the sticks? Yeah. And yeah, apparently that's what we're seeing today. What was it at the end? 12-3, 12-4, something ridiculous like that. Something along those lines. Where is he? 14-3. Oh, okay. And he's, silly me.
And he's not top performing. Lovicus has got 50.
Yeah, like, and Lovicus was what, like Bianca, right? Like, it was just the multi-frag capability that I was mentioning that was just so devastating for ECSTATIC. And I did say a lot of things pointed towards a 2-0, but sometimes assumption can be the most scary thing when we look at Counter-Strike. But today it seems like it's actually worked out in our favour. Notaneki swings and goes, "Ah, there's 3 players! Yep. Run B!"
Well, they actually double back. They're going to go towards A. I don't love it, but if kills come through, then who knows? Nut. On the Julies once again. We've seen successes on Vertigo from Nut's pistol with the Julies. Obviously won that 1 versus 2, got 3 overall. He's on track to find 3 in this one, but Christou's USP could deny any chances of that, as he also finds Fenneman. ECSTATIC, yes, he won the pistol, but still got many more obstacles to face here on Anubis, and the biggest of which being that potential loss in the Swiss stage and denied any chances of playoffs. Because this is it, backs against the walls here for ECSTATIC. Just the eco from CYBERSHOKE, no bomb plant, so very doubtful of any chance for investment.
Maybe a kill or 2. A bomb down would be lunacy. Doesn't seem like they're gonna get it.
TMB's just given some ecos.
Ace?
Sadly not.
They're almost like, hey guys, it's an A1S. Peak the A1S. Less money.
It's also the idea
It's a
of
method.
Nixon's got an MP9. Why is he just hiding in mids? Go
Alright,
find
mate,
him. Go frag him.
If I hear a Glock in canals, bro,
Jumping down.
Without even a moment of hesitation, just like, just speeding my way along. Okay, this could just all end here for eCSTATIC. This is the first gun run for CYBERSHOKE, and I mean, you can see they're confident because they have all bought AKs.
Yeah.
There's lacks of utility here and there, but I don't think CYBERSHOKE are overly fussed about it.
But it's a perfect parallel to CYBERSHOKE, isn't it? We are just the AK enjoyers. It doesn't matter about utility. Strategy isn't our game plan. It's just we will kill you.
But then you get duels on two different positions. Notaneki and Stinix both fail. I really thought Notaneki had that kill on Kristu as well. I thought that was quite a rare miss from him. And yeah, Stinix equally. You are getting dueled, but you're not necessarily finding the most success. Levantino also dinked for his troubles. Look over at A main. Lovicus could catch out Kristu, he does. Ooh, overextensive in the 4 versus 3. Did he have to do that? Did he have to push so far out? Probably not. And now because of that, Nut is left by himself on the A bomb site, and Lele is trying his best to come in and give support. Is he going to realize 2 players are sitting in camera? He's coming behind them. Peekaboo, hello. That's the easiest brace of his life.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just once that smoke fades, CYBERSHOKE, if you're not going to progress through towards the A bomb site, you've got to have someone holding. And obviously they were expecting Lovicus to be there. He probably would have way back to middle. We can look to group that way. But I think it's just the fact that obviously Lovicus just not there in time. And the problem is he's going to be flanking through CT. He's going to hope that he spots out TMB. And it's going to have to be a molly. But there's so many unknowns, whether he's towards Temple, whether he's towards obviously main or E-box, and it's going to have to be a risky plant. We'll be able to get the bomb down, though. Bomb versus 3 for Lovicus. First of TMB to find. Timing will be everything. TMB. We'll find it. So, eCSTATIC, they will best the first full investment there. As we said, though, it was the kind of the 50-50 gunfights that go the way of eCSTATIC, but that double from Manlele, it's the fact that no one just expects it. It's kind of a bit random, and it works so well.
I mean, that re-aggression from Manlele is just really standard. It's just like, yeah, like just helping my teammates on A, and then he's like, oh, there's 2 players in camera. Goody me. Hello.
But they're both holding the same angle. Why is no one holding behind? If you just wait in there, you know. The idea is you're going to be tucked against the left-hand side to catch off anyone rotating from A to middle. Why is no one holding behind?
I think they just thought Nut would progress. I mean, like, realistically, they should have just gone A. I think they were waiting for Lovicus mid. Yeah, Nut was on 9 HP. I mean, unbeknownst to them, he was 1 HP. But regardless, trying to isolate that kill would have been way more beneficial than just sitting there. Twiddling your thumbs. Lovicus has the only primary rifle, and he has just walked onto B and opened up the round. Not for 1, but 1 and 3 quarters. There we go. Yep, Stinix gets the other quarter, ticks that off, and Lovicus is apparently not done with this round because he is searching and hunting for more. He will claim another scalp. I was going to say almost 2. I thought that was a kill on Nixon. But because of that kill, is there actually a possibility of this round being won by eCSTATIC? CYBERSHOKE, very sporadic across the map. This is such a weird round.
Look at Notaneki. He's flanked all the way through beach now. He's going to spot them both. Whether he goes for them both, okay, no discipline from Notaneki, but understandably, he wants to get the pig. But now, Nut, 1 versus 3, got 1v2. Stinix will peek and fight. What can be brought across? But CYBERSHOKE, you said it was that half buy with the only hero investment of Lovicus, and he does so much work. But it denies eCSTATIC victory. It attains double digits here for CYBERSHOKE. Scary scenes for eCSTATIC now as they're 3 rounds away. 3 mistakes, 3 losses from this being their elimination.
Oh, and of all rounds to lose, like, you get past the first gun round. Well, gun round with an asterisk, because, you know, no utility, right? This is almost like the first one gun round, because you actually have full util. Sorry, Sticks just run up. There was a Molotov by Pillar, who's just run into connector. Do they realize he's here? Yeah, TMB seems to have a pretty good idea. Nixon's also jumped down in middle, so he does net 1 kill, but everything now falls in favor of CYBERSHOKE. Christu trying his best Phenomenon impression, and he just obliterates 2. That's the bomb that accelerated towards the B bomb site. Both Phenomenon and Notaneki were nowhere to be seen, because they just thought their teammates had it locked and loaded. But 3 kills coming out in very quick succession. Christu now, he's hunting. He's searching for more. The Orpas are going to come head to head, and this is potentially the duel that dictates the whole game. And ECSTATIC's lifeline in the tournament, and Christu hangs on for dear life as Notaneki now comes from T-Spawn with 50 seconds left on the clock and a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I think the... Well, now both of them, okay. Notaneki given chances, given fights, but yeah, I think Christu does really well there. I think not only do we see both Notaneki and Phenomenon so far out of the action, but it's that question of, look, why have CYBERSHOKE looked to get so aggressive? Well, it's on the basis that they've got 2 kills towards B. Their initial intention is we've got 2 kills on B, we know that the Orp's trapped in a corner, we can pinch him together, win the round, and, you know, that's our 11th. But it's Christu just doing so much work there. The fact he gets the double dink instant headshot there with the P2000, obviously that was the game changer, but still... CYBERSHOKE should have taken him down. That should have been the round going their way. And obviously it gives that kind of breath of fresh air and that lifeline to ECSTATIC. As there's still possibilities for that 3rd and final on Mirage.
Really surprised, like, this round is just, it almost feels like CYBERSHOKE just want to get it done with, right? Like, you know, they get all these kills, they're in a 4 versus 2, and, I mean, I will say, to be fair, Christu does nail Loverkiss and Levantino there. He self-flashes, I call that the Nico flash from the back of Plat.
Yeah.
You just right-click and then jump for a flash, and it blinds everybody, and it's really effective. And there is exhibited how effective it can be. 10-7. CYBERSHOKE, they've only got 1 round their T-side so far. It's a little bit worrying, but I don't think any alarm bells are going off just yet. But early into this round, already great utility damage from Nut with a grenade onto carpets, bringing Stinix and Loverkiss, chipping them down quite low, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great utility damage, but they need to capitalise upon it. Christu trapped in the Molotov. Nice find there from Notaneki, and Notaneki trying to continue. They're going to push through the smoke with the kill feed all orange. TMB will get 1, but the trade from Stinix quick enough. And Lele, blink and you miss it. His teammate's fallen flat, and so is he. Stinix, 2nd kill acquired. Round 1 from CYBERSHOKE. And a speedy response. Okay, yeah, you've had a good round in the last, Christu, but we'll show you what we're made of. A fast A-pop. And like I said, great HE damage, but you've got to capitalise upon it. $11-7 now. And this is where ECSTATIC, they throw everything at the round. It's, you know, the scout on TMB. It's an MP9 on Anlele, 3 pistols alongside him. And a loss in this round is disastrous. It is over, effectively.
God, that scout is
model,
cursed.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's painful. It's painful.
I love how it makes the guns look like so much bigger.
Massive.
Like the Deagle looks massive on his TMBs.
Have you seen the MP9? The MP9 reminds me of it reminds me of the Chicom from COD back in the day. Like,
yeah, it looks like Quake.
Yeah,
He's playing Quake.
It does not look like CS. I imagine he's 4x3 as well. The MP9's going to take up his whole screen.
Oh, Anlele. How is he still alive? Okay, finally dead. There were 2 players in middle. I think Anlele got forced ahead of the Molo. I don't know what happened, but either way, a round that's already looking a bit dire for ECSTATIC because of their utility, everything. Name something, it's looking bad. And they've lost the opening kill. Make it 2. Nixon prime for a reswing. He's going to be falling shortly.
Make it 3.
There it is. Make it 3. Double trouble, triple trouble. CYBERSHOKE, they have their sights on playoffs.
And Nut, he's got to hit this instant headshot. He's got to find the pick before the rest of the T's come in, but he can't get a kill, just damage dealt. And now TMB, big moment with the scout, will find his first. And it also will be his last in the round as he falls. 4 survivors. Well, CYBERSHOKE, congrats on playoffs, because look at the weaponry. It's going to be Deegs again. It's going to be weak weapons and MP9 now on TMB. But with 5 opportunities for CYBERSHOKE, I think it's safe to assume we are going to be seeing them take that kind of success and have a lot of positives here. But when you take into account the rounds in which ECSTATIC have won here on Anubis, it's kind of been those forced by victories. It's ruined the finances against these ecos. Yeah, for CYBERSHOKE, when with weaponry in hand, they've looked very convincing.
Four players towards B. The final round, even worse than the last. Oh, look at where CYBERSHOKE are looking to go. They're looking to split mid to A, but Christu, it's a spanner in the works. That is a, honestly, great scout shot. CYBERSHOKE never had someone outside B, so unbeknownst to them, and Lele's just basically in T spawn, so that's allowing for what originally were 4 players towards B to now separate 2 and 2 towards middle and A, and they'll be looking to also reclaim space as a group. And then Lele starts walking forward, so even though ECSTATIC might not have the weaponry, they might actually be in a great position here to win out this round. It all pins on potentially Lele not being spotted. Look at this, pulls the trigger, misses a few shots, but finally does fell Phenomen. Lovakis was never spotted in middle. That is the one issue. Lele, though, still alive and still raring, playing around the smoke. This dude is invincible. He's living in the Matrix right now. He's simply not falling. And Lovakis has also died from middle, so we've got all the attention on Stinix and Notaneki, who are both low HP, and Lele's done God's work while only getting 1 kill.
Yeah, not only is it Lele kind of surviving for so long, but it's the smoke that's the real problem. Seemed like that smoke lasts forever. And dealing with him is just an impossibility. But yeah, CYBERSHOKE probably should have won that one, but you said Lele's going to be the difference maker, going to be that kind of contingency plan that ECSTATIC can fall back on, and they certainly do. Drops the bomb, and that's where things become really tough. TMB falling there, that's not what you want. The money for ECSTATIC's so poor. How have they not come into question of that? How have they just allowed Stinix to take that pot shot with the AWP towards the end of the round? You want to be saving those weapons.
Okay, we're still alive here on Anubis. Not quite sure how, to be honest. I feel like this game was going to end a long time ago after we did see that 9-3 half. So this game's been made a lot more contestable on the face of it. Phenomen, though, that's a pretty big opening kill. No opening with a scout in this round. And yeah, it's looking like it's all falling apart. And Lele, the hero of the previous, with the FAMAS up close, only able to obtain 1 kill this time. Christu somehow gets around the spam, mollo, and smoke, and does stem the bleeding momentarily, and does allow for Nut to rotate over, but CYBERSHOKE just put their foot down, slamming onto the brakes, cut noise, and it sends ECSTATIC patrolling on different parts of the map to try and identify where the others are, and because of this, they're actually just going to distance themselves from the B bomb site, where it looks like CYBERSHOKE are ultimately favouring.
And I think now this is where you kind of question, you know, they've had a little bit of a look in middle from Nut holding bridge. They've had a slight peek there towards both rugs and stairs. Not met with any contact, so it should just be this late B play, and that's why they've doubled back. But we know how good these players can be on the openers, on these entries, and it will be Lovakis and Levantino to close it out here. A 13-7 scoreline. A very impressive, 13-8, sorry, but a very impressive game from CYBERSHOKE. They do 2-0.
That ended extremely quickly. I thought there was maybe in that last round some more weight, but honestly, I will give it to ECSTATIC. They had an awful first half. They were, what, 9-3 down. I thought it was just going to be cleaned up like a 13-3, 13-5. So they do at least have some contestability on Anubis, but it's, as we mentioned going into this map, a lot of signs pointed towards them just simply not winning Anubis. Like we were always saying, is going to a third map. Both teams are going to win their map pig, and then CYBERSHOKE win map 1. And you're like, okay, well, duo. And even though assuming can make an ass out of me and you, it was actually correct this time. We actually assumed correct, and CYBERSHOKE go through the playoffs. And ECSTATIC are eliminated 2 and 3 in Series 14.
Yeah, I think the real problem is it's not kind of the map picks, it's not those statistics that we're going to be looking at, it's the individuals. And today for ECSTATIC we talk about the recent roster moves and the fact that, you know, these players are trying to re-synergize, but it's also the individuals. It's, you know, we had difficulties on the likes of Anlele, obviously Nut and Christu. These are meant to be your kind of your 3 stars for ECSTATIC, and they weren't really shaping up and showing up today. Yet for CYBERSHOKE, it was just that idea of individuals. We saw it a lot of the time from your kind of your Fenomens, your Lovacuses, and Notaneki as well on Vertigo played really well. But yeah, obviously with that, CYBERSHOKE are victorious. They can get themselves to the playoffs, but there is still one more match to be seen, Freddie, that will be kicking off in about an hour's time, being that TSM versus FAVBET, and you won't be joined by us two. It will be both Atro and Anthran on the mic to kind of talk things through, so make sure to show them some love, but a bit of a break beforehand, so don't go anywhere.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
track, can't let it go. We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our...
And so we return ready to begin the last best of three of the CCT 14th European Series Swiss stage between FAVBET and TSM. I'd argue this is a must-win game for a rocky recent history TSM team. It's not an easy feat against FAVBET, who have been riding a high.
Definitely not when you're talking about a 2-2 scoreline as well out here to the Swiss stage. It's round number 5 and it's do or die here into the Swiss stage to decide who goes to the playoffs and who gets eliminated out here for the 14th series of Central Europe already. If not Central Europe, for Europe in general out here, Anton. It's been a while since we've seen these teams actually join up onto the circuit, and now they have to duke it out one more time up against the others. And with the current rosters, they haven't actually met as of recently, so we'll see how they manage to put on the head-to-head as we do have TSM versus FAVBET. Ladies and gents, Anthron, you are looking down at these teams. What are you thinking when you see the Ukrainians going up against the Danes right now?
I think for FAVBET, this is a very, very favorable matchup considering what other teams were in the 2-2. We mentioned it earlier today that we've been rolling through 2-0s. You had earlier on Metizport, I'd say it's a slight upset versus alternate aTTaX. Then you've got ECSTATIC over, I believe, CYBERSHOKE. Point is, there are so many teams in that 2-2 bracket that, I mean, they were mainstays in CCT playoffs for a while. They were very not upsettable teams. Alternate aTTaX had great wins in this event. But going against TSM, I think what I've seen recently, very, very rocky. This is a team that had to bounce back from being in the 1 and 2 column, from being on elimination point, then eliminating G2 Ares themselves. And even if you look deeper down in their arsenal, there's a lot of shaky losses this team has recently gone through. So for FAVBET, this might be the best opportunity you've got at making a playoff run.
But also for TSM, there are a couple of good things to look forward to, especially out here for FAVBET. The problem sometimes is that firepower department, and we're taking a look on down. Jackie can definitely be a standoff player, but then you're going up against players that have done it in the past and have done it quite damn well. We're talking Zyphon, we're talking A-Core, even now Syra joined up just around about a couple of weeks now. I think this marks his 3rd week out here with the Danish organization. He has been looking forward to be pursuing a bit more of a casual role out here on the rifle side of things for TSM. He isn't that standoff player that we usually like to see his name pop up into the kill feed. He is a bit more of a pillar out here for the team that the Danes, I don't quite know if they need it or not, but it is an interesting choice either way to be substituting in aTTaX for him, as Valde is still on the IGing role. I think the big question mark around TSM is going to be, which TSM are we going to get to see today? Is it the individual TSM that can really pop off with a good play, with a good performance coming through from the Yopper, from A-Core, from Zyphon having a good game, from Nico actually being consistent enough to not go KD negative, right? And just in general, TSM, I think they do have the backings to win this best of 3, but it's definitely not going to be an easy one. And I think the battlefield is also going to be changing a lot for this head-to-head.
Yeah, I actually really like the way you put it, because this TSM roster has been riddled with inconsistency to the point where the main question going into most of their affairs is, what TSM do we get? Do we get the TSM in which all of the names back the name itself of TSM and then just go straight in, sweep away a series, are almost untouchable, and, you know, look like potential Titans? Or do we get the TSM that's kind of disjointed, disgruntled, all over the place, don't really have that much of a formula, and are missing big pieces for a team that's built upon them? I really couldn't tell you. Now, my hot take going into this veto is it's hard tailored to FAVBET's favor. Going into this, there's a lot of different ways it can be played from either squad. Seeing Nuke got a TSM, that's a bit of a surprise to me. I'm wondering if that's more in the realm of a punish pick going against a FAVBET team who have looked rocky on it. But even so, they recently have a win against Drillas, so not necessarily as big of an ace in the hole as they may have thought. Ancient also picked by FAVBET. Don't dislike that map. Avoiding Inferno considering TSM is one of their best, even though it's yours. So we end up on it as a decider. And this is a hard one to see not going 3 maps.
Exactly. Regin, I think the coach out here for TSM did a really good job with his map veto. The instant ban away to Anubis is definitely a blow out here for FAVBET. Then we go on over to Nuke, which they had a choice to make, right? They could either have gone to Nuke or they could have taken us immediately to Dust 2. Now, I do like the idea behind Nuke a little bit more, but this also tailors a little bit to FAVBET just because of the team that we're watching. We put up the question, will TSM be able to coordinate well enough? Nuke is a map where you have to play as a team, where you have to play together, especially on the retakes, but also down onto your CT sides. And as it will come down to this, then we move on over to Ancient, right? So if FAVBET managed to just sweep away momentum on the first map, this could be a 2-0 for FAVBET if they have a good start, a good beginning to this best of 3. If not, I can definitely see TSM taking it all the way. Inferno is very competitive for both of these sides, and it can be a bit more brawly than the other 2 maps. So Nuke and Ancient is going to be a tactical gameplay, which Bonding coming through with the experience is going to have to match up with Volde here, and Volde this time today needs to be able to communicate well enough to the rest of his Danes.
I almost want to put a lot of the faith for TSM onto aCore, because when I look at a map like Nuke, I always think Oppers, Oppers, Oppers. Where are they? What are they doing? What can they do? And aCore, I mean, he's been like the consistent piece for this TSM team. They have had some very, very low lows on this squad, but he's not been one of them. Even in their series where they're getting blown out, in their maps where they're not putting up any numbers, aCore, he's always there with something, whether it's just consistency and maybe getting the amount of kills you would expect out of one of your players, or holding the line that shouldn't really have been drawn in the first place. I think aCore and me is the light in a series like this that features a map like Nuke, that later on shifts to Inferno, and also a player who isn't individually all that poor on Ancient. I think a lot of the fate has to go to him. Now, on the flip side of that, how do you respond as FAVBET? Do you rely on your Opera to step in, or do you rely a little more on that veterancy as previously mentioned? Bonding, coming into this team, brings a very interesting piece to the table in the fact that he's been all over the place. He's going to know how to play around some of these players, especially when you consider the old heads of TSM, and they still don't really outrank where Bondic's been. So you're right, this will be a strategic battle for them, and it's going to be up to if Bondic can call a game around it or not.
Yeah, and this is also the thing when you take a look on down to roles. Usually, at least out here into the CCT, we don't love to always go off on roles and say, yes, this player has to be a lurker, yes, this player has to be a utility player, but we do at least look at the IGLs and what they kind of play, right? An opping IGL can be very different to a support IGL or to an entering IGL, right? It kind of changes the pace that they approach a lot of maps. And Volde especially is a very tactical player when it comes down to his utility. He's the support player out here for the team, so he kind of lets the rest of his team entry up, try to be aggressive, try to make those openings for them. So as we head on over to Nuke, it is going to be a big question for both of these squads to see who will be able to play that better CT side, to be a bit more tactically adverse. And now let's jump into Cedar Creek out here, Anthron, as we will be taking a look on down to the last best of 3 of the day for the CCT into the Swiss stage for the 14th online series, as FAVBET and TSM are going to duke it head to head to be, well, gaining the advantage out here to the 3 mappers that we might see today.
Playoffs inbound for one of these two teams. The other head hung in shame as we kick off a T side with TSM starting. It's a very interesting idea with double nades over on many that distracts every A player, and they go straight into ramp. Bondit first responds with a teammate behind him. They're looking unstoppable. Jekki answering his call, Smash doing his job, and even though this trade comes in, it's a 1-on-2 for A-Core.
Moves in towards the B bomb site, has got it completely for free, but he's moving quickly. They will be dropping on down. That bomb is gonna get planted in the smoke. So there's the bonus on the bomb plant coming through out here for TSM. So either way, they will be able to invest into a force buy. And the Glock pre-fire spots out the dualies. Don't know if he spotted out the second one as well. Gets stuck in the door. Only opened once. This is actually not a bad position, but Jekki just crashes him into the smoke. And there you have yourself the first pistol round going the way of FAVBET, and all because of that amazingly well-placed nade coming through from Bondik, letting 4 people down to half HP, and then securing a 2-kill as well, a 2-piece as well, in towards the entry towards ramp. Very well played there at the IGL, and Jekki to be able to clean up as well. Well done out here for FAVBET.
It's just as much the credit for Bondik as it is for Smash. This is a game of distractions for FAVBET, and it goes both ways. You saw at the start that was the idea from TSM, but you see everybody tap into ramp, looking at Smash, looking at him, looking deep ramp because he took first contact. He showed first phase, and then Bondik gets a couple free shots to pop off. Then you talk about that nade adding damage on, and they're running out of players, they're running out of health, they're running out quick. And you see everything fall apart in that one avenue of the map. Now, looking into FAVBET a bit deeper, you know, it's not hard to see their nuke hasn't been that inspiring. I almost want to say knee-jerk-wise, it's because the op just hasn't been as much of an X factor as it needs to be.
I mean, yeah, definitely the op is going to be very, very important, but look at the positions they usually play. Outside, they do have a close player down towards mini, and the rest are just really holding down for the other positions onto the extremities. So they can afford to lose outside control as long as TSM don't overpush them. And this was another point that I wanted to bring, but this is a very interesting buy, so I'll get to it after we get to see the round being played out. A lot of max turns, a lot of tech downs, just aggression coming around, and Diamond connects on the first one, Bondik out, and through the flash, Tension manages to actually peel away for his teammate. Tension, great 2K, and that is the shutdown that FAVBET would have loved to find, and they did indeed. That's the rifle saved in the game, starting off on the right foot out here for the CT side. That it was a brilliant shutdown coming through from the aggression that TSM wanted to put.
That support from Tension is something you can't instruct. It's just so perfectly timed. Jekki's dead here. If Jekki even falls, this is an entirely different round. They still go into sight. Yeah, maybe they end up losing it in the end, but it's a bomb for him. It's maybe some encouragement for another investment in the third. Tension coming through from heaven and denying that frag on the site player creates so much commotion for TSM that they can't progress past HUT.
Exactly, really well played out there for Tension, and the communication was still clear out here for FAVBET, so off to a great start for the CT side. I do want to mention the fact, you know, that TSM, they could have a way into this game if Nico and Syra play a very good entry fragging position out here together. If they manage to be aggressive, if they manage to take FAVBET by surprise, then the game can truly start looking in their favor, especially out here onto this T side. But this is just an eco that has already found a lot of damage. Bondik down to 18 HP, Marix only sent out 72 before he got headshotted by the IGL, and Tension outside alongside the FAMAS with Smash there will be able to just clean up house, and the round is not scarier than it needs to be, as aCore does manage to find another trade back away out here to just get a little bit more cash in the bank. They will be having an investment for the T side. However, out here on Thrun, it's off to the races for FAVBET on a 3-0 start.
They've built up some finances for themselves too. They've got a safety net in place if things go wrong. Now, I'm still sure we won't see a buy if a round gets lost here, but I do get a lot of questions personally answered, one of which being, what does this Tension off-featured CT side look like for FAVBET? And I wonder if it looks fluid or maybe a little more static in comparison to what we've seen already. Investing to have an area and stopping them from progression almost anywhere. This time he takes a little more of an aggressive approach outside.
Look at this slow split coming through from TSM now, right? They're all across the map, they're setting up utility, and they will be going in for the outside cross as well. It looks like, well, TSM are still preparing for any sort of space taking that FAVBET have got in mind. They're just going in one by one, right? You get to see the outside play being made slowly but surely. The nades are really well timed out here for FAVBET, opening up for information. Look towards Secret now. Marix is going to be the linchpin at the start of this round. Can he find anything to work with, or does he just go down with the information? Because right now, TSM TSM, great awareness. They find themselves over towards Mini, but that's still going to be Marix finding himself off of the space, getting away with a little bit of damage as well. And now, well, they're off to really try to find some openers. It's up to Smash to the 9. He still plays this one back. Look at how passive-aggressive FAVBET are being right now. This is what could be winning them the round.
They know this is going to be calmed over. There's no way this is lost in translation from tension. This is easy pickings. Even Tuck's back in heaven, waiting for them to make their first move. You're in. Oh, the trades are in, and the bomb is dropped in CT spawn. Trades continue to favor the likes of FAVBET as well, and they've just taken a little too long. Sierra, does he really want to walk back into an op 1v1? Absolutely not.
This is wonderful coming through from FAVBET. Syra has to. He's forced. He saw the bomb being picked up, so Tension played the angle. And this is just beautiful coming through from FAVBET. So fluid, so communicative. And they managed to win out all of their duels right now. Tension is 7-0. Jackie 5-0. And everybody's just happy out here onto the CT side. Marix, even though he doesn't have a lot of kills on the border, has got a lot of information built up outside. He played on down towards Secret perfectly. Just went in for a peek, decided that, you know what, there's too many players there, already have info on 2, go back. Right, play a little bit slower. Start calling out the smash, be ready for the contact play down towards window. And he actually managed to peek into it, and you got to see that timing coming through, right? Tension was allowed to play his own game down there onto heaven, and they just had a lot of trust in each other. So there you go, very well played from FAVBET, starts them off on a 4-0, and TSM, as you mentioned it prior, they're not going to be having that force buy. It's only going to be Nico coming through, and Valde needs to change up tactics because already FAVBET are looking like an impenetrable wall out there onto that A site.
And what's worse is these rounds aren't coming via 1v1s, via 2v2s, or close affairs. These are rounds that are coming via domination by FAVBET, which continues to add to the comfort level of this CT side. There's no worry of failure. There's no worry of cracking. Maybe you can drop a round here and there, and you're still going to be fine. Outside, it does have me a little worried for the future because TSM are continuously getting this and doing damage with it behind that. It's not only damage, but it's a kill in a couple of rounds. It's space in others. We saw how close in CT they got last round. Who's to say one of these times they don't actually crack that wide open? Well, this one round they're going down secret, no holds barred as they sprint in with 4 players.
Marix denies the first though, that's the op are gone, and he's only had a tech 9. It's Tension again, speaking of the op connecting, and all this timing is wonderful coming through for FAVBET. But Nico, this is what I wanted to see. Picks up the op and wants to go for the third chromatic aberration, call him a menace. Siphon with a back turned away, spams the deagle, and he's actually managed to connect at least on 1v2 remaining. Nico, he's already started it off, can he finish it as well? Bomb planted into the site. And now 2v1, Marix is going to be punching in the codes a bit faster than his teammate. Nico peeks and connects on the second one as well. Nico's got the op, and the church is going to be praying for Nico as he finds himself on a 4-killer. Out here into this round is going to be TSM to be picking up their first, courtesy of an insane clutch from the Tech 9 Master. Look at this.
Too far split from FAVBET. They give so much room for Nico to work on this op. They have util to come back on the retake. It's just panic starts to set in. And I did say they can afford a loss. It's not the end of the world. But in the fashion it happens, that one's going to sting. You said Valde's got to step it up with the calling. I think they just have.
Oh, that wasn't calling though. That was just the eco round coming on through, hoping for the best, and the best actually happened. Nico just saved the day there because you got to see let's see this round first. Siphon opens up with 2. Surprisingly, completely denies Acor on the timing as well. Catches off Smash, and this is better and better from TSM as time passes. Bondic, Marix, they're going to be forced back, surely. Yeah, they do have a little bit of cash out there onto Bondic, but you don't want to lose any weapons in Acor. He's just pinning them down. He's got a full-on radar missile connected on these guys, checking in outside, checking down on lobby. All the timing is perfect, and TSM off to the second round will have no problems whatsoever. And yeah, Valde, he did call it perfectly. Last round, he spotted out, okay, we've got Tech 9's fast rush outside. It's the one place where they're not holding well, and that is exactly how they managed to find themselves onto the bomb side. Marix tried. He only found 2. Into this round as well, play up aggressively, knowing that FAVBET are going to be a little bit scared because of that previous round. They're going to be playing in towards their passive lines, and they just started going off and off. Acor on the 2K was wonderful, but it was Siphon on that double entry towards Hut to just be winning out the round immediately.
So many moving pieces going right there. And I love the explosivity from TSM. Immediately following it up with something a little more, I'd say, concrete. Who cares if they escape with one weapon? It's whatever. It's meaningless. Especially considering the following shouldn't be much of an endeavor we discussed for FAVBET. And I always talk about how many rounds you're aiming for on a T-side of Nuke. 5. Call it a done deal. You're aiming for it. You might hit that bar and more with this current rate. 3 almost a guarantee. The rifle's going to be shaky to follow it. Whilst the initial kickoff looked phenomenal from FAVBET, it did have its potential worries. It did have its potential flaws, giving so much space and outside. The round I mentioned it. TSM eventually would use it to go down lower, set their individuals up for success, and then tee up NiKo for something like that. It's just not the most consistent of formulas you want to be working with. Zyphin's double entry too. That's got to have some prowess to it.
Yeah.
Player capable of taking over a game, and he steps up right when called upon.
That's exactly the thing, right? A lot of people are looking towards this lineup for TSM and they're saying, okay, who needs to step up? It's aCore, it's Zyphin, it's always these guys, right? But NiKo is always such a consistent piece. You never really expect it out of him until you do. And then the name pops up in your head and you're like, wait, this guy can pull it off. But look at Bondic just go solo rifle in and finds NiKo as well. So he's not going to be allowed to do any shenanigans out there on the AK. It's going to be up to Zyphin to check behind as TSM are making their way across towards Secret once more. The T side needs to check behind, now scared of the IGL, prowling and crawling around their backsides as FAVBET. Well, they are on the pistols right now. They're just on an eco. They're really just buying up time and space right now. They spotted one outside. No way, Ascension will win this duel. He's picked up the AK and the bomb. Bondic is holding it alongside Tension. That's Syra not expecting the double peek to come around. Syra trades it out, but it's Bondic again left in a 1v2. And look at how this eco round with a single solo rifle is already becoming way more expensive than the Core. And there's no way that NiKo pulled it off once and then Bondic pulls it off on the second time on the opposing side, held down the line, but Zyphin was just a bit quicker on that trigger. TSM keep the momentum going, but it came way too close when fighting a single rifle.
Crazy angle and fight from Bondic, then Zyphin. Dude, this should have gone the way of FAVBET, you'd think, but Zyphin pulls it out of absolutely nowhere. And it's that huge 1v1 that I think determines momentum moving forward. TSM, FAVBET, both fighting for it in this last dying breath. At the end of the day, it is just one solo rifle. How much damage could it possibly do? Not enough. 4 kills, nice stuff though. You got the off back out on Tension thanks to all the good work in the previous. But now you've got to make it do something more than just a kill or two. You've got to make it help you win the round.
Well, we'll see how they do it. Looking in for openers right now. TSM just playing down their angles, and so are FAVBET. Smash holding things down out here towards ramp, and he's just waiting for a sound cue to get May. NiKo gonna give that to him though. Molotov down on the HUD is gonna be denying the fact that they really could be pushing there, but still in through ramp is gonna be Tension to be missing out the first stop shot, and then the trace comes back from Smash. Fully Flash doesn't care. Zyphin good for another 2 on the entries, and apparently NiKo is not gonna be the entry fragger today. It's going to be Zyphin because he's already found this 2 rounds in a row, and he's saving the day out here for his team. Spams through a smoke, almost connecting on the Mavericks as well, and it is gonna be up to FAVBET now to retake. Really, Syra falling though in from Secret and makes it up to a 3v3. AK picked up for the IGL, and Bondic is still pulling through big time out here for the team, but will they go away? Yes, they will. Save called in because of the economical values that they currently have. FAVBET are going to be pulling the plug, and TSM happy for 4 in a row.
Especially with no kits, lacking utility. Yeah, smokes and a couple flashes aren't really going to cut it for something like a B-Nuke retake. You need mollies. You need to firebomb out the dark corner. You need to firebomb out the site. Do something. There's just too many little nooks and crannies, as much as the angles are minute, that if you don't have any mollies, any nades, you might as well just let them have it, especially again. But as I said earlier, you're only aiming for like 5 rounds on this T side to call it a good done deal. You've only got 1 more to try and nab it. I doubt it'll be a full purchase behind that. Maybe Smash and Tension get rifles dropped, but the more likely situation is a save? No, they're actually going for this. It's a bold call, and it's going to cost you big if you can't pick it up.
But it's also going to be paying off in dividends if they manage to win it, you know. FAVBET right now, they can't allow this momentum to keep on going for TSM. Even an 8-4 split would still be good out here for the CT side. Remember, they started off on a 4-0 right into this first half, so they can't really afford themselves to be giving away the momentum to TSM, knowing that this is their own map pick as well. So, Acor on the AWP once more. Volde is definitely not matching up to his counterpart on the IGLing department in ranking terms, but so far he's definitely changed up the pace for the team and it's looking much better. Zyphon is saving so many of these rounds with the openers as well, with the entries, and now having made noise outside they go, and somehow the cross got made. Marix is going to be able to trade away for his tension, and that is going to be Smash looking for the second as he finds a complete pandemonium outside, and it's still Jackie and Smash 2-9. Nico last man standing, and he's sure he's pulled off a clutch before, but this time he needs to find the 1v3 with no bomb planned and with only a little bit of pressure down towards B.
Oh, they're gonna give him a plan, as you said, so there's some room to navigate here, but they're all split up. It's a risk in its own right, but also be an advantage if you win your duels, Jackie. Just a little too good to allow it to slip yet again, and FAVBET's investment pays off.
I mean, yeah, but again, it kind of gets close. Sure, Nico doesn't find any kills there, but the timings on everything, they were going in and about to peak one by one. And that was the problem back when he actually managed to find the first clutch to be constituting this momentum comeback for TSM. Which was the fact that, yeah, FAVBET right now are communicating very well in the early game, in the early rounds. But as the rounds keep on going and as the timer keeps on ticking, they seem to be losing their cohesion bit by bit, and that can truly become a big problem, especially in those clutch situations, especially in those post plans, because you get to see them become impatient. So FAVBET, they can't allow themselves to, you know, continue that momentum, continue that way of playing. So it's round number 10, 3 rounds remaining of this first half. AWP still on tension, Acor has got his, and TSM really just won one more round, and this is the way to get it. Marix out of the fight already in 20 seconds.
That's a big kill. It's a big man to lose, but now you've got tension. Threading the needle outside. Doesn't matter, his man and ramp's been lost. I love this misdirection by TSM to pull players off of assisting Angle's tension. He's been such an integral piece around the board, helping A, helping ramp, helping outside, but that leaves so much left on his plate. They eventually get this bomb down to let's have 3-on-3 this time, though. It's around you need. Jackie's just sitting back, waiting. TSM, they're gonna walk into this angle, at least I would suspect. Time's running out, but this makes that a little more irrelevant. Zyphon, timing's there, but the kill isn't.
He had the shadow advantage and everything. 3v2 now, and there's already few skits onto the CT side. They want to push on in. They're checking on down towards Ram. They know this is going to be a hold in from double doors. They just have to spam it. No need to either blow open the smoke either, so Nico has to go for it. Spams away, but he does connect, and that's the round here for TSM. So important that they managed to win this one out. There's going to be tension losing out his op, but now they don't care. TSM have hit 5, and they have hit it in a very good fashion as well. That is going to be leading them up to the charge out there for the second half.
Now you've got an interesting call to ask yourselves for FAVBET. You can afford another op. You can afford a gun or two beyond that. But can you afford a full buy? No, unless there's some sacrifices made. TSM in the same boat, but obviously another purchase is to come with a round win behind it. This is a hop, skip, and a jump away from being cataclysmic. Jackie almost pulls that off with the spam not being on the right mark. It is a buy going both ways. Everything left on the field in the 11th, but it's a round much more needed than FAVBET rather than TSM.
Ooh, great flash getting on around, but you gotta feel for Bond. They only had a Famas to work with out here into the side. Jackie down to low HP. Still connects on the kills though. Jackie left alive for so long. Tension is allowed to be open, the smoke. And that is gonna be another kill connecting out here for the upper 2v1 and Acor now. He's got to plant the bomb. There's low HP onto tension. Smash onto an MP9. Will be playing down from heaven as well. They want to double peek this one, and it's a perfect call to make, but tension. Oh, you need this timing. Acor's checking, and that's a spray transfer connecting onto one. And then the second as well. Runs out of bullets though! And that's going to be Acor losing out a very important clutch that he had in the bag. If only he had 10 more bullets to work with.
I'm just astonished at the decision though from Acor. It doesn't really make much sense. You've spotted both of them now. This comm is guaranteed. You've got the op frag from Mini. You've got the MP9 from Heaven, both spotted. Acor, he gets the bomb And I immediately thought this was going down, Ven. I immediately thought this was going down B and you were going to force them to retake. But no, he goes for the duel on both individual players in heaven. I mean, obviously you couldn't suspect it, but he doesn't even walk away with a bomb plant. And that has its own effects. Going into the finale of this half, you've got Tech 9s glittering nearby. You've got SMGs that can't compete. And a 5-on-3, which is a pill you've got to swallow.
Oh, and a half you gotta take as well, right? 7-5, it's not that bad. Nico's gonna try to make it again with the Tech 9. This time, connects into Smash as well. That nade, is it timed well enough? Yes, it is. Marix connects on the cleanup, and that's gonna be forcing away the bomb tap as well. Sarah, good for another A-core. Snappy with it, though. That's gonna be the 2v2, and look at the turnaround that you called before. They went to the vent once, but it's up to Bondic to save the day one more time. If A-core goes down here with a shadow advantage, it's up to a 15 HP Syra to be saving the day out here for the T side. 6-6 or 7-5. Let's see it out, and it's gonna be Syra winning it down. TSM 6-6, and they'll more than happily take this half.
Bondic was not ready for that smoke to, or rather, I'm sorry, for that peak to be that far aggressive. I think maybe he assumed he won the timing battle, but that's a rare mistake from a veteran player of the game, and that just cost him a round, which could be huge in the swing of things. This pistol not necessarily a requirement for either side, but we're going to need a killer offensive response from FAVBET to match what TSM should put back up on the board. And you've got to include a couple of biffed rounds from TSM, this being one of them. You've got to include a biffed clutch given away for FAVBET all the way back on in the second, I'm sorry, in the fifth round. And, you know, the spiral of things going against FAVBET, you mentioned they were up 4-0. A 6-2 response to that is not exactly sublime. You know, it almost felt like Bondic pulled this off. I loved the decision. Yeah. I loved the kills. I loved the 1v1 he put himself in. Just doesn't fall his way, and we find ourselves here.
Yeah, but this is a problem, right? If you're FAVBET, you're never supposed to be allowing yourself to lose that 2v4. It's no post-plan situation, a whole minute and some left on the clock. You could have just played it slowly, but yet you decide to take out these duels, and that is exactly what cost them that round. So this could have been 7-5, and we could have been looking at a very different game out here in the second half, but now it's TSM on CT side, and FAVBET very aggressive in towards A, already planting. And we've got a post plant in 20 seconds, so this is really going to be turning aggressive as the things are looking away. It's going to be Jackie connecting on another headshot out here into the side. In from heaven, it's going to be another one to fall, and all that's left is Nico. Short pistol, Meister did it once, but can't do it twice. Will go down, and it's FAVBET on the pistol to be finding themselves over to the advantage still.
Would have been a hell of a lot worse for FAVBET. Things went swimmingly on that site take. Straight through the smoke. When you instantly delete the site anchor without even giving him vision, you know some bad things are to come. And TSM, it's no surprise they end up dropping. They force Spy back in, trying to take what they felt was rightfully theirs. FAVBET's lead is very fragile, but definitely ironed out if this doesn't get pulled through. Especially with everything they put into this. I mean, you've got MP9s and a scout. It's not unlikely to pull this off. On a map like Nuke, with how many close range tools there are, this is not an unlikely round.
Yeah, but it's a weird call being made out here for aCore especially, right? He hasn't been having a bad game, but not a hats off performance either, right? You're taking a look on Down to Tension, currently highest rated on the server alongside Jackie, and it's scary to be thinking that he's going to be reaching an AWP in just around about 2 rounds, right? So even onto this T side, they're still managing to take up this much space. FAVBET find themselves over towards Secret already, and all of these rifles are just hungry for the kills. So is the Mac 10 onto Tension. He's got a lot of util to work with, and yet he's not going to throw it out still. A minute on the clock, and the 5-7s need to hold alongside the 3 MP9s. It's going to be up to Syra and Zyphon, 2 players who can definitely shoot under pressure to deny these entries. FAVBET, they need the timing. They need something to entry up. Syra, alongside his veteran duo out there on Syra. Able to find something. This is the timing though, and opening up the doors is gonna be deadly. 25 seconds, and they're playing this one so slowly. This is all gonna break out wild, and the lineup was there. Jackie finds it and wins the round, surely.
Yeah, Yeah, you just back off. There's not even a point in fighting for this anymore. After those kills come in, it's just, you gotta realize you've been bested for TSM. FAVBET, it's at least a merciful way to put them down with only 2 guns taken away. One more. Smelling blood in the water, the AKs go wide. Bondic may have given more than he should have. Doesn't mean his teammates are going to follow that warning earlier given. Nico's just trying to head for the hills on 8 HP. He needs his support lines to be there for him. An A-Core scout! It's narrowly cut off. They all escaped to T-spawn. Round still not yet concluded, but I don't think FAVBET will be giving anymore.
Smash for a second there was looking like he wanted to go in for the kill, knows that Nico's down to low HP and he's got the AK. But you know what, an AK saved over or not, it's not going to change the fact that FAVBET managed to win out their pistol round and then their converting round as well. So now look at the cash coming through from the CZ side. Sure, they've got an AK, an MP9, and a scout saved away into this next round, but what does that mean? Really nothing, because there's no way in hell that Syra and Zypher are not going to be buying up here. They don't want to destroy economy for the rest of the CT side. So at max, we're going to get to see some upgraded pistols, but that's it. And FAVBET should be allowing themselves to find a 9-6 here. And just imagine how different it would be. If they managed to connect on that 2v4, this would have already been double digits for FAVBET.
So many different ways to look at it, but if you're FAVBET right now, I think you gotta just relax and sit easy, knowing you've got a lead. There goes the AK. The one saving grace you had here ripped from your cold dead hands.
Syra has it.
Same.
He's got no armor.
It's the same exact way that we saw the pistol unwind. Just no fighting chance. God, I thought a head would have been seen.
No. That's just our prediction powers coming through because of the X-ray. So we might be gods in their eyes, but we can't do anything about it. So, FAVBET. How do you like the C side? You've already got so many individuals that are firing off on all cylinders. Everybody's above 2k double digits on the kill there besides Mary. He's been playing a really good supporting line. FAVBET, I feel like everybody has been shooting really well, and this is actually going to be allowing their T side to flourish, not even be a problem out here for their side, even though it's new T side.
Oh god, gotta watch out. Again, both of these teams have been very quick to give up outside control, and you know, it's not like there's the biggest track record right now for TSM. Guns don't necessarily paint a prettier picture either, but it does still leave a sign of worry. And dude, they are contained in hell. There's no way you're getting out of this, right? Bondage and CT spawn detected. The wall's just gotten a nice clean headshot, so I mean, maybe there's an escape route. They don't really know about Syra. He's got an AK.
That's a lot of copium. But Syra gonna get caught off guard here by both Marix and the MP9, so yeah, that's a shutdown. That's the first time I see actually anyone get a kill through those barrels. Probably should have expected them, though. They are looking like plastic. Still, though. It's FAVBET to be finding souls over to 9, and now the full buy comes around for TSM. I'd say this is a pretty big moment out here for TSM CT side. If they don't manage to win this one, Anthrin, FAVBET are literally going to be a skip and a stone skip away from managing to find themselves at least on that one.
That is one thing you have to start worrying about when you look at it from the momentum perspective, right? Things can get so out of hand so quickly. With how many rounds can spur off of one round going your way with certain conditions, you can't let 3-4 in a row slip almost ever. You almost instantly see a game start to close out when that happens.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the pregame as well, right? If FAVBET start off on the right foot and they just manage to be absolutely dominant and win out all of their duels, then they could find themselves over to a good best of 3 as well. But this is a great start to the round here. The rifles being bought up are actually finding a lot of initiative, as it is going to be the entries up into the site one by one. They go in and they fall as well. FAVBET left remaining to a single player. Bondic wondering where all of his men fell. TSM are just finding these duels and they're winning each and every single one of them out. Now they just need to take down one more.
Very unfortunate situation for FAVBET, but finally finally the start of one of these rounds goes TSM's way. And also, mind you, coming into this series, I mentioned one thing for TSM, and that's that regardless of who else shows up, aCore will be involved in any given map from TSM. Again, seems to be the case. However, he's got a nice backing cast of Sierra, Nico, and Zyphon all looking good while doing it. So, can't hurt to have people step up in a big clutch moment like that. And now, as I said, conditions to be met. You shut down FAVBET for one of these rifles, and all of a sudden it's back to 9 all.
Yeah, but then you look at the other side of the river and you see a 2KD Jackie, right? Retention still being very much KD positive. Everybody's scary when it comes down to these duels, and they're really taking a gamble out here. Volde calling in to initiate the duels is scary out here for TSM. Maybe it's an individual call being made by the other players that are feeling themselves not good. Nico, Zyphon, even aCore to some degrees onto that AWP, but again, outside control will not be taken. Syra looked like he was a dead fish moving around there as he tried to find something to open up, but it's aCore to trade it back, and now 4v4, outside control regained here for TSM to the scope, and it is going to be up to FAVBET to find another entry point out here for their side, because outside is not looking like a big option.
At least for now, both teams seem to want a stalemate here. It's a cold war. Who budges first for TSM and FAVBET? Whilst one man stays distracted on the anchor role of ensuring nobody comes through for both teams. Both of them look elsewhere. 3 players in TSM, it seemed like they were going to try and crunch lobby, but FAVBET, I guess it's the same thing. They slow down the pace to a creep and crawl 30 seconds. aCore gets a little more hungry to investigate. With only so many limited options available to them, I'm not surprised, but they don't get what they want in ramp.
No, calls it out, and seeing as this is going to be a cold war between them, 20 seconds left to go, a proxy war has to start. Volde needs to deny out here. He's not alone, so he's got support, and maybe he doesn't need it. aCore, Nico, they all shut down kills. That's exactly what you want to see if you're FAVBET. Marix, I think you would rather die into this position right here, because if he saves and somehow gets hunted, he loses out a bunch of economical prowess, but instead he's going to try to save on with the AK, with the armor, and this is going to be the hold coming through. TSM, great round out here again. They played their timings very well, and again, it was aCore to be the defining player into this round, managed to find a trade outside, even though Syra couldn't really get away with too much there. The trade came through. It already signaled one player to stay alive. I think that was Smash actually just waiting for any push to happen, but no push came because you're playing that CT side nuke. TSM realized that if they can hold down to their extremities really well, the B retake is not going to be a problem. Send your manpower in towards A, and it all went fine, and indeed it did. So now FAVBET on a hero AK for Marix will have to probably let this go to an easy score.
Oh, well, doesn't look like this one's going to start off well when your hero rifle's instantly dropped by Zyphon. Another hat trick for the man himself. Zyphon's been looking like a star this map. But they do finally deal with that threat. It's better late than never. A 2-on-4 isn't impossible, but probably still looking for a bomb plant. Very worst. Sierra not allowing them to progress any further. We get this show on the road.
It's really nice to see Syra, you know, actually coexist with everybody out here on TSM and find his way into the role of the team, slotting in quite well, I'd say. Right, there's a lot of big names coming through out here for TSM with some pretty good experience, even on the major scene, even just in general out here on the team name-wise. So getting that academy player, getting that fresh blood in is a really nice change of pace, I'd say, out here for TSM. And it might be giving Volde, Nico, even Zyphon a new way of looking at, you know, just the team setting out here for their side. So I think he's doing a great job so far. Don't think a lot of people expected way too much more out of him, but been quite consistent. 9-9 though is the scoreline. Round number 19 we go, and FAVBET is another full buy investment that's gonna be shut down by aCore once more early into the round.
And already they reroute. It's 1 kill. It's all it takes for FAVBET to completely just change their own plan. And they invested a lot in trying to get in ramp. Look how much utility they have left. 2 flashes are what's going to aid them into cracking the A site wide open. The lucky part for them is nobody's here for TSM. Not a single soul in sight. They're fully committed to this eventually being a B hit or a lower finish, that they've left it entirely open. Zyphin, only one exploring the options, and that might be encouragement right back into where they'd left. Into around the world he goes with the shoulder of Bondix spotted. Trade attempted, but failed ultimately and left to Acor. Your round is toast. You've now one in heaven. I think Nico's gone through to stop them from actually going in for free. But these are going to be 1v1s. As soon as you plant this bomb, Merrick's the only one with his gun out.
Smoke laid out. Acor still decided to actually peek on into it. It was only a tap on the bomb, and TSM will allow this bomb to be planted because this is how you're supposed to be playing a 2v4. Together, going in and moving, and now Marik's amazing position out here for the smoke. Finds the first, but probably doesn't expect the second to be right in front of him. Peeks back in, and let's see Acor. Is he ready for it? He wasn't. He missed out the shot. Syra spotted and dead now is gonna be Marix. Left in a 1v3. Jackie has to stay inside the bomb side. Checks into heaven, but the timing is not his way. And there you go. TSM managed to play that 2v4 way better than FAVBET did at the end of that in the first half. And because of it, it's gonna be TSM to finally take away that advantage.
That was a horrifying closure. You had Syra with the ace in the hole kill on the man outside Ben, but I don't know what happened. He accidentally clicks mouse 1, gives away his angle, and there's another 1v1 offered for potentially FAVBET to start slinging that back. You've got to imagine, if they still have to deal with Syra, Nico's all isolated in heaven. They can't be flashing in for him. Jackie's got an honest to God 1v1 in another round that could easily have gone against them. It goes both ways. Mistakes in these big man-up situations have not been lacking. This shouldn't be one we discuss very much. They walk their way into Hut, rifles aboard, and seems like they'll be joining up with 11th round rather shortly.
Yeah, so far onto this T side for FAVBET, it's looking really weird comparative to their CT side. They seem to be having a lot less impact when it comes down to the mid-round calls. Bonding, even in that previous round where they had all the guns, it was a 4v5. Sure, you lose the first man to Acor as he pulls off an insane 3k to be winning out that round. By the way, Game 2 is definitely poised out here for the team. Flawless round for the CT side, but they had the initial kill onto Zyphin. They made the 4v4 happen, and they just got stuck in towards Squeaky. Right, so I don't know why Bondic isn't telling his teammates, especially on the Tech 9 buy there, to just rush it down to the side, be a little bit more aggressive. I think they're getting scared that the players out here for TSM are actually getting warmed up enough to be denying them all of these entries. But even if you expected a player down on Mini, a player down on Heaven, that should have not been the call they went for, and yet it was. So now, TSM playing a bit more individually prowess. It is going to be FAVBET looking to just try to not let TSM put up that point, with Acor still being outside 17 and 12. If he finds the initial frag, I think it might just be at that 1 point here answering.
Getting close. All I know is that TSM are staying, well, rather, unpredictable with this side. Now the opposite for set up almost flawlessly on top of Silo, hits the head of Merrick, and they've still got a 3-man crossfire. Now how do you unwind this? Because there's so many different places to look and everything falls apart. With the opening kill combined, it falls to a 2-on-3 and TSM need another recovery.
Yeah, but who would have expected Valde to be the lurker this time around? He managed to slink his way back in from ladder in towards the back of lobby. Shuts down another kill, 3v2 incoming, and it's going to be up to FAVBET to get on over to the B-bomb side, but you expect Zyphin to be down into the ninja position. He's going to be looking in for Jackie, and that is a great kill to make. Jackie, what a drive-by on an AWP to be connecting on the site holder and to be getting double digits out here for FAVBET. That's wonderful. That's kind of speechless, huh?
Well, I don't know how this round goes so wrong for TSM, but that kill is everything. Jackie has just won it for them. In every duel he took this round, they're all is required is the next. It's crazy. TSM, they've got nobody to blame but themselves for this round, but you also can't say FAVBET didn't do a hell of a job cracking it wide open. And I was going to make a point of repetition coming into this half. Again, it is save 4. No dice, but At the start of this map, we see FAVBET pick up 4 rounds. The response 6 and 2. At the start of this half, something similar. 3 rounds, bet by 5, and it almost felt like TSM were going to carry that torch to the finish line. But here, FAVBET have had one last call, and they've actually looked pretty good in it too. I mean, that was a full 3-man outside stack that TSM present, and FAVBET ripped through it after losing the opening duel.
Yeah, Answer, but it's again coming down to these individuals. Jackie found the 3K into that round. Just like before for TSM, it was aCore to be finding all these multi-frags, to be getting them across the line. It feels like the first real initial kill doesn't matter for these two sides. What matters is who managed to find a little bit of momentum, right? Because aCore can have plays like this where he just connects on headshots, manages to find these kills, and then Jackie brings it right back around. He had the AWP in that round, right? So you could make a point in saying that the AWP really is, again, the defining factor in this best of 3, but so far, Tension, while he's not really, you know, back in the line, you can't really say he hasn't done a lot. He has. Yet aCore has insurmountably actually managed to find himself back into the game here. So round number 22, and depending on this, the momentum could sway once more. We could see equalization, however, an uncharacteristical shot coming through from aCore whiffs it out, and Tension now has got another chance at life.
There's nothing more you could want than an offer taking a duel in the very last round. One of the most exciting things you really see in Counter-Strike is now we look at the rest of it start to flesh out. Outside util thrown, space taken, TSM awaiting for anything more concrete to push in. And it's just a hold. It's another war of attrition that nobody seems to want to take the first fight in. So they wait. The little utility they have left to actually take or defend a site. A lot of hesitation reigns through the ranks here. As they go for another outside smoke set, aCore never left. In fact, he's still posted on this very, very deadly off angle that he once took up at the start of this round. They're going to walk forward. This is almost guaranteed a pick. The question now becomes, how quickly can you trade?
There's the first, looking in for the second. He's gonna peek back in, but that's the leg shot coming through. No scope attempted, very nice done there for aCore. I have to respect it. However, still was fast enough for FAVBET to actually be connecting on a single kill. It's a one and done angle, and now Tension finds himself into the bomb site. 28 HP and onto the bomb, holding it down. Zyphon wants to spam, and yet the cross has already been made, and that's gonna be a shutdown. Zyphon, very well timed, finds himself over to 20 seconds, denies the bomb, and Marix needs to pick it up, needs to plant it on as well, but needs to go into the middle of the side. Jackie, great timing, finds one, traded out. It's gonna be the timing again. Valde denies, and sure, it was a bomb plan, but it's map point here for TSM.
Great step up from Valde coming into this round. Obviously 8 kills in the entire first half. 4. He has not been having a stellar game, and that is a huge time to answer the call to action. 12-10. FAVBET find themselves down like 2 opportunities for a TSM closure, and this one will likely be missing the off. Will likely be missing some utility. And you'll need to see another miraculous play from one of these strong individuals of FAVBET to continue on new.
Yeah, they've been looking stronger and stronger, and yet still TSM have had a much better CT side. Remember, it ended off on a 6-6 split, and you can't really afford that if you're FAVBET, especially when it came down to the 2v4. I think that 2v4 defined the whole game out here into this map, into Nuke. So, very well done out here for TSM to be managing to actually find themselves across the line. And now they just need one more round, which is a great start for Syra, as Marix is already gonna fall, and Jackie has no more than 14 HP to his name, but still
fights.
manages to connect it as well, so can you really blame him?
He walks through a molly. I'm surprised the boldness of Jackie in this round. Oh, they have no idea about this either. Valde's not good events. It's free. It's free. aCore's not getting away from this any day of the week. This is the easiest kill of your life for Bondic. And I love the way he's played it to try and see if anybody else is taking seizure here. No knife needed. Just looking for anything more than he could get with that position.
Yeah. Oh, the veteran would go for it, you know, saw the opportunity, and yet the sportsmanship is a bit better than that. Valde still denies though. Speaking of IGLs, manages to find 1.5 kills there, leaving Tension as well down to 12 HP. The on-out angle is beautiful. Valde experience comes across and makes this one almost unwinnable for Jackie. 14 HP in a 1v2, and now he's got to outbrain it too. He's got the bomb strapped to his back, 35 seconds left to go and could go anywhere, but yet both sides are being maintained right now by TSM players. Communication is there. It's going to be up to Nico and Zyphon to deny try and find 13 out here for TSM, as the timing has to be everything. Jackie is being held for. Zyphon is ready for this.
One bullet, man. There's just no way you can get back into this. Taken low in the early fight that he never actually won. But as soon as you waltz into this B-site, I am shocked that you didn't see it. Not going to make much of a difference anyway. You've got to break the barrier eventually, and it just happens a little later than expected. But still, the result is about what was offered up. 13-10 for TSM on their map pick, but good enough at least was me, at least the FAVBET response, because 13-10, you can't say that was a one-sided affair. You can't say that this isn't bound to be still competitive for FAVBET. Now, the one thing that has me a little worried again was their lack of ability to stop momentum. We would see huge roller coaster-like shifts from TSM, and FAVBET just never got their name back in the hat. It took them so very long. In fact, it almost felt like a big mistake would have to be made by TSM for that to change hands. However, with the slate wiped clean, Ancient is still anybody's game.
Indeed it is. Right now, a great CT side coming through from both of these sides. However, we could have expected a little bit more out of FAVBET. We'll see if Bonded can call a better game onto that CT side of Ancient, though, as it's going to come right up in around about 10 minutes. So stay tuned for the break and then for what's about to come after, too.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And after Cedar Creek managed to give us over that 13-10er, now we go on over to Ancient to be seeing who is actually going to find themselves over to the 2-0 or the 1-1. What do you think out here into this one, Anthron? I mean, FAVBET weren't looking bad at all for the first half, but now TSM brought it back, so they have momentum.
I think my issue is just really how quickly can they stop that momentum for FAVBET. We saw a couple of times that they looked really good to kick off these games, but when TSM would abruptly halt their game plan, they never really caught back up. It always felt like after that point, they were playing into TSM's hand. They were playing for second place at that point, and we need to see something different on Ancient, which I hope is the case. It's their map pick. I expect another level of comfortability, but can they really acquire that? Again, the one thing I go into this game with is I ended the last game saying is that this is too close of a result for me to say handedly this is a 2-0, but at the same time, if nothing changes, I don't entirely know how far I rate FAVBET.
Yeah, but that's the wild part, right? We're going on over to their own map pick, and this is basically a 50-50. Could very much well be a coin toss coming through right now. TSM, 54% win rate, whereas FAVBET, 55% win rate. Not that big of a difference out here, Anthron. But their recent most win out here onto Ancient has actually been for FAVBET up against Drillaz, a team that has been going on and on after managing to find themselves over to those Middle Eastern RMRs, now actually trying to grind out a little bit more and finding some decent results, but not so much onto Ancient. So as far as this map is going to stand, we're also going to be taking a look on down to TSM, who have just lost against alternate attacks onto this map, but have also managed to win against Drillaz just 1 week ago. So technically speaking, FAVBET still have picked this map up for a reason. They have done their homework and they do know what they kind of need to do, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to come down to another individual performance coming through from these players. Back away to the first map, I can pinpoint when the game really changed. Back away from the 4-0 start that FAVBET did have, it was that 2v4 that they managed to win in round number 12 for TSM to really just be pitting them on ahead, even though it was FAVBET to be winning out the pistol round, and then the next conversion after that into the second half doesn't even matter. Ancient's going to be starting up in a jiffy, and we'll be seeing who is actually going to be finding themselves over to this map number 2.
Yeah, I've got no idea, man. There's too much going into it. But you're right. If there is one thing we can rely on, it's the individuals stepping up and stepping in. I loved it from TSM, and even FAVBET had a couple of really, really good moments on that front. It's just all got to come together for one spectacular map. It's another pistol, though. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe TSM are 0-2 on pistols.
Yeah, that is very much the case. So let's see if they're going to be 0-3, or if they can put up their first on their enemy's map pick.
Find out, though. A lot of it's come down to unlucky starts for TSM, and honestly, some pretty good finishes just too far gone. Again, doesn't really seem like that's going to change. Unfortunate start as they walk into the double stack, dualies, and smash. And there's not much more than meets the eye to this round, with only Sierra left in a 1-on-4. Everybody's staring him down. At this point, he's just delaying the inevitable, taking 1v1s as they come. And the advantages as they follow, it's still the same exact situation, and he's not exactly hiding his route of approach. So the second he steps forward, the second he should meet his end. I am surprised at how long it's taking them to get this kill.
I mean, he's not really taking the fight either way. He's got to play to his advantages, but you really sold me when you said unfortunate starts out here for TSM, because that was exactly what happened. It was just a full-on hold down coming through for FAVBET, and now, well, it's a perfect hold being pulled out here for the pistol, for the CT side, and now Syra doesn't even get away with one, as he's going to be hunted, denied, and now FAVBET good for 3 in a row on their pistols.
Took him a minute, but eventually collecting what's rightfully theirs. And again, it seems we'll see FAVBET go off to the races with not even a rebuttal from TSM here. No bomb plant, no surprise. And now I'm intrigued to see how FAVBET formulates their CT side. Thinking back to Nuke, they were very quick to give out side control in a majority of their rounds. They rarely contested for it beyond maybe having an off CT spawn. Here, I wonder if that's going to show. I wonder if we're going to see something like mid not contested for all that much, maybe, or hands-off approach to B Ram. Regardless, shouldn't play much a role in this round. It's Glocks, and it's a quick one for FAVBET.
Yeah, well, contrary down to Nuke out here, for Ancient, I do feel like this is a map where TSM would definitely try to spread out a little bit more, right? You get to see the C side now. Sure, if they manage to put up again, I'd say another 5. They should be good for the half. They did manage to find somehow 6 last time around, but it is going to be this case of FAVBET having really good early rounds, managed to take up a lot of space, and then slowing it down a little bit, having those struggles in towards the mid rounds. That was definitely a point we have made back on Nuke. We'll just see if that continues on over to the jungle as well, because it definitely can. FAVBET right now, they are the players that will go in aggressively at the beginning of the round, and then just kind of lose their rhythm. So TSM, they need to capitalize on that, and they need to find that success at least a little bit later. I'd like to see that Navi as that old Navi-esque style of play coming through from them, where they're just waiting down that timer, because they're going to be taking FAVBET by surprise 100%.
I mean, right now they're taking them by surprise. They walk up middle, and look all the utility that's been used from FAVBET. They haven't gained anything off of this. It was a lot of mid usage and flashes and smokes and mollies, the basic stuff. But they never followed up with taking control, seizing it, and holding. Now, they're left in a 5-on-4, and their only advantage is the fact that they're slipping the net in 8 tons right now, but it's all on a timer. If they creep into cave, if they creep into B before this actually pushes through, then I don't know. I feel like it's very limited in impact. That's another big kill, too, to hold the advantage over their heads.
It was Jackie again to save the day. However, Volde again with another lurk down coming through for TSM. This is the second one we've seen out of the best of 3 for him, and it's the second one that's worked. So there it is. It's gonna be the MP9 taking him down, AK retrieved, and they're gonna be able to save away 2 rifles, but the round is still gonna be consolidated out here by Team Solo Mid. Use their full government name like that, but they will be having quite an important first round to put up on the board here. It's their full buy round. Is the AK still being saved away? And this hunt is actually quite huge for tension. If he manages to actually take down Syra here, then the rebuttal, the rebuy coming through for the T side is going to be felt way, way more. However, Syra doesn't go to uncharted territory, plays it safe, and TSM should be able to save away 3 rifles and the round.
Good save from him. And a good round on top of that. Again, I think the way they started this round was near inexcusable for FAVBET to invest that much and then get absolutely nothing for it. Now, it's one thing to throw that smoke down and volley and flash, and then you don't take it, but it's another thing to repeat all of that, where TSM disrespect the smoke and are rewarded for it. That's not something FAVBET can be allowing this early on. With the momentum you had earlier discussed coming into this map from Nuke, you had to shut that down quick, and I almost think they failed to do it on this first rifle.
And a half. TSM were allowed to really do a lot of what they really wanted to, whereas FAVBET were trying to take up space in towards main on A. They were really giving up B a little bit, and the mid pressure, as you rightfully so mentioned, wasn't really capitalized upon, even though they threw out so much util. So now it's another round that they try to change that up with a 2 mid hold coming through out here for Red Room, and Marix and Smash are just playing this one slowly. Nico is taking up a lot of space actually, and Marix spotted, I think. Nico wants to peek on out as the double up. And the noise has been made, Smash has been taken down. Yeah, this is pandemonium already breaking out here in favor of TSM.
Yeah, at this point, I was going to say, FAVBET know that there's 3 players toward B. They heard one shooting, they saw 2 in CT. If they can deal with tension in Donut, even a 1-for-1, even a 2-for-1 trade, that's a benefit.
No.
But they're giving him so much space to work around with this op. In fact, he might do it all himself. No teammates, no problem. Tension on the op, certainly an underrated piece.
Underrated and very much so an important one, though, out here for FAVBET, as it is going to be. The Opper finding himself on a 4K in the previous round, ramping him up right now to be the most deadly person on the server with that EWP in hand, 3-1, and FAVBET suddenly have found themselves back at the helm, right back in an arm's reach of actually finding themselves to a good half already on the start of this first one, as the Ukrainian Opper finds himself over to this initial first pick, which was very, very important. Spotted out the bomb. It was Acre to peek in by himself, and you rightfully said it. They gave him tension way too many opportunities to take these fights. Right? Why did Volde peek in when he knew that his player was already lurking back behind? Did he think they would be fast enough to actually find him? Because he just played the merry-go-round, and he managed to find his success. So that's gonna be 3-1. TSM on a force buy here. How do you rate this force buy out here, Ansran? I don't rate it that high.
It's scary, man. But if they have an idea of what they want to do here, I actually don't think it's that bad of a call. TSM, there are isolations for them to exploit, and there are openings for them to maybe take hold of. This being the one. Again, it's all about circumventing that op intention. He hasn't been rigid in his angles, so you will have to flash him off of this. You can't let him get 1, maybe 2, walk away and stay alive. But I still do like this call to eventually end up A. It's all about where these flashes are placed and how they're placed, which seems missed on the first one, but the second is exactly there for that cause. Molly to stop him from coming in Temple, and it's a 5-on-5, potentially retake.
Oh, it's gonna be a retake. Well managed plant out here coming through for Valde, and I want to see some
Take
flashbacks.
this. They are. Out 3 of them walking in. If they deal with Smash, it's huge. They need a post-winning last.
Look at this!
Everybody inside of this smoke! Spam comes through, but so does it from FAVBET. Oh, it looks like this is all going to be undermined by the fact that 3 came in from FAVBET.
I mean, you gotta give it to them. No one expected 5 people to be in the same smoke. If that nade opened it up, it would have been one of the funniest smoke openings you've had out here onto the CCT. But didn't happen. Marek just shuts them down through it, and that is going to be 4-1 out here in favor of FAVBET. So they're on that pick so far, even though they lost up against the full buy, is going quite damn swimmingly, I would say, right? TSM, now because they force bought until the previous, will have to give up 5 out here in favor for FAVBET, and the Ukrainians will just keep on going and going and going. Sure, they found themselves the bomb plant, sure they found themselves the site, but if they don't manage to actually secure any kills, then none of these rounds count.
He's got a bomb plant, so the force buy isn't that bad of an idea in the long run. I'd say the only disappointing thing to it is that they only walk away with 2 kills. But you can't really harp on them for the full play. It was a great idea. It was executed, honestly, pretty well. Hell, they even got an opener. It's just... end of the day, felt like FAVBET had things to control a little better. And now they're going to attempt B with these upgraded pistols. You're looking for kills here. Maybe a bomb plant. There's one. A trade back from Jackie.
This is good though. Look at the spam coming through. It could at least carry tension off the angle, but he won't be even giving a damn. Siphon fully flashed out to the corner. Is going to go down. Half HP remaining on the Opper. And tension. He doesn't need a scope to make this round happen. TSM only on pistols right now, trying to peek on in, indeed try to go for damage control. They're not going to be allowed that. Bomb should be picked up here out from middle and sent in towards A. If they get a bomb plant out of this, I'd say this is actually quite a good eco. I don't think it's going to happen though, but it would be a good eco.
Would be a good eco. It's just, again, these late round collapses from TSM are kind of screwing the pooch. A lot of these rounds, they end up finding openers. It's just from that point forward. And, you know, this is kind of where TSM have struggled historically, at least as of late. It kind of comes down to these mid rounds. That's where TSM lose a lot of fire. Just letting so much get away from them for free. Good shot from Valde. It's a 3-on-2. I don't expect this to go very far, but I mean, maybe one more kill, make this worth your while? Not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. I wasn't even expecting the bomb plant to go there. It was off on timing that they managed to find themselves onto the bomb site. Look at Sara go. He's on the flank. He can actually find another. No way. They're going in on the top. They're waiting for the peak to come in through. Intention has no idea to this. The Prince Shimmy is actually going to go and find himself another kill, surely, right? Even after the bomb defuse is going to go on down. He finds another. This is an amazing eco coming through for the T side.
And you only imagine if they took an extra 3-2 seconds to stick that defuse, Sierra's flank is going to be a lot more impactful than just one. He'd have two players not staring at him. He'd have somebody stuck on the defuse. That could have easily been a one-on-one with backs turned to the last man in Donut. That could have been even bigger for TSM. But, as you said, it's a good round. However, it's only going to go so far. We can't say these are good rounds forever. We have to say these are good wins for TSM. Has to be something put on the board.
Well, this is all the foundation laid out now. They have themselves the buy. They have everything they need to get ready. TSM, very important round to try to win out here. Tension has yet to bleed. He's yet to fall. And this is one of the big moments for TSM as well. So let's see, round number 7. How is it going to pay off out here? With a maxed out loss bonus, the T side doesn't care anymore. They just need rounds. Slower approach going to the TSM this time around. Changing up the pace.
FAVBET have stayed so hands off of middle and maybe they've got a retake again.
Take
No,
that
which is so
twice.
far working well!
There you go. Mid pressure being taken when you least expected. Neither did TSM, neither did we. See that push out from the smoke, but it definitely paid off in dividends. Now Jackie's gonna find another kill down on mid, and look at TSM crumbling around the conditioning out here for both TSM and for us. Being sent out here by FAVBET, actually peeking on down just at the right moment. Denying all those entries, and now denying the round as well. Should be finding FAVBET on a 6-1.
Exactly what FAVBET we're looking for. It still doesn't necessarily mean it's over, but they've got to get Icor here. They've got to get him here fast. He's taken so very long to regroup. I love the flash. Force Marix off, but there will be a repeat. He's not giving this up for nothing. Icor will have to fight his way out, or Marix could walk straight into him through this smoke. It's disrespect from both sides. But right now, not entirely expecting of this from Marix. They're both hesitating. A plant again allowed. That's one thing TSM have had hordes of in this map. Our bomb plants. Everybody split up. We saw this on Nuke. We commented on it there. And now it's Zyphon's turn to swing up on the clutch. They don't know about Marix. That's unconfirmed, but they do know about Tension and his Eagle. The extra seconds. No more anonymity as that nade sells it all, sticking it inside of the smoke. Actually wasn't heard, so Zyphon has no idea this is happening.
There you go. It was a very good retake coming through from FAVBET. They don't overstep their boundaries. They don't overplay their hand. And this is something that they definitely learned from away from that nuke, right? That was a problem they had on the retakes, managed to find themselves over to actually not peek in one by one, not taking these duels. That's how TSM managed to find themselves on the advantages a lot of the times. And sure, it's just Zyphon. It's a 3v1. You never expect him to be able to pull it off. But with the position he had, he could have segregated those 1v1s and actually found himself over to quite a good 1v1 duel if that peak didn't come through, if the utility wasn't there, right? So FAVBET, really well done. They managed to win out 6 out here. And TSM only good for 1 in round number 3. So sure, they put themselves early on the board, but now they need to do it again. And into the B-bomb site we go, as it is going to be round number 8 to be going off on a flash. And speaking of flashes, Bondic still into the site. He manages to find so much, but the dogfight still goes in the way of, I don't even know for who right now. It's a 2v2 going on down to the bomb site. It's going to be Tension and Smash still yet to bleed, still yet to go. Valde on the timing should be able to find the offer, and that's the 1 and 2 to be doing it all out here for TSM on another round on the board here finally.
Change of pace there, just left in the dust. Yeah, it felt like FAVBET still had an opportunity in that 2-on-2, but when you really break down that round, it shouldn't have been that close. It shouldn't have been that contentious. TSM, I mean, they kind of got timing. That flash rains over the site at the perfect spot for Bondic to not be seen in the corner, so you see him get away with 1, whereas it should have been a shutdown site take. Great execution from TSM. And FAVBET just weren't ready for that pace change whatsoever. So it's back to the drawing board, but it's still not that big of a loss. You're up 6-2. Not anything to worry about just yet.
Indeed so. However, you then look on over to FAVBET and you're saying, okay, they lost a round, who cares? But their economy cares right now. Tension reinvested into the AWP, and if they lose this one, they're going to be forced back into an eco, and then from a 6-2, you look on over to a 6-4, and you say, okay, that's still TSM, that could bring it back. Remember, first half on over there onto Nuke, it was another 4-0 starting things out for FAVBET, and yet they couldn't really close things out, so it all comes down to this experience, to seeing FAVBET managing to work their cards out well. Timing on the smoke is a little bit late there for Tension, does make a lot of noise. The flash scene, TSM forced back, still in the man's advantage in A-Core. Out here we found out what the difference is. Out here, Anthem, is the fact that A-Core is still yet to find more than a frag, but Cyrus pulling on ahead for him, and he's actually managed to find 2 onto Donut, trying to plant the bomb. It's gonna be Marix denying the entry. Bomb still planted, 40 seconds, turns into 40 yet again. And 3v4, let's see a 4v2.
Let him have it. This time it's likely to be called a save. Zyphon doesn't full clear, and Pondik's able to escape with an AK thanks to it. Doesn't mean you're out of the woods. For a moment, Valdez up on the catwalk looking for any extra kills to come his way. I don't think you'll expect Jackie, though. Bolt seen, but Valdez none the wiser to this peak. So, guns well earned for the save.
And this is going to be making a huge difference, right? The 2 people that had kind of the most cash out here for the FAVBET squad are going to be going in for this full save. We'll have rifles, we'll have diffuse kits and armors, but more importantly out here for Bonding, he'll also have utility. So he can definitely drop away a gun, force the buy once more out here for FAVBET, and just try to keep it going at least a little bit. TSM, sure they find 3 on the board right now, but how much do you reckon they really truly need into this T side to be able to uphold a good CT side to try to find themselves on 2-0? Because they've done it once, they'll try to do it again.
This is a tech pause, not entirely sure why. All I know is that TSM have started to put something together. Spilled water. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I really got to go on this rant again?
No,
For
it's
the
even
love of
worse
God.
though. It's even worse though because he didn't spill water, he spilled cola. So
It
cola
does-
on
for
your...
the love of God, why are we putting open liquids near our setup? Look, man, I know I am quite free when it comes to my setup. I've got a pretty big desk, and I've got another rather sizable one sitting right next to it that I keep my retro consoles on. However, never, even when I was using a smaller desk, did I have the crazy idea of leaving an open beverage within mouse reach. Within something that I can hit whilst playing.
Look. Give
Oh, look
a little bit of perspective, right? A little bit unlucky, and also not too specific. We don't know if he spilled cola over his peripherals, right? Or we don't know if he just spilled the cola that was on the ground. No one even mentioned it, right? So, you gotta do what you gotta do. We can't just yell at the man without having the full context, okay?
We don't, but something tells me we did not get a tech pause called over him spilling cola on his floor.
You never know, you know, the wood, if he does have a wood flooring, it does tend to actually
I promise you somebody's playing with a wet mouse pad. There will be hell to pay.
Well.
Spoils my blood! Yes, dude, Never mind. Go on.
Okay, let's see it. No need to get too boiled over it right now. I think you out here with the open containers are like me when I don't see diffuse kits onto the CP side. It's just a couple of these things that, you know, just really turn the little button on us for a little bit.
It's funny, because I've got an open can of something sitting next to me. I've never once spilled it.
That's a lie. Sometimes you spilled it, not on your desk, but you by mistake bumped into open containers. Okay.
Oh well, not on my desk. I of course bumped into.
Exactly.
But you know, I pay a little more attention when I'm at my desk. Anyway. 4 on 5, they jump to the smoke, smash gets clapped, and this round is quickly thrusted out.
Yeah. Tension Jackie just trying to save away whatever they can get their hands on. As Tension still only bled for 2 rounds, right? He's got 2 deaths right now, and he's trying to uphold this saving culture he's instilled so far. But because of that, TSM right now are having good reason to actually just play a little bit more aggressively. We see them time and time again just going in for these pushes, for these sites, and they're connecting on quite a couple of good rounds. It was 6-2, now 6-4, and suddenly we find ourselves at a bit of a fork that TSM can go off on. Is it either TSM continuing on to this reinvestment of their second half, of their first half, and manage to find themselves over a bit of a closer scoreline to a 6-6, or is it going to be them just still trying to play this one slowly but surely, connecting on a couple more rounds if they can, and if not, they'll say, whatever, we still managed to at least make this one doable. Into the second half, they'll be much, much better. Still, though, the hope of them pulling across this map is not dead yet.
Hell, the hope of them pulling repetition on this map isn't dead yet. One more rifle, and you might be discussing something like a 6-6. Even 7-5. Considering the outlook of this game just a few rounds ago, anything is taken. This flash, util. They're going to go right back into B, which has been nice to them the past few rounds. Again, not clearing this corner, and Jackie gets away with a lot more than he should have ever been allowed. The rotations come in, the lineup is there, and FAVBET now needs to answer for a 1-on-3.
Nightwish 1v2 now makes it so. Smash spotted, and yet Magic's not called in. Doesn't know about this. He's gonna be playing in from the side. Is he gonna get checked? Probably not. FAVBET has no idea. Should be an easy frag out here for Marix. Timing is everything, and there's a smoke. He's just buying up this time. This attention is wonderful being brought on over here for Smash, and FAVBET now takes a look back to the side. If he connected that headshot onto Marix, this would have been quite a tough play to actually find the 1v1, but yeah, FAVBET, we don't have to think about that possibility because they do manage to win it. It's 7-4, and TSM, they can only hope of a 7-5. And QN, you asking why they didn't check that corner, right?
I mean,
that completely changed around.
That's the third time they've gone into B, and that corner's gone unchecked. The second in which it's punished them for at least something. It's just something that can happen, right? Again, we're talking about teams like TSM, the veterancy, the story some of these players carry on their shoulders into this team. To not check that corner is just unforgivable.
Because of that, they might very well have lost the entire half because of it. So now they're going in, trying to beacon down to these bomb sites, and yet A is not going to get breached at all here by TSM. It is going to be an 8-4 play. FAVBET doing the most they can out here onto their CT sides. Good retakes, but overall, just well-placed fights to be made out here by the Ukrainians. It is going to be the second half now to really be painting the entire picture of how the best of 3 is going to go. If TSM don't manage to completely bring it on back and manage to win the manage to win this one out in a 2-0 fashion, then I'm seeing FAVBET going in for an entire reverse sweep onto this best of 3.
The problem is just the lack of chemistry from TSM, and you know, it's where you start to really talk about TSM's lifespan and the amount of time this core has been together. For there to still be mistakes like this so evident in their games, it just kind of makes you feel like something isn't working. And it's a dire series, as I mentioned once coming in, because this isn't a team that was meant to be struggling to make playoffs in these events. This is a team that was meant to contend for titles and something bigger, but the fact that they're struggling here, the fact that they can't really get things together, the fact that these mistakes are still so evident as they were in day one of the roster's formation, it really gives it a desperate and desolate outlook. This pistol, it's needed. It's a requirement too. Now spotted in Donut. A lot of the emphasis put elsewhere on this retake. Good damage from CT, but they all fall apart in Donut. Again, it's just the chemistry not there. The trades aren't with them. 3 players take 1v1 fights in Donut, and with no kit, this round is already done. You can't stick it. Maybe you can if you want to really get ballsy, hearing this push come through spawn, but guess what? Even if you get the kill at this point, there's not enough time.
Doesn't matter anymore. There it is. It is again TSM to be doing the biggest of mistakes onto their pistol side, which is not pushing in together. Their own donut. You should never have lost 3 players to a 3v2, and yet still it was Jackie to be pulling them all off there in the end. The Glock prevails, and so does the round out here in favor of FAVBET. So they are going 4-for-4 on pistol rounds out here, Anthron. And not only because of that, but a big part of it is because they managed to find off those early halves. And now 9-4 is the scoreline. Sure, they lost the first map, but that was pretty damn close. Now they're on their merry way to be trying to find themselves over to the second map, and then sending us to Inferno should just be easy pickings out here for FAVBET to find themselves in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is looking all but done, at least for this map. This is a very soulless TSM currently, and FAVBET are running all over him. Beyond the asterisk they gave us in the first half of 3 concurrent rounds, it's felt all FAVBET favored. And, I mean, they did make an adjustment. I thought FAVBET would struggle to interrupt momentum from TSM. Well, it's just been another day in the office, and I know Valde's here. Refire him down, no chance there. Double digits early on acquired. The force spy goes down the drain.
Yeah, A-Court has to save away DONS. Syra is just going to walk to his death, and it's FAVBET on double digits right now, just continuing on the demise of TSM on over to Ancient. Now, you got to give props where props are due. I think FAVBET are playing a really good game as well. You're seeing Jackie 16-7 right now. Marek just running them down as well. Kills galore coming through for these guys, and TSM, they are just giving away these kills. Sure, there's been a lot of mistakes, but FAVBET, I feel like they've been playing a really good CT side there. They managed to find a lot of fast rotations. They were always right on the right spot when it mattered most. And now onto the T side, they're just running away with it. Right, 2 rounds in a row, they managed to actually just find themselves onto the bomb sides before TSM could even figure out what was going on. And now, a full eco round coming through. TSM are going to be letting 11 slip by. And then it's just a sneeze, a skip away, and FAVBET find themselves on over to the map.
A brisk gust of wind away from being a third guaranteed, and I don't even know if I can give a lot of credit to TSM. It's one thing, again, you give yourself a lot of reason to believe when it's a close map. When it's a close loss, 1 or 2 rounds, swap hands, and it's a different result. Here, this is just annihilation in every degree. The rifles aren't going their way. They're again 0 for 2. They're 0 for 4 on pistols in this series. That's something TSM cannot overlook. A lot of people nowadays like to call pistols random, save for one reason or another. It's pretty up in the air. And, you know, if you want to make the argument, that's fine. But randomness does not mean 0 and 4. And there is clearly an issue that TSM need addressing. And it's not just this series. In their alternate attack series that went, I believe, 3 maps and a loss, they had 1 pistol in the entire series. It's just, every time you see TSM, they're not getting pistols. They're starting these games off in the losing column, and they're always having to bounce back.
Nice dunk out here from Jackie. And he's 19-7, for God's sake. I mean, yeah, TSM, sure, they're not getting any pistols, but if they're one of those teams, I don't remember which one it is, but there is a team out here into the CCT that always loses out their pistols, yet they always manage to find the force buy into the second round to be winning it out. And that team is always managing to find pretty stable positions out into the playoffs as well out here for the CCT, because they're able to bounce back, because of the experience and the chemistry they have together as a unit. And you gotta put some question marks up when every single map that is not going right for you, your newest addition is still the one to actually find themselves over to a better scoreline, right? 9-12 Syra, he's the only really saving grace out here for TSM because he's been the only one really trying to do anything out of the box. Everybody else, Nico, Zypho, and A-Core, especially Valde, are not really doing anything that is taking FAVBET by surprise, really. It's just the same old, and right now, A-Core, sure, he holds down the line, but look, FAVBET are already inside of the site with a single casualty.
Well, he tries to come back in, but you're right. It's just, it's all over the place again. And they're attempting this retake. They're trying to get back into the site before this bomb goes down. It could be integral to trying to win this round. But letting the plant slip, being stuck in this 4-on-4, Things looking so desperate. Doesn't seem like they've been addressed just yet. Flashing through the smoke. This is gonna get mowed. This is gonna get them mowed down. I don't even know if you can attempt this retake anymore. Still looking for trades, fishing for them ever so dire, and it's almost unfortunate for them because every kill you get encourages you to step even further into this retake effort, which is going to cause you to lose all of your guns, which this could have been around. They're saving 2-3, have the op in the next round. Nico full stick in the defuse, balls of steel, and Bonding no spamming the smoke, however, and it's on the money for the IGL. FAVBET, 8 chances to guarantee Inferno.
Yeah, that is... You gotta pay your respects to Nico for actually trying to stick it there, but Bondic had the spray down, and that really just secures you the entirety of the map out here. FAVBET, again, they don't even care they lost the initial player, right? They just landed down the smoke, and they managed to find themselves over to the entry. That's exactly what they needed. They realized this is how they have to play against TSM, and now look, it's 12-4, right? So the moment Bondic realized how TSM kind of play and how Volde kind of starts trying to get his team across the line out here for his side, he made a couple of mistakes on Nuke, not gonna be seen out here onto Ancient. It's their own map pick for a reason out here, Anthron. And the 50-50 that we thought we would get on this map is clearly a big difference. They managed to find the openers down on middle, and this is the last call to make out here on the jungle, as Inferno is just around the corner.
A-Corp looking to replicate what we saw out of tension in the first half. The off, I'd say a little more pressure this time round, but still a double dip might help them in the long run, or not. Sierra is stuck in the depths of a 1-on-3 with the bomb, I guess, trapped in Donut, so there's that, right? They can't necessarily win the round just yet, but you can tell they're ready to get him out of dodge. You can tell they're ready to get this show on the road, and with Smash still holding down the angle, Sierra was recently spotted. Feels like this one's written in the stars. Nade goes deep, or no, they actually don't pull the pin on it. Instead, smoking him out so Tension's angle is less effective, but there is still a crossfire to worry about. There is still this third man coming in on a flank to try and unwrap. So, eventually it feels like the curtain should fall. No kit to help Sierra either. Again, this is another rifle that doesn't feature that $400 upgrade you mentioned earlier. Quite the pet peeve is, again, he taps to bait out a peek. They both swing. They both give him chances. And at this point, you've only got to kill a couple of seconds. And yeah, okay, unfortunately for them, the game is already done. Smash, no risk in swinging out. Kill or not, FAVBET will take the map 13-4. TSM again look soulless.
And I'd say it's not a bad pet peeve to have out here, because they could have won so many rounds. TSM could have found themselves back into the game out there into that second half so many times if they just, you know, went in for an extra $400, man. It's not that much. It's 2 flashes, which they didn't use anyways. So, there you go. It is going to be down away from Ancient, going on over to the third map. We called it out well, right, that we're going to be seeing that third map decider out here. We are going to get to see Inferno. And before we head it on over to a break, Anthron, I have to ask you really quick, and you send us over to that break. How do you think Inferno is going to go?
I cannot see a world that TSM win this series anymore. It's just that team was very dead in the water looking. It almost felt like they had given themselves up on Ancient, and I don't think that's going to change on Inferno. Now, the one leeway they had in that map, on that key side, were opening picks. You carry that through, and maybe, just maybe, the torch is still slightly lit for something to happen, but every sign right now, as we head to the break, points for an upset in FAVBET's favor.
Let's see it after the 5-minute break.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And now, as
I
far
do
as
know-
statistics tell us... Oh, excuse me. There we go. Sorry.
I don't really know how to break this down, to be completely honest with you. Just jumping straight out of that. That did not look good from TSM. The only advantages they had carried into that map were the fact that when they got the ball rolling, it went a long, long way. And the fact is, when we saw it boil down, when we saw TSM start to put rounds on the board, it was kind of one and done. I mean, we got to think of what started the 3 rounds they got in that first half. It's a very quick pop in a play that's only really going to happen once a half. And then from there, basic stuff. The half buy goes their way, the eco goes their way, the rifles come back out, and it's a completely different story. We have to mention, after the score was 6-4, there was not a single TSM round picked up in the remainder of that game. They ended it with 7 concurrent rounds to go into Inferno. That is night and day from what we saw on Nuke.
Exactly, that's the case, and theoretically speaking, that was supposed to be a bit of a coin toss, a bit of 50-50 going down onto Ancient. That's the same case going on over to Inferno. So maybe we shouldn't really look at previous examples of what happened out here between TSM and FAVBET, but what we should really look at is the form that FAVBET are jumping into this map with, and they'll be looking down at Inferno and saying, okay, this is our best map as far as win rates go. This is something we're very comfortable on, but something that we also know that TSM are very comfortable on as well. This is why we left it as a decider, right? It was between this and I believe Dust 2, right? Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was between this and Dust 2. So, not a bad call to make at all here for the side of FAVBET. And now, seeing as the individuals are indeed putting up high numbers, Jackie ended that one off with what? Almost a 3 KD, right? He's going to be looking on in to try to recreate that more and more. And, well, he was 23 and 15 on the first map as well. So he's just going to keep it going out here for FAVBET as TSM will just desperately trying to hold on to their high horses and at least hope that Inferno is going to be bringing a bit of a change, especially to the call, but also to the chemistry in between these 5 players, because so far we haven't really seen a lot of that, have we, Anthony?
No, and I mean, you mentioned going in, this was going to be an individual-based series. Now, I didn't think it was going to be to this extent, but it has not failed to show. And you know what I'm really happy about? I'm happy about Tension, because coming into this series, I was worried about how he was going to look, how it was going to feel, what this was going to be like without a potential star offer, but he hasn't even come close to that story. He's just been absolutely killing it. In both maps, he has had tremendous impact. Thinking on Nuke, I believe he ended it top fragging, if I'm not mistaken, or close to, well, no, but still, he had crazy amounts of impact. Every time they went outside, he lived up to the tale. We saw in the first half a couple of big impact plays even without the op. You swapped the Ancient, still was the same there. In Donut, I'm thinking notably where he wins around himself by getting 4 in the angle. It's just not having to worry about that is such a weight off your back. And now you go into Inferno with that in mind too. Tension, he can take over a game.
100% could take over a game, but also aCore has had his slight showings, his moments here and then. So if he manages to make that a bit of a change, I still don't think it's really going to matter. We're moving into Inferno after all out here, Anthron, and the AWP is not going to hold the same weight as it did back on Nuke or onto Ancient. Now it's going to be Rifler's territory. I'm looking towards Nico, I'm looking towards Zyphon, and I'm also looking towards Jackie to be continuing his reign of supremacy out here onto this T side, as it is going to be FAVBET onto their T side. A couple of warning shots down Banana, and TSM, well, they better be ready with that 3-man hold on B, because this is going to be a wild intake.
0 for 4 on pistols. They currently sit, needing to change that stat line around right now, and it's the perfect time to do it. aCore, Sierra, both the mainstays in this, and finally, it's a TSM pistol we're mentioning.
Good change.
Long enough.
Yeah. Or did we speak too soon? I think we might have spoken too soon. Wait, Monday.
No.
1v5. Ace clutch needed. USB in hand. Reloading as the Spartans are pushing him. And there we go. Okay. But imagine though. Imagine that would have definitely been clutch of the game.
I would have been a little upset if TSM had given that up.
Just for consistency's sake, you know, just keep it 0-5. But it is going to be their first pistol round taken up out here for TSM, and the CT side now is going to have something more than just a force fight to look forward to after the beginning of a map.
I didn't ever really think we'd see the day that FAVBET were the ones taking the full save on the second round, but it was a first for everything.
So, Bondic not calling anything out. He's the only one who found kills in that last round. No bomb plan, no nothing. So, makes sense in the long term, but yet again, you take a look on down and you say, okay, but wait a second, this is FAVBET onto Inferno. So, you'd be expecting a bit more of an aggressive play. Definitely tried it, failed it down on B this time around. Going to be an A attempt coming through from the pistols, but the Glocks, well, we call them water guns for a reason out here, Anthron. So I don't think we're going to be getting to see anything out of the ordinary here for FAVBET.
No, I don't expect much of an upset to happen. In fact, I expect a lot to happen for this MP9, or not. Good misdirection there from FAVBET. It's something that goes unnoticed a lot of the time, but that's actually a big change as to what happens in these following rounds. Whereas maybe you see an off instantly, maybe you see more artillery, but that one jump over the crosshair, only allowing one of the SMG is huge. You will see its impact.
Yeah, and you would have seen its impact even more if aCore fell down there as well onto long, right? If they had one P250, one Deagle to work with perhaps, to be connecting on that shot onto the A1S, that would have been much more damage and would have forced back the oncoming player as well from long to peek in again. So that could have been the pistols almost finding themselves over to a bit of a space-taking priority out there in towards long. Yeah, it doesn't happen, that's only a what-if scenario, because right now it's round number 3, and it's the investment coming through from the T side, whereas again, they'll be trying to take up their spades in towards banana, in towards middle, and to be seeing who is going to be dropping the ball first, who is going to be finding that opening pick. Because remember, Anthony, you were the one mentioning that TSM, the one thing they had going for them were those opening frags. So if that continues out here into Inferno, there'll be some happy champs moving on into this two-sider.
Yeah, pistols would really start to reassure me if they can pick them up. As it currently stands, in CCT, they are 10 and 15 for pistols. So a significant number have gone against them.
Yeah, but I would have expected even more, genuinely, with how, especially this map has been looking, with this how this best of 3 has been looking. You know, winning 0 out of 4 definitely is a big add to that stat.
Yes. So, point is, still, it's not exactly what you want to be facing.
Sure.
We also have to remember they've played 4 best of 3s in this event, so some of those are 2-0s in which they're not winning a pistol. Some of them are 2-0s in which they're going even on pistols. Point still kind of being that just hasn't really been up their alley. Good start though from Nico. Pistols may not be up their alley, but the rifles certainly are. Utility rings into the B site. They don't have any smokes to cover the church crossing, so the M4 gets free pickings on 1. Tension's a good trade. Locks down a nice response, but you still got low health. Need an answer, and it's given by Jackie.
Smoke Mercenary out here for Jackie. Connects on a full spray down onto Zyphon, and now 3v3 onto the retake. A single defuse kit onto Nico. At the very least, $400 have been invested, but no one will attempt the actual take because look at that. No utility. Way too far away any players actually to be making the save either. So it is going to be the side of TSM now dropping away around here, and we'll see if they manage to come back away from this one. It could be FAVBET's way into the game, but it could also be TSM just trying to play their cards right, going in for a 3-man save, now going in for the exit frags as well. If Jackie and Tension just run into this one without any exit frags, this is actually not that good of a round here for FAVBET.
No, they lost a lot of pieces at the end of that one, but they still have cash built up. Now, I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference. I still think they're going to be well equipped. And Inferno's kind of a, I think it's a hard map to penalize T's for lack of utility, especially if you play your cards right. If you lean B in the early round, get your opening duel, it's hard to stop, regardless of if you bring in an extra belt or 2. It's just a map that's not necessarily designed for being at a disadvantage at any point in the round, so opening kill means a hell of a lot. And that's why I kind of toted TSM as having a slight advantage in that category, because they did well in finding opening duels, and it's kind of hard to toss them away in the mid-round. So you keep that stat up, and I mean, say that, but they lost last round, literally having an advantage. You keep that stat up, and it shouldn't really be much a map we discuss.
Yeah, I mean, there are some exceptions to be made, of course, just like that previous round, but in general, the idea still stands the same. TSM looking in for the early round advantages. If they find them, they should be happy. FAVBET, on the other hand, well, Inferno's not that easy of a map to really take up a lot of space in, right? Sure, you've got a couple of options, especially when it comes down to the fakes, especially when it comes down to bonding, being allowed to freestyle into the calling right now, at least out here for the beginning of the half. Well, he's still being experimental, but TSM, this is one thing that I've seen them do well before, which is stacking up sites. Right, they are not the team to really be falling by the wayside with FAVBET just running them down. They are a team that can actually hold on a site quite well if they have enough manpower there. So currently, a 3v5 is not out of the question for TSM to try to win over, or at least inflict just enough damage for a retake to be possible. Moto Smoke laid down now. FAVBET are just announcing their awareness.
Oh my god!
Out into the side, and a lot of damage has been dealt over to the side player. It's going to be Bonding and Checker. Oh, finding those kills, and now it's Jackie to be trading out on the last one as well. Nico only good for 1, and FAVBET, well, 2 for 2. There you have it.
Yeah, I don't really know what the vision was with that crossfire. It's a little short-sighted in my opinion. And TSM had a lot lining up for them as well. I mean, I completely understand staying away from pit in some rounds like this when the time starts to dwindle, when you haven't baited a ton of utility. Because they probably have mollies, they probably have nades to just dunk straight on you. But something like mini pit, I don't understand why that's not featured in a 3-man A-site crossfire, and it just relieves so much stress from some of your site anchors, where nobody is dedicated to holding one angle or another. You've got a guy on site who now has to worry about the wide swing and to push out a balcony, and if one of his teammates falls, Zyphon almost does through the box, then it's a three-man crossfire in which everybody is somehow looking at multiple angles. You have some of the strongest crossfires in the game on that A site.
Yeah, but at some point, especially with the initial spray down through the boxes there, actually catching everybody off guard and having that quick second of just them wondering, wait, did we just lose a player? What's going on right now? The push is already happening. FAVBET are opening up with all the utility. The flashes were connecting as well, and then the peek on in from apartments really just dealt the last final blow into that push. FAVBET also played it quite well into that execute, so TSM did fall down by the wayside. I did mention that they are a team who can hold if they have the manpower advantage. Well, then and there, the crossfire definitely did not pay off. So 2-2 on the scoreline, 2-all, and TSM, I think the call is actually going to be made to stack those two rifles together once more and just try to get away with them into the next round. Or pushing aggressively towards second mid and lose one, and the second. Okay.
That's just not well put together. I mean, that's a round where typically if a play like that happens, you have somebody chaining flashes constantly over B, but over the apartments. But as soon as those two flashes are gone, there's not a second line of support. There's not a second line of flashes. So you see FAVBET essentially walk up having one guy anti-flash, and as soon as he spins back, it's as cut and dry as a one-on-one that you're swinging into him for. And it's a left eye peek. And he has the distance.
Okay. Well, right now it's still going to be 3-2 for the side of FAVBET, whatever the case might be. Nico, Zyphon, Aiko were just trying to save away the guns that were lost into her second mid, and FAVBET ruling over them with an iron fist. Going to be looking on down in the next couple of rounds to see who is actually going to be keeping this a little bit more together. FAVBET, I mean, they are onto the T side down here of Inferno, but I'm not genuinely sure if they were the ones to lose out the knife round or not, right? Because they could have very well have won out the knife round with a T side start, just because of the way that the momentum was looking down on map number 1. Good kill, though, coming through out here for Nico. Manages to secure himself an AK, and if he can get away with that, then, you know, better than nothing. Way better than nothing.
Again, FAVBET are not a team that are strangers to playing with fire. TSM now abruptly halted in their attempts to stop anything FAVBET would have put back up. Well, I don't know if you're saving this AK, actually. You got a member in T-spawn. They know you're in the apartment, or in kitchen. You're not getting out. I'd almost imagine they nuke this. They have mollies, nades, flashes. They could easily start hucking nades in here. Oh my god, are they gonna...
Look at this boost.
They boost up? Are you kidding? He might get knifed.
This is beautiful. Oh my god, he's gonna
Bye-bye! Wow!
That's amazing. I think he's died. It doesn't even matter if he died after the bomb exploded or not, but that is still beautiful. The mask coming through by the bomb exploding. Marix wasn't hurt either. He ran up with a knife, destroyed him. That is a wonderful kill to have, and not only does that knife bring about the first kill for Marix, which is a very funny happenstance, but also a lot of cash here for the Luxembourgians. So beautifully done out here for FAVBET, 3-2, and TSM will be reinvesting with everything they've got. But they lose this one, and momentum starts swaying the other side out here for the T side.
And these guns are coming few and far between, man. I'm shocked they bring in another buy after that. I'm shocked that Acor has the AWP on his back. Flash again. This time goes into mid. It's just the one. They get a spot. They back away. And honestly, TSM are almost worse off because of that. Again, it's an investment of utility that they already don't have a ton of. So, couple smokes used, couple flashes, and they garner pretty much nothing. Yeah, you know they're in mid, but what does that really do for you?
Not going to be doing a lot, especially Smash connecting on the first one. There's the opener into the A-bomb site, and now you still have the time to pull the plug, go back towards B. You're looking in for Syra, and it is going to be Marix actually to be holding down the line there on the flank, and I think that call is exactly what's going to be made out here. You get to see TSM moving around, and they're throwing out util, they're throwing out smokes. Yeah, Jackie still has the position down into top brackets. He's checking in towards long, and let's see who falls. Is it Acor or is it Jackie? It's a player that has been looking dominant throughout the entirety of this best of 3 versus an Opper that has been on and off throughout the entirety of it as well. Remember that 13-4 on Ancient, and now look out down to the scoreline. It's Marix opening up into the B-bomb site, yet they've gone, and Smash has denied it. That's FAVBET onto the bomb site and on 4 as well, to be securing momentum and be securing most likely the 5th round on the board here as well.
Yeah, Nico had this saved M4. I doubt Jackie gets it. Well, long route to mid and a long way home. So I may have said that one a little too early. FAVBET, you're right. 5 almost guaranteed off of a conversion like that. And this is what I mentioned, man. You get one little advantage on this map as a T, and you can really hang it over their fence so easily. And FAVBET going to that round knowing if it's a buy, there's going to be a lacking presence somewhere, whether it's artillery or utility. And they know that they can go band for band with smokes. They can go bar for bar with mollies. Eventually, they come out the winners of that duel. So when they get the looks they're wanting in mid, on B, constant smoke, because they keep track, they're counting. Eventually, you know there's not going to be much to stop you.
And that just gets reinforced by the fact that Smash finds that initial frag, right? That's certainly a player that, again, has lost even more utility, so they can go bar for bar even more. And then the call being made by Bondik was a really well-timed one as well, right? Because they realized there were people shooting back in from the A-bomb site. There were at least 2 there. They took that gamble. They went on back in, and they found them off on the timing. You got to see Marix opening up into the B-bomb site, and then it was all done from there. Syra couldn't really do a lot with the limited HP he has, so just in general, FAVBET played that round almost to damn perfection, and because of that, TSM now will be forced onto the eco, will be forced to just try to play for damage control, and away from that, you're letting FAVBET run away with all the momentum of a 13-4 Asian, but also on the momentum of almost being the favorite side out here into the first half, and it not being even halfway done.
And it's already looking really rough. I wouldn't even put a numerical count on what you're looking for this half. Also, is it an op fade?
I think so.
I never saw it in CS2. I was thinking about that back on map 1. He pulled it out, got a 3K in heaven on nuke. I was like, that op looked good.
I think
Bad,
they called
it's
it a
like
chromatic aberration by
knowledge.
mistake. Definitely not a chromatic aberration.
I was like, that does not look like a chromatic aberration, but I also thought you were just tying in skin names. So I was like, I'm down for it. I like it.
I try to do something, but that fade is definitely looking clean, yeah.
The chromatic aberration reminds me of what I really don't like.
Which is?
It's like the disorganization. Like
that one
chromatic
skin with all the eyes, right?
What is it, the Eye of Athena?
I don't remember what the name is, but it's not a pretty skin to me at all.
I mean, like, so the chromatic aberration, right? Oh, no, never mind. I'm thinking about something else. Never mind. The chromatic aberration. I'm thinking about, like, the AK Wasteland Rebel. I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate it so much.
That.
Like, it looks so cool if that color scheme, like, stuck through the whole AK. If it was all pink with, like, the neon green at the end and tip, like, that'd be sick. I also don't like the Fire Serpent.
Are you thinking of the Neon Revolution?
Am I thinking of the Neon Revolution?
I think you're thinking of the Neon Revolution.
I'm thinking of the Wasteland Rebel's the brown one.
Yeah. Because, like, the Wasteland Rebel is not wow in my eyes. It's just okay.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. I like the Fire Serpent, though.
I mean, still, the
Maybe
Wasteland Rebel
more
kind of
so
falls into the
because
same
it's iconic.
category.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many of those skins, right? Where if you actually look at them, if someone that's never played CS or doesn't know the history behind all these skins and the players and everything, would just purely look at the skins, they would say that, yeah, sure, a dealer is cool, but it's not anything wow. You know?
Yeah.
A howl is really nice, but it's like, it's just a head.
I don't know. I was never big on the Howl.
A lot of people
And
were.
the Poseidon. I actually really don't like the Poseidon. But the problem with me for the Howl, right, is like, I'm pretty sure no matter how low the wear, there's always going to be wear on the mag, and I hate it.
Well, right now there's some wear and tear out into middle. Acor finds himself off to the opening frag onto the top player right now for FAVBET. So that's Jackie out of the fight. And because of that now, it's going to be coming on down to a 5v4 that FAVBET are not really going to be looking forward to try to take. Going to be a bit tougher to actually find themselves into these bomb sites. So looking on down for it. It is going to be the side of FAVBET trying to take up space in towards Banana, and Syra not allowing that to happen. Well timed. Smoke goes on down in front of Car. So far so good. TSM are looking like a little bit of a changed up squad right now. After they went on in and gave FAVBET the advantage, they'll be trying to just play this one a bit more passively. I feel like they've changed up their pace just a little bit.
Yeah, but again, it's how many times is that going to work, right? We saw these poppy rounds from TSM on Ancient. It only worked once, because eventually it's like, you know, you back down, you say, you got it. We weren't ready for that. And then all of a sudden for the rest of the game, you're preparing. You've got things set in place, which is like, okay, if they're aggressive, then blank. If not, then blank. So, I mean, hell, this round itself isn't even really over. There's only 2 players on B. There's a hell of a lot of utility still yet to be thrown. Couple flashes, couple smokes, and they just pop straight through that one. Back, looking forward again. The spam is there, and now they can step up and step into what should be a converted round. Valde, Sierra, both doing God's work on this site. Perfectly enough to distract the smokes, make them fade, and pretty much call the round a draw from there.
Yeah, it was good timings as well, right? The timer just kept on taking down, and FAVBET were not finding a way in. The smoke in from CT laid on down to the entry of the site was just really well placed, and TSM, they didn't need to do anything fancy for that one, right? They just let FAVBET kind of play themselves, and the utility kind of spoke for itself as well. Zyphon, the main man we wanted to watch out here for TSM, is not pulling through, however, right? He's 1 in 6 right now, and sure, TSM are finding themselves off to a closer affair than perhaps we would have thought seeing the beginning of this map. But right now, if something doesn't change, things are going to turn very bad very quick out here for TSM. And we know it can happen. We saw Asian just literally an hour ago. So Syra falling down to 4 HP off the bat, called in for reinforcements onto the A bomb site, rotating on in. TSM, oh, they don't have enough manpower to deal with this, I think. FAVBET could pull a quick one on them.
Now it looks like they might pull a quick one on. I'm liking this, though. I'm loving this from FAVBET. Keeping the speed up, keeping the tempo there. TSM, I don't know how they respond, but throw any utility, learning their lessons from previous affairs. Spam goes both ways, and they're kind of hesitating to go in on this. FAVBET may have overplayed their hand.
Perhaps they have. It is going to be up to Smash to again run out. Apartments right now. Jackie looking on down, still falls though. Should have connected on that shot, yet didn't. AWP on detention, wants to keep back in. 40 seconds, all the time in the world right now for a quick call to be made by FAVBET to move back in towards the B-bomb site, yet it hasn't happened still. Waiting for Marix to pick something up, only on 2 kills, and both of them have been made on towards CT there for B. He rotates away, 25 seconds now, time still taken away, and it's Zyphon and Acors trying to play this one out. Bloodsport still waiting on call right now, and FAVBET, they're running out of time once more here, Anthron. What's going to happen?
Gotta hurry. Really gotta hurry into the wall. Nice shot on Nico. Double time. There goes your pit player. Straight in they go. They can't waste any more time. Seconds are crucial. Gotta get that bomb down. Wait, it was dropped. I didn't even realize it was dropped in the cross. FAVBET have overplayed their hand. They are at fault for their own downfall in the 9th. TSM, they just sit back.
No. No way you lose like that. It was such a nice kill onto Nico. Tension even double tapped the wall there, knowing he connected. They had that round in the bag. It was very well executed as well and everything. And that's how they lose it. Okay, Bondik, I know, very reminiscent of those old Flipside days, of those old Navi days, just trying to see how low you can get the timer before you actually get the bomb down, but now it's not that meta anymore. We're into the TikTok age, we've got short attention spans, we just gotta go in round for round, pound for pound.
Band for band? Or
I
M
guess
for
so.
sorry. Nah, I'm brain rotting.
We did have a bit of a brain rot start to the day. So,
How can you not?
I mean,
For what is life without brain rot?
yes. Yes,
That rhymes, by the way.
Shakespeare, please. No, I want you to keep going now. You started it. I'm sorry.
Absolutely not. What kind of poet would I be if I dropped all of my whimsical things in one fell swoop?
People boundaries. They exist. You know how to place them. Oh. Narix apparently gets away with that kill onto A-Core. That's not fun for TSM.
Kind of on the verge of bankruptcy here. Even though the last round was picked up, it's another one of those situations where FAVBET kind of leave it saying that was our round, and they weren't exactly happy with the finale. So, what? 5-on-3? You're one trade on 0 away from calling this a draw. Maybe again in 8-4.5 with the outlook. They don't themselves have money to reinvest. And, I mean, 2 guns isn't really going to do you many favors. I don't know how much I like this, though. There's 2 players on low HP. You have to worry about giving away members for free.
All day, he's picked off 1 for free, though. There you go. Bomb still left on rotation. And look at the time. It's happening again. 30 seconds. They have to go get it and get back into the A-bomb side as well. You still do have Nico.
Onyx the only one!
They're onto Pit. And Syra, he doesn't find him. He doesn't find him. This could be the saving grace for FAVBET. He starts shift walking as well. You just need to look for Nico. Is he gonna fall again to tension? I don't think that's the case this time. And yet Nico finds another, at least gets away with 1. Into the bomb side we're going. Can they plant it out here, Anthrin? Through the smoke, they
100%.
flashed it on down. Cyrus still has the flash. He still has the flank, but it doesn't matter. Bomb planted in round 1.
That was alarming, to say the very least. Not because of time, but simply because of the way they'd formulated that late round. They were doing so much, FAVBET. They had an advantage in almost every step of the way. It's not a round where you have to overcomplicate things. It's 5-on-3. You know TSM are struggling. At that point, you just regroup, hit a bomb site. If you really want to avoid utility and the potential to run through a smoke, just go A. If you want to use numbers to your advantage, go B. That's usually the general rule of thumb. But you give away so much by splitting your forces up. You try to sneak Jackie through the smoke, so you're at least at diverting 2 players to a B hold. And again, you don't really know what the rest of the map looks like. You're going through a smoke anyway, so now you're doing both without the significant advantages. You're hitting B without numbers, and you're hitting A without utility. It almost felt like in that late round, FAVBET played every disadvantage on themselves they could.
And you know what's the stem of it all out here for TSM, I feel like, at least onto the CT side, is the fact that they don't really play for that top bracket control, right? So far of the map, it's been such an issue for TSM to get these rounds ongoing because they had no information. Bondik was just allowed to pull off a lot of quick mid-round calls off on them, and that's the way we currently get to see FAVBET actually having the advantage in the rounds. If they had a little bit more mid-pressure, if they had a little bit more aggression down towards their actual positions rather than just holding down the line on Pit or into Car, then we could have seen TSM actually find themselves over to the advantage into the CT side, yet it doesn't happen. And now, on the force buy being brought around out here by TSM in the penultimate round of the first half, we will get to see A-Core on the AWP still, yes, but he has to pull through for the rest of the team as well. Zyphon is still 1-8, and look at his pixel angle coming through from the tension. He spotted out the gun barrel for the AWP, now holds down the line, and yet still TSM, where's the pressure? Where's the space taking? Right now, look at the B players. They're all the way back down in towards the bomb site. A-Core is the farthest player pushed up right now, and he's only into long, looking down on mid. FAVBET have got all of this space to play with, and that's why they're allowed to just wait down that timer every single round so far, because they can afford making a mishap into the positioning, because TSM are just not taking any space.
I mean, FAVBET could kind of say the same thing in these late rounds, right? After they take their initial aggression, after they fight for banana, after they fight for brackets, they kind of just pause for a good, minute and a half, and then overcomplicate things a lot. Now here, don't really think that comes into factor. think they are again just gonna... Oh my god, they've just walked through the R smoke. Acor, he has no idea this. He's literally just checked it. Why would Bondic be there? The second you looked away is the second he seized opportunity, and the second they cracked open the A site with it. Ain't no way you're expecting one, not two either.
Beautiful. Beautiful from the IGL. That's... I'm not gonna chalk it up to experience, because we wouldn't have said that if he was just being held for there by Acor. The timing was everything for him, and Bondic does manage to get a little lucky, but just lucky enough so that he wins the entirety of that round, and a really good spray to be connecting on the second kill as well there. That is going to be now Jackie just hunting in for the kills, not letting any guns get saved into the next, and this should honestly just be the 8-4 split going on down for FAVBET.
Man, that is a hard round to lose again, because that's another one of those where if you drop it and you don't get any players saved, you got like table scraps for the last round of the half. And again, it almost feels poetic that we're looking at about the exact same result as the last map, where TSM the entire time had the argument to put up a couple of good rounds, had the argument to make the half contentious, but just didn't for one reason or another. And you said it yourself. TSM aren't taking anything. Ever since the 4th round, where they tried to go into alt mid and it was ugly, and they made the mistakes themselves, they haven't taken anything. They haven't fought for brackets in the late round. They haven't retaken car. They haven't tried to fight back in for B. In fact, I don't think we've actually seen a retake attempt. So, what then?
Well, falling by the wayside and letting Ancient be replayed, I guess, because remember back on Ancient was another 6-4 split that we got to see FAVBET in favor, and then 13-4. So now if FAVBET just keep it going, they're finding 4 MP9s and an A1S. If this doesn't go through and FAVBET continue on to this pistol rounds, then it genuinely could be just a replay of Ancient. I know how it always happens. History really does seem to love replaying itself out here into the CCT.
I don't really have a lot of faith in TSM moving forward. This is kind of where the pessimism came from.
Because of TSM specifically.
Because of TSM. I mean, again, it's just so many of these rounds are TSM favored at the start, and then for one reason or another, they just get dropped. Like, again, the one thing I don't like right now is that Sierra's taking jiggles at car alone at B. The op was posted. If it was hard held on that angle, there's a world they just lose their 1B player, and again, you just path up. Sierra's the B anchor. Then, I mean, now you've got Valde, sure, but they're split up around the board. And now, at this point in the round, you're making aggressive movements at 2 separate sides of the map in one of the hardest maps to address holes in the game.
Why is that pick coming through? Why did Acor feel the need to peek on in with the MP9? He was by himself, wanted to go in for information, just lost his head, and then, one by one, they all started pushing on down there, so TSM completely gave it up onto the A-bomb site, had the whole crossfire and everything, and yet now it's up to Syra and Valde to really make it a comeback, see if it's possible or not. Then Incendiary sent on down, but still the check is going to be made, and that is going to be Marix managing to end it off. And it's 8-4 indeed. FAVBET should be finding themselves over to a pretty damn good half, an 8-4. And remember out here, Anthrin, it's another pistol round win for FAVBET, and they just literally replay Ancient. And you also have to think about another thing that we haven't mentioned once in the entirety of this best of 3. Zyphon's kind of known for tilting a little bit. Right now, he's like, what, 1-9 or 2-10? Yeah, he's 2-10. Definitely not having a good game. We know the chemistry is not the best out here for TSM, so you have to ask yourself, now with a younger player as well into the TeamSpeak, how are those communications looking, right? What is the vibe around the camp right now for TSM? Because it is either somber and dead, or everybody's off on all cylinders just being mad.
I'd say it's pretty dead. Again, this is just a TSM that looks lifeless. A lot of comms are being just not heard or misguided. I couldn't exactly pinpoint it, but I don't know how oof it is for that long, because giving another kill back, trying to come up through ours. Zyphon, I don't really like him committing to this duel, but gets his one, does his job. They still group up for a retake. Jeki was never actually cleared in lane, and I don't know where this comm just didn't come through, because he gets a kill initially. I don't know how Nico has to come out this late. This is just shocking, and there should be no world in which FAVBET lose this round. The bomb is in the middle of the site. They have utility, they have a kit, they have dualies, they've got a smoke on Nico's angle.
Oh.
Taking a couple fights, wide swinging, and making it closer than needed to be. However, it may end TSM's run in the event, going 10-16 on pistol.
I mean, if you weren't tilted up until now, that round is definitely going to tilt you if you're TSM, right? You had the information, as you mentioned, down onto the short player, and that exact short player manages to make the round happen for FAVBET. Smash comes around, connects on the last kill as well. Jeki was the linchpin that manages to find that flank and deny the graveyard player. Don't know why that column was not coming up in my head. And now FAVBET are 5-1 on the pistols. You could even call it a perfect run coming through out here from FAVBET on the reverse sweep. And I'd be making a T if I was you, Zyphon, as well, right? Because there's literally nothing to be doing right now. 10-4 is definitely going to be the scoreline with all those MP9s just hunting in for the kill bonuses. And from that point onwards, TSM have to go on a monumental comeback if they want to make anything work out of this Inferno.
I don't really know how else to put it other than that, right? FAVBET have been very, very solid in these rounds, and I don't expect that to change here. Again, it's a lot of 1v1s, and one slight gap you can maybe use to your favor on this in these rounds is really trying to overwhelm some of these weapons, jumping over angles, making the MP9s work for these kills, but now everywhere you look, it's 1v1. It's Glock v SMG, and that's just not gonna work. Again, I think at this point, TSM, they're just out of it. You can tell in the way they're playing. It's all 1v1s. There's no cohesion. The coordination's at an all-time low, and we're seeing rounds just get dropped left, right, and center because of it.
Yeah, well, round number 15 now. We're getting closer to the end out here, answering. We're getting closer to the answer of, is this going to be a replay of Ancient? Are we going to get to see FAVBET just running away with 2 maps completely? And you have to think, where is the Zyphon we got to see on you, right? Where is the Nico that kept up entering and entering time and time again there onto the first map? And I feel like Syra was demoralized as well, as he was having a decent run there on both Nuke and Ancient. Now he's not really being allowed to play his role, play his angle. Valde supposed to be doing more than what the team really asks of him. And TSM, having lost their initial pick right now, Marek's happy with holding down B by himself. It's a 4-man stack coming through from FAVBET. There's almost virtually no way they lose this.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Right? I mean, again, everything is going their way. Everything's going their way. They get the opening kills, but somehow let Bondix slip 2 in there on the SMG. This is a retake they're for sure attempting. This is a bonus round. Smash fucking bullets in like nobody's business. They go back and forth. The utility is exchanged. They don't necessarily know about Valde's angle in Graveyard, which will back to bite them. No clear. And that should add the round to their tally. So this time they won't go speechless in the second half. You got that going.
Yeah, but again, it shouldn't have happened. Valde pulls off a 3k, right? That's a multi-frag from the IGL. It's a 2v4 scenario that TSM barely managed to win, right? So FAVBET, even working with 3 MP9s there, they do manage to hold down the line. And just imagine if a counter flash came through from the Moto player, right? Imagine if they were fast enough to actually fight back against that push. FAVBET would have found themselves up onto 11, and then TSM couldn't have played at all. Mac 10 forced on out here for Nico, and round number 16 is going to be ensuing with FAVBET still actually on the better buy. So even throughout that entirety of the round, it's 10-5 right now, and TSM are still not in stage 1.
No, again, you got to remember, with that bonus, there's not a ton of fear in the camp of FAVBET right now, and they even invest better on into the op. I mentioned tension and what his impact could be for the CT side, and it's finally out, but he's not really been that involved in this game. And again, he hasn't needed to be. Bonic and Jeki have pretty much done everything for them. But again, there's only one at B. I don't know what the idea here is.
How many times have you seen Bonding pull off a 17 and 8 though? I mean, that's already quite damn impressive. You're not expecting it out of him. You're expecting it out of Jackie. You're expecting it out of Tension, maybe out of Smash sometimes. Not Bondic. A wonderful performance being brought around here by the IGL, and TSM seem to be the ones now trailing back the clock, looking on in and waiting for the time to come around. Great Molotov being sent on out here for FAVBET. However, it's just an incendiary. It's not an actual molly, so it's not going to be holding that much weight out there in towards the entries as TSM are making their way across to the back end, trying to take up space. And the spearhead does connect. Syra manages to take down Marix. Now 4v5. I don't think FAVBET are going to be attempting this even.
Yeah, this is a save. I think maybe the idea was they stay behind that smoke, keep spamming. If you get a kill, cool. Maybe you go back in with the utility you've got. If not, call it off. Let them have 6. Bow out. But I think there's a lot of mistakes that need to be addressed in this round from FAVBET. There's a lot of pressure put onto the back of Marix, who had pretty much everything to do with B. He had to stall them. He had to find an opener. He had to keep them from getting the bomb down. You're just asking a lot of a lone man at B with almost no assistance. He does end up getting Smash on rotation, but that's your one SMG? Like, they don't even spare the op? I get why you want it on A, but I think it's a completely different round if you at least have Tension put a shot in that smoke.
Well, more importantly out here for TSM, this is the round they can now get back on with, right? It's Zyphon finally finding himself a couple of frags, a flawless endeavor coming through from the T side, and it's also going to be TSM now finding a little bit of an opener into the armor of FAVBET, right? Managing to see that if they are quick enough and they do push in together, they can still fully execute these sides, whether it may be B or A. They've done it on both sides so far. So all they need to figure out right now, TSM, is just where will they execute? How will they execute? And are FAVBET going to take this space? So Snark's actually playing with an
Oh my god!
SMG. I don't care right now. It's Syra and Volde just opening up on B.
That even looked well orchestrated from FAVBET. I don't know how TSM sneak away with that one, but the round's already done.
Yeah.
You see, this is what I don't like about TSM here. There's no reason to not space in, path in, throw your util. There's no smoke stopping you. There's no flashes. There's no regroup needed. You just throw that smoke, even if on the fly, and go, right? At most, there's one person here, but they're still hesitating. There's no reason.
There is the discussion to be made that because they saw a SMG running at them, they may think that this is nothing invested and it's just a full stack on B. Okay, so this
but
is
still, nobody even jiggled. If they thought that, somebody would have jiggled and found that information. They know this is a bot. They know that. They're just worried so much about one guy that they're killing 10, 20, 30 seconds. And now imagine the world where Bondic gets this kill, goes into the apartments, and then sends Tension in through CT. That smoke's about to fade. They have no more utility, and there's free shots to cross. It's a lot of hypotheticals, sure, but there's no reason to take that long.
Yeah. But this is a problem both teams have had on the T side, right? FAVBET, I remember so many times they were struggling to actually take away the pressure and the advantage of finding those opening frags into the site and actually get the bomb down. So both teams are kind of in over their heads a lot of the times, trying to overplay the situations and losing as a result of it. But this time around, it's CZ side FAVBET up against a TSM that has slowly but surely started to find its footing from 10-4 now to 10-7. 3 rounds in a row is nothing to scoff at, knowing that TSM are going to be hungry for this win, hungry for this map, and it's also a map away from deciding who gets to go on over to the playoffs, right? So it's the pressure also mounting up out here onto the experienced TSM, onto the experienced individual members, up against the squad of Ukrainians out here for FAVBET. Remember, we're also talking experience here too. Bondic has got some of the most in the entirety of the game, so he is the one orchestrating all of this, and he's also the one kind of being the commander of it all. He's 18-8. You could, you know, count up a couple of good players out here on the server and still couldn't actually get enough to really be handling the impact that a single man has had here for FAVBET.
Here's that off. I've been waiting to see it involved. There it is, finally set up for an opening duel. And they're not getting that back anytime soon. He is gone like the wind.
And that is also great momentum to finally take out here, because it does tell you that FAVBET have actually changed something up, right? They're ready to just engage onto this. And what is that peak coming through and actually not being connected by the op? That's one of the weirdest peaking moments I've seen out here.
I'm just surprised that didn't hit. I like the idea. Tension was holding for a wide swing, because usually you're not going to crouch walk into that angle, so I'm not mad at it. I'm just surprised it didn't hit.
Well, Nards managed to find another lineup for Acre. 1 and 2 bullets, there you go. That's how you win a round, I guess. TSM happy to be giving that on a silver plate. At least the bomb plant is there, but finally, I think we might be getting to see a retake out here, Anthony.
I think so. You're going into a save in the next round, and you've got a ton of utility to get yourselves back in. Even to the inverse, there's not much left for TSM. You've got hits, you've got mollies, you've got smokes, you have got everything a young boy could ask for in a B-sided retake. Flashes have to be good here, not turning away, and they all peak at different timings. That's gonna kill you. Zype and Acor step up to the plate and hit a home run for TSM.
That felt like one of those moments where you're playing in for the retake out here on Inferno, and all the comms are okay, I'm throwing the flash, okay, I'm throwing the smoke, okay, I'm throwing the incendiary. Who's going in? They didn't communicate that, so no one went in, and they just kind of got stuck out here on CT, and you got to see Jackie kind of being surprised no one peeked in with him, because it wasn't communicated out, so the first player already goes down, and it's all out from there. Timing was already too much, they were hearing the bomb being ticked away, and because of that now, I think FAVBET have actually lost their advantage. It could be TSM bringing it all the way back.
Snowball. FAVBET, now they're the ones in the hot seat. These rounds are adding up, not in a good way. Tension Scout rips a bullet, but head ripped off of Jackie is the response from TSM, given another opportunity for an opener. T-Sides, whilst they've been riddled with poor mid-rounding and issues galore, TSM, one thing they have had are openers on this offense. Through all maps. It's not going to change here.
Yeah. The one saving grace TSM have had throughout the entirety of the best of 3 is currently saving them big time out here on Inferno. T-Side is looking like the opening central out here for TSM, and that's another flawless round they've got inside. Look at how much cash they've got now out here, Answer. They're not really going to be bleeding for it at all in FAVBET. Well, they got to change up something drastic, otherwise TSM are just going to continue running them down out here. They are having these struggles, right? They are saving away a lot of util for the late round, and yet the late round never actually comes out on top. Bonding has hit a bit of a still period as well. We're sure he was 18 and 6, 18 and 8 at some point, right? His KDA was absolutely insane, yet nothing really changed, nothing really matters out here, as long as FAVBET can't at least find themselves over to map point.
And what a world we're living in now. With TSM, they're ready to contend and take this map. They're not adding up for a potential tie because, again, with the way things currently look, FAVBET are looking to prevent a lead swap in this round, not just a tie. Gotta be careful. Op has info on where this push is coming. Nico has completely infested the apartments, and they're aware of that.
Holding down the line there for Boiler side, waiting for Nico to actually peek on in as Jackie just holds down his backside in towards the apartments. But look at how many players are here. The pixel angle has been seen.
What?
Connects on the headshot. That's insane. Jackie taken out and Molotov into the bomb site. You're looking on in for Bondic and then for Tension. Looking on down right here. It is going to be TSM again trying to run away with it. Rotates are finally being made though by FAVBET, and this could be a good call and a bad call at the same time. You don't actually know if TSM are still trying to rotate, but the full push has been seen. The bomb also spotted and the kills being made. Tension amazing for 1 second. That was a quick scope, not a no scope, and the attention still saves the day out here for FAVBET. It's down to the 3v2, and Acor and Valdale are the last men standing, trying to head themselves back on over to B. Does Bondic call the rotate out in time, or is this going to be another retake situation that they have to do with a single diffuse kit?
He's got it. He's got this timing, and I almost wonder if FAVBET are going to bother going for this retake quickly, or at least trying to get there in time. I don't think they are. I think the assumption is 3-on-2. We've got a full belt of utility on tension. We've got a kit. We should attempt this retake. And you know what? I kind of think it's right. But at the exact same time... What? What? Why?
20 seconds.
What is that call for TS? I mean, okay, maybe the idea is trying to bait out a peek or a shot or a pick or something, but... Whatever. Point is, 2-on-3, and now comes the retake.
But that's some very important timing that they've just lost, right? If the bomb was down 5 seconds earlier, 10 seconds earlier, they could have weighed that leverage in towards their side. Yet now, TSM are forced to actually take these fights, and it is going to be up to FAVBET to actually peek on in towards Church. It's going to be aCore trying to take the attention. The pressure is still being mounted up. Smash still got the defuse kit, and 20 seconds left to go. aCore needs to go on a monumental killing spree right now, which is just not going to happen. FAVBET will be able to win out this round, finding the retake, and what could have been a really nice 2v4 out here coming through for the T side is going to be ending up in another FAVBET round to be breaking away that momentum on the comeback, and now to almost be securing them at least the 11th and hopefully the 12th out here for FAVBET. However, the reinvestment from TSM is going to be like as if nothing happened.
That should have been around for FAVBET anyway, don't get me wrong, but I'm a little upset with Valde there, because it almost feels like a lack of faith in aCore. He sits there playing anti-flash, and still ends up getting flashed because he doesn't have faith in aCore holding the angle, and he turns back instead. And, you know, he ends up falling, puts aCore in a 1-on-3, and you're not winning that. I'm almost disappointed in Valde there.
Well, you're asking a lot out of the guy that's usually supposed to be the brains behind the operations, not really the brawn, right? So he had a good game. He was hoping to be able to pull off a big kill, a big moment, a big performance. You can't really blame him too much for that, but you still can blame him, because right now this is a very finicky spot for TSM to be in. They lose a single round, and that makes the world of a difference. This could have been 10-10 out here if that clutch actually did come through, if they did play together and attempted to take the fight. Yet now it's FAVBET being one away from map point. Every single round counts, and it's round number 21 to be sending us into the B-bomb side. Now remember, we've seen this before from TSM, and they did manage to pull off quite a couple of great intakes out here for the Executes onto the B-bomb side. So we'll see if they can do it again with Marix down to 67. Execute is still going to get made, and Marix, he needs this opening frag to at least land something.
Oh,
that nade is just amazing.
Oh, run boosting through into the molly, tagging Siphon down. This is what I wanted to see out of FAVBET. The quicker rotations, getting both players in the site before they had to pop smokes, before they had to flash back in. That's what you need out of the B site defense, and that's what you need to maybe secure your spot in playoffs.
I would not be the happiest, honestly, if I was FAVBET. I don't think they played that really well. It was just really interesting to see Xiphon being the one run boosted in. Yeah, because this happens, right? I mean, if Xiphon was 100 HP, that Molotov would have ran out. He would have had the entry. He could have seen them up, and the round would have gone completely differently. It was just bad priority on who to send in, I guess. Because of that, Marix is just having the time of his life running through a not a flash, a Molotov as well. Syra caught in the middle of barrels, and now all over the map. You're trying to search for an opening, and yet these openings are quite flashy. No avail, nothing really happening.
Nade. Oh, I thought that was on logs. Could have been huge for Sierra, but instead, he's a little suspicious as to the lack of presence in Banana. He decides to walk up, a risky and bold move to make, down by 3 and against match point. But one that actually shows life for TSM right now. A minute shoot off of the clock, and health is starting to drain. Utility following suit. That nade almost takes him out of contention. And again, they're going to cheat this rotation over. Now, if they want to make a quick adjustment, last round, the change for FAVBET was pulling a rotation early, getting 2 into the site. But now, the dance happens in CT spawn as utility is exchanged to the rotating smash. As time continues to creep in, slowly becoming an enemy of the TSM offense. 3 sit in wait for a B-site attack, and a nice little crossfire could put this game away.
Marix is such a good anchor, though. He actually changed up his playstyle throughout the entirety of this Inferno, and you could see it. TSM would rather actually hit on over to this A bomb side.
Oh,
Attention
no.
through the full flash, connects on one, half HP remaining on the Acre, not even that, down to 20. Bonding runs to the smoke, and he's done this before. He'll do it down again. Bonding good for one, the trade still come back. Jackie finds another, and it is game over and out, as it is gonna be FAVBET sending themselves over to those playoffs in a damn good way. TSM cannot do anything else about it, and that will be the side of the Ukrainians going to the entirety of the way. 3-2 out here for round number 5 of the Swiss stage, and that's how we end off the Swiss stage of series number 14.
Man, that was just a great hold at the end from FAVBET. I loved seeing them, again, stop the momentum of TSM abruptly. It's something we saw them struggle with on the first map. It's why we saw it go so far in one side for TSM. And then, as soon as that stopped, as soon as they figured out what to do in those mid-rounds, complete different world. And I told you going into this series, for FAVBET, this is easily the most upsettable team you could have gotten the draw against. And because of it, they find themselves in playoffs.
Yep, and they find themselves in playoffs in a damn good fashion as well. They managed to take away Ancient in a big way, and then Inferno was just a game to be, stabilizing on and showing that they are worthy of that playoff performance, which we'll get to see even more out of FAVBET following down the line into the next week. But until then, Anthron, we are done out here with the day. It is a day that was full of a lot of 2-0s, a couple of upsets, but most of all, just a bunch of highlights to be looking back on and to see what brought us to today. So if you guys have enjoyed, definitely be sure to let us know down there onto our Twitters and also out here onto the CCT with more of your following support. But the day is indeed over. Anthron, any closing out statements before we send it on over to tomorrow?
I'm happy to see this team in playoffs. FAVBET have well earned their spot, and I cannot wait to see what kind of ruckus they're going to cause in it.
And we are going to have to wait for that indeed. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for production with being with us. And thank you, Anthony, for co-casting alongside me. This marks the end of the broadcast. I'll see you guys later down the line here for the CCT.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.